A number of key economic data points coming across right now as we get the month-over-month change here for core PCE for September, coming in line with expectations here, guys. 0.5 versus 0.5, a little bit better on the year-over-year number. 5.1 versus 5.2, again, for core PCE. Bit of a market mover there as well. Personal income for September, higher, 0.4 versus 0.3. But again, that year-over-year number, 5.1 versus 5.2. We were dealing with a bit of a negative start here overall this morning, obviously coming on the back of Amazon. The holiday forecast, not good for Amazon. Downside initially after the close yesterday. We are well off those lows, obviously. Apple as well. Downside initially following their report, but now positive, or was positive in the pre-market here. We'll keep an eye on Apple shares. Going to be an interesting day. We have Pinterest trading higher. We have Intel trading higher on an expenditure cut for their next quarter. So we'll talk a little bit about some of the chip makers showing a little bit of positivity here as well. It is Friday, October 28th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, there we go. Now 1 full percent for the NASDAQ, leading the way, same as we saw yesterday, 1.13 in fact. S&P 0.6, 0.03 there for the Dow, trying to get back to break even. As we saw yesterday, a little bit stronger than the rest. More negativity at the bottom end here, 1% for crude oil, 2% then for Bitcoin and Ethereum. Welcome to Friday morning, guys. We had some interesting data there as we get that, again, if you missed it, core PCE number. The year-over-year number coming in a little bit better than expected, 5.1% versus 5.2%. So again, that's something that the Fed will look at very closely going into next week. Remember, next Fed decision coming up on Wednesday next week.
Yeah, it comes fast and furious. Look, it is their preferred measure, although who knows how much they're going to change their minds in just a couple of days here. But the story is going to be, like, with this week of earnings, to be sure. We got Amazon last night, but the only thing, the good thing for Amazon is at least when it went down 20%, it caught a little bit of a bounce, so it's only down 14% now. I was telling some of the guys here that my pops came over to visit, and the first words out of his mouth in the door was, "So Meta's in some trouble, eh?" And he also, when he asked me about crypto for the first time, should I get some crypto, that was right around the high. So I don't wonder if my dad indicator is telling me that some people are panicking at some of these bottoms, at least in Meta's case anyways. But Apple, I like their report. There was no chance it was going to be absolutely perfect, but it's responding pretty well here today. Pinterest with a great report. Intel's was mixed, but heck, at least they're understanding the concept of maybe spend a little bit less money when you're trying to pull a turnaround off. So I think that's going to be an interesting one to watch, the entire chip space. And once again, COVID lockdowns have every Chinese ADR moving to the downside. The yin and yang of those stocks is absolutely insane. It's another one of those red days for them. Be watching some Li Auto and some NIO. NIO's back under $10.
All right, I'm going to tweet out this sticky note there. I could have added some more words, but I want to get it out to you. Yeah, what's up, guys? It's Friday. It's going to be an exciting day for sure. Nice little number there, rallying the market. We were down about 1%. Now we're down half of 1% right now. So, yeah, let's just wait to see where this goes. Apple, the apple of my eye today, finally some reasons to go long there. A tech name that's actually a major cap name that is up after earnings. So up 0.67 right here today. So that's going to be nice to see. And then now here's the rally in the NASDAQ trying to get back to positive land here. So, yeah, big moves down yesterday, obviously down to 11,100, almost breaking that 11,000 off some horrible Amazon numbers coming through. But yeah, Amazon's well off those lows of $88. So we'll see what happens here today for a lot of these big names. We're excited. It's going to be a good Friday. Elon Musk is here. Twitter is no longer on the market. So that's sad, but it was a fun day here last night as a lot of those closing trades really hit. So that was fantastic, and we're looking to make some more money today, Brendo.
Bird is free, according to Elon on his Twitter. As of this morning, in control of Twitter, I saw a whole bunch of people talking about What if he's sitting at a desk looking at their DMs this morning? How does that play out going forward? But we'll see. Anyways, yeah, how much of that move downside for Apple after the close yesterday had to do with Amazon? iPhone sales a little bit light, but across the board pretty good for Apple. Here's the note this morning. Futures were downside mostly on Amazon. The holiday forecast in focus here as it comes up light across the board for AMZN. But overall, the report from Apple, not bad. They did caution here on revenue growth, specifically going forward. The numbers, however, not bad for Apple versus AMZN.
Yeah, so look, it's that revenue number was well, the guide, it was a revenue guide that just came underneath. And I think the market might have, overreacted might be the wrong word, but it feels like when it passed that, the implied volatility was around 101, 102 on that move to the downside for Amazon. And once it passed that and got through 100, it was almost like it was just the floodgates opened up, there's no liquidity, people just started panic selling into the bottom. But let's not forget the fact that the guide was really, really poor. Like if you go to the bottom end, it was about 10% lower on the bottom end of the range for that forward guide. It doesn't necessarily bode well for a lot of the other sort of, the Christmas shopping season and looking at some of the other retail names. It's going to be in the middle of a bit of a no man's land here, but that implied volatility level, that 102 support and that 100, that feels like it could be a wall in any kind of a bounce. And then we just formed a bottom at 95 there, right on that PCE report. You were sort of basing out at 95 and you bounced off that. So I think that level's starting to form here for me. Amazon's definitely going to be a wait and see. I think there's going to be value in a lot of names. This next move to the downside that we're seeing feels like one where there's going to be some value to be picked up. And I was half joking when I said that about Meta, but there's some truth to it. You're starting to get to the point of seeing some real signs of capitulation on the bottoms. I think the market has some ways to go. But yeah, Amazon sub 100. It's going to get pretty juicy here. I don't really have any long ideas for it outside of if we hold 95, like if there's a trap bottom at 95, that's one thing, but that's a 930 type play. And we'd really have to get down to where they were buying in front of 90 or at 90 before I'd feel great about this long. There's a lot of names I do really like for longs today. Pinterest is one of them. Believe it or not, Intel is going to be one of them if we get prices in NVIDIA. Amazon, I don't know. After how Meta traded, I kind of want to see this one at 930.
Okay, so this funny thing is I wrote obviously this sticky note before that PCE number came out, and we already pegged out 95. So we were going to go short 95 no matter what when the market opens. And then look at this, man. That's exactly the level that we dropped out to and then stopped. So we definitely picked that level. That's going to be right for us here to hit that short once the market does open up. So 95 is the level to watch out for. Like I said, I wrote that up here, and then it comes down, hits 95, and then bounces right off of it. So if that number goes the other way, then obviously we're turning this way. So let's see if they want to sell this name. But yeah, look, I mean, it's pretty bad. It's a pretty bad quarter there, but I mean, still huge numbers coming through for these guys. No one's even talking about AWS right now. I still think that's obviously a huge component as well. We were nervous a little bit about AWS off Azure and off Google Cloud, but again, down 13% does seem a little bit too much, let alone 88, 89. Some of you guys were tweeting at me yesterday that you picked some up, like 89. Someone was saying they picked some up at 89. Great pickup right there. I mean, you could flip it out right now for 6 or 7%. So that might not be a bad opportunity either right here for Amazon. But we've seen flush action happen. I mean, we just have to go over to Meta yesterday where we basically nailed that trade, which is why I was in a sour mood, because we called exactly what was going to happen here on Meta. And that was this early flush down, exactly what we said. Let it sit around for 10 or 15 minutes. It was actually, the bottom came in at about 5 minutes, so it didn't even last that long. But that's the ultimate bottom. It's more these kind of names or these kind of bottoms that you're looking for. Once you make a flush, you may never revisit this bottom. This was yesterday on Meta, a lot of trades on here. But it's more like right into around here. When you keep testing these bottoms with these wicks, so like 98.50, 150, 99, something like that on Meta was a good long. It does come back in, but look what happens. Right up to 102. Once some of that pressure gets relieved and people think, uh-oh, we're going back to the upside, it does fade out in the afternoon. It makes those lows, which we waited and got the short rate there as well, which was a good trade. But if you take that in for Amazon, that's kind of what we're going to wait for here today is, you know, something like what we've already seen, down to 95, base out, and then take off, right? So let's see if that can happen again. We're going to give this one a couple minutes, but I like Amazon down here. I mean, it's been beat up, obviously, needless to say. They already went through their split, everything like that. So let's see where there's lower levels, but I feel like if you're going to go long, I wrote it down here, 92. So you go back into yesterday, some of these 92 levels right into here where we sort of stopped the first time and then dropped. So I'm going to be looking at 92 longs, but first I'd like to go 95 short into 92, get out, and then think about going long. But hey, the market is still an hour away, and that's when the real volume is going to come in. So we're going to wait for that to happen, because yesterday on Facebook, we traded it in the pre-market, and it was just like we were right, then we were wrong, and then we were right, and then we got stopped out, and then, you know, you hit a bottom, and then you're like, yay, we got the bottom, but then it's not the bottom. So it's like, nah, forget about it. Let's wait until some real money comes in. I'm not going to be in anything in the pre-market. Not any earnings plays anyways. There are some other names that we like.
Mullen?
Yeah, futures back downside here, guys. See if we can hold on to some of these gains following that number at 8:30. I want to show you 3 days worth of wild action here for Alibaba. All of the Chinese ADRs looking very similar. This is down 4% this morning. But if you go back 2 days ago, I remember these things had quite the bid underneath them. This got all the way back up to almost 70. Yesterday, we were down again. This morning here, we're down significantly again on more COVID talk coming out of China. Overnight, the tech index in China down 7.5% on the week. One of its worst weeks so far this year. Over there. I mean, just absolutely wild action here over the past 3 days, guys, for some of these ADRs.
Wild is definitely the word. Like it's crazy the price action, but I'm also the guy that liked Li Auto short yesterday and then just did not get a piece of it as it flushed to the downside. And these have, look, we went 1650 on that day, caught a bit at, I'm talking about Li Auto here, down to 12.5. And 2 days later, you were double topping at the exact same high. Like, give me, like, and it's insane. Like, all you get is a couple of, well, I mean, it's a big deal, the COVID lockdowns, but it's just going back and forth. At this point, I'm just looking to see if this can retrace all the way back into that support level at 1250, because volatility is going to be here on any one of these names. And the first look will be, if it breaks out of this range to the downside, essentially it's giving you like 30-cent risk to maybe test down to some of those lows. NEO, which I kind of came in here thinking this morning, after yesterday's trade in the afternoon, $10, I really did think there'd be a 10 break to the downside in play, but you know, we gapped down 5%, so that's not going to be there anymore. If there is a break to the upside, I'd look to see if 10 fails on NIO. You always have to keep your ear to the ground, but there's always been that great opening first salvo or first move on some of those Chinese names. It's NEO and XPeng that I'm paying the closest attention to here because it's just been insane. I'm looking up. XPeng is actually down, sorry, Li Auto and NEO. XPeng is down at like $7. And at some point, like, if you had told me, I'm going to go to XPeng here for a quick second, because if you had told me that the market cap on XPeng, you know, a half a year ago was going to have an outside shot of like crossing with something like Nikola, which, believe it or not, like XPeng is now 6 and Nikola's like 2. It's not impossible, but it's crazy. This stock was at $35 in June when the market was making bottoms. And it's just been a straight shot to and they all look like this, right? And even though they made that big V-shaped rally, usually you get bullish after that. You're still seeing the negative signs coming out of China. And you know, I just want to continue to play every single short setup that I see here until they stop working. I'm kicking myself over yesterday, missing Li Auto. And I know why I missed the Li Auto trade. It's because I was laser focused on Meta, which I'm not sure was the wrong thing to do, but that was the entire reason for missing Li Auto, was because I was just so focused on Meta at the open. It was going everywhere.
All right. We're talking a little bit about Chinese names here. I mean, Alibaba today, yeah, down 4.5%. Like Brendan said, man, we got some real nice moves up to $70 there, and we didn't crack it. We talked about that $70 level, and it's kind of the same thing. We left these for dead. I didn't even think about these the last couple of days, and look at that great trade there at $70. I mean, that was the dip spot. Boom, down to 59, all the way back right into that level again. And now you're kind of stuck in the middle here on Alibaba. So this name back down to $62, maybe finds a bid down there. Again, I know, I still think these are actually longs, to be honest with you. I just think you got to get, China has that zero COVID policy, and right now COVID's running crazy again. I mean, everybody pretty much has COVID right now. I was saying to Neil, like everybody seems to be sick. I was even like listening to podcasts, and the guy's like, yeah, everybody I know is sick, and that was in New York. And I mean, so I feel like there in China, obviously people are going through maybe phase, what is this, phase 14 or something, or wave 14, whatever it is for COVID. So that's going to come through. And is it even, I mean, I don't even think people are testing anymore. The problem is it's October also. So that's another thing. Like when I was feeling under the weather the other week, it was nothing. It was just my kids. I mean, they're in tons of activities, and we're in hockey rinks and all that kind of stuff. And so many people out getting sick with just not feeling well. So that's going to have a big effect, obviously, on China because they have that policy, right? Not feeling good, no work, no nothing, shutting down cities, everything. So that's something to be concerned about. And that's why, quite frankly, I don't really trust it. I can never see the U.S. government doing anything like that. Obviously, they don't have the same powers as what they do in China. They might have more if they enact them. But all right, 940, 950 down here. This is another name, NEO. That's been getting absolutely clobbered to the downside as well. And if something's going to fail, I mean, if you can't produce cars because factories are locked down, that's going to be a problem. But we did get a good report yesterday. What was it, the state of California, or what was it? One of the...
It was also Europe, too.
Oh, it was Europe, sorry. It was Europe yesterday, right. 2035, no more combustible engines. So, you know, I feel like you're in the right industry here, trading the NEOs, the Lucids, the Fiskars. I'm not going to say Tesla because we already know about that, or Ford or GM, but some of these names, Rivian, things like that, like, I don't know, are we getting close to buying Lucid now? Like, it's down to $13. I mean, I remember when this lockup period, when all the Saudis were supposed to come in and sell all the shares, they didn't do that. So I'm wondering if there still is some Saudi money. Not if there still is, but what that situation is for Lucid. Oh man, we have that chart prime or True Trading Group. Thank you for the sponsor again. I just don't want to mess up that logo there. But down there, 1170 bottoms for Lucid. Like, this is a name where if you do get a rally, like you can go from 13 right up here into this level. That's $17, $18. Like that's a great 20% return, and we just need a slight little uptick, right? So the reason why, here's another name, and we're gonna, who do we have? We have Michael Noss coming on too. What's up, Michael Noss? Thanks for all the help with trade ideas and everything like that. Guy sent me some new scans. He's gonna talk about that as well. I wanted NASDAQ 100 names. He came, delivered ASAP, so we can hit up Michael Noss for that. But I wanted to have a look at Palantir, and it's been a while. What's up to Henry Z? So we'll do bang for you because we're finally talking about Palantir again. It's only been about 6 months. Look at, and the reason why I'm doing this is there's a lot of names that, I mean, DraftKings is one of them as well. There's a few other names. We have T-Doc with the report there. Neil talked about Pinterest. Some of these beat down names here that have yet to report, like a Palantir, I feel like they're all kind of bumping here on their reports because it's not really as bad as what we've sort of pegged these guys down to be, right? So a lot of these Cathie Wood names are starting to get beat up. And I'm just thinking about Palantir right here. Yesterday we dumped around, we didn't, we went up near yesterday there, but these levels right here from the 26th and 27th back down here 8,840, kind of looking at that level right there for Palantir. So, you know, thinking that there's going to be some longs coming in on some of these names, but anyways, I don't know if this is going to be a long day. The market, look, man, we've just bumped all the way back down. So here's that number on the PCE, and it's like, yeah, buddy, are we turning this bear over to a bull? But no, we are not, because there you go, right back down, down that 1% again. So I don't know if this is going to be a... The thing is, ever since Pratt is called Free Fall Fridays, I feel like the market has never gone down on a Friday.
No,
but today might be that day, but I don't know about a free fall.
Well, because
Apple's going to have to turn
I distinctly
around.
remember him like yelling and screaming Prastradamus and like, yeah.
He says that once a day, though.
I know, but there was one Friday where it might have even been like in the last couple of weeks, but either way, it's.
I mean, look,
I see what you're saying there, but look, we're diddling.
Like Peter Schiff, man. If you call 12 recessions, at least one of them is going to work out.
And everybody's going to remember. Like if you nail it, everybody's going to remember that big one. Or if you miss it, everyone's going to remember like that one time that you happen to miss. It just is what it is. Like Baggio's a great footballer. Everyone remembers when he sailed it over the goalpost.
Ridiculous.
That was unnecessary by me. I felt like it, but
yeah, I know. Like, where did Roberto Baggio come from? What was that? The 1992 World Cup there, Neil?
I have no idea why that's the first.
But you will remember Italy beating England at least, so that's fine. All right, Michael Nosh, the best beard in the game. Him and Justin. We got it. Next time Michael Nosh is in the house, we got to do sort of like something for social media.
Look, I love Justin, but yeah, Michael's beard is like.
And then we have Luis Barbado as well from Barcelona.
His is the best kept
with the strong beard game as
very well kept.
Brendan with not a very strong beard game. What's up, my man?
It's consistency that matters, right? Just seeing 10-year, wild range on the 10-year right now. I'll bring that up in a second. Yeah, let's get Michael Nosh here, get an interesting look here. And I wanted to bring up these Chinese ADRs leading into Michael Nosh because he's going to talk about gaps this morning. And good to see you as always, Michael. Welcome back.
Good to see you.
This is a group specifically that, you get these monster gaps almost on a daily basis. So fitting here. Tell us all about gaps and how you look at them.
Yeah, so, well, first of all, the best beer in the game. I'm going to add that to my business card for sure. That's one I'm going to bring in. But So, first of all, I just wanted to look at the S&P 500, and then we're going to go into pro gaps. And this is something that really, when I Googled, I couldn't find much of a reference. So this might be a really old way to look at gaps. So you might be in for something really cool here. But yeah, the first chart I have is just of the S&P 500. I remember right after that CPI print, I came in and everyone was, it had broken down to new lows. And I was kind of telling everyone that maybe they were being a little bit too bearish there. Turns out that is what happened. But what I'm going to just point out now is we have this anchored VWAP from all-time highs. And I'm not going to spend too much time on this. This is going to be a whole series I'm going to do with you guys. Anchored VWAP and just regular VWAP is something that we have in the chart. You see VWAP on the guys' charts all the time, but we'll go through that in a future date. The only thing you need to know right now is that this is where the average market participant is from that last bounce high. And for the last 4 days, we've been battling this area. So right now it's about 378. So in that area is what I'm looking for. So, they were talking about maybe free fall Friday, maybe it's going to bounce. 378 on the SPY is what I'm really interested in because, again, that's that anchored VWAP. But into just talking about gaps. So, there's all kinds of gaps that we talk about, news gaps, earnings gaps, just general market gaps, that kind of thing. This one specific kind, and we have a scan for this as well. And if you email in at info@trade-ideas.com or look me up on Twitter, I can share this link for you. This is called a pro gap. So what a pro gap is essentially a gap that reverses the prior day's action. So this is Snapchat, not the last earnings report, but the one before it. You can see 2 days of run up into the earnings report, and then it gapped down. And then you can see from the open to the close, this is a daily chart, how much you just had that kind of move. So think of this as kind of like a rug pull or a failure of a move, where if the day before is super positive and then you have the gap, like again, we're seeing in the ADRs from China, that can actually be way more impactful because everyone was super excited and buying, and that's why the stock was pushing up. They were buying the day before, and then we had a gap down. So on the other side, I have Roblox here. This is just the reverse of it. You can see the day before this gap on Roblox had a really kind of solid red day, a bad looking day. It gaps up and takes out the high of that day. So everyone who sold that day is underwater, losing money and kind of having a bad time. So, and then the next chart of Roblox is just to say, even more than just day trading, this is kind of something that mostly day traders will look at, but it held on and it continued to push higher on Roblox. So What I did is I compiled a list of 3 of these pro gaps that I think are going to be super interesting for you guys to look forward. The main reason I wanted to talk about this now is because, again, yeah, we have the Chinese ADRs that are gapping up and down every day. We also have earnings. And so one thing we do great at Trade Ideas is we can show you all the gaps, but a lot of the questions we get from users is what gaps do I focus on? So this is kind of a technique to say, okay, I came in today and there's 100 gaps to look at. Which ones do I look at? And for me, it's always the pro gaps. I want the shorts to get caught or I want the longs to get caught on the other side. So the first one here is DAIO. A lot of people don't know this, but we have a news feed in Trade Ideas as well. So I took the news out for this. This is just an earnings report. But you can see this DAIO had ran down yesterday. So it had a negative day yesterday, gapped up well beyond that today. So I'll be watching this one for, you know, the standard things that you see the guys do, pre-market high breaks, this type of move, knowing that anyone who sold yesterday is, if they're short, they're losing money. If they got out of their position, they might be regretting it and looking to buy. Next one here is Gilead. Again, another red day yesterday and a gap well beyond that today. This one looks like it's an upgrade on top of earnings based off our news feed here. And then last but not least, for you guys who want to short, PCG. This is a utility. So it's kind of going to be a little bit more boring, but maybe good for the newer traders, where it had this probably 4 or 5 day run up and then it's gapped down below those days. So again, if you're interested in these scanners, check us out. But for our last slide here, I just wanted to take a second and thank all of you that joined our test drive. You know, we talked about it quite frequently here on the channel. We had a lot of you guys take a test drive and take a chance to kind of check us out, see what we were about. For all of those people, for this weekend and going into next week, we have a 25% off sale. So we'd like you to check that out. And on checkout, use tradertv.live. That will save you 25% off that. And again, that's how we track that it comes from the channel. So make sure you use that code to get your discount there.
Excellent opportunity as always, guys, if you're doing work. And I wanted to mention this specifically heading into the weekend. It's a great tool to have on board when you're sitting on the weekend looking at, you know, the trades that you took maybe throughout the week, the prior week, or looking at what is to come heading into the new week. So great stuff. Yeah, guys, tradertv.live, get you 25% off over the weekend, this weekend for Trade Ideas. Michael Noss, charter market technician with Trade Ideas. Have a great weekend. We'll talk again next week.
Talk to you then. Have a good one.
There he is, man. Not just with the best beer, but with always an awesome perspective. It feels like at least...
And the best promos, 25%
well, that's
off.
a ridiculously good promo. But every single time Michael comes on, at least one of these names is the name that I'm actually looking at for the day trade, which is what I love that. I love the fact that you can use some of these concepts on a daily basis, because Roblox, in the afternoon show, we're sort of looking at Roblox sort of breaking out of its range, probably causing people off guard. They report on the 9th of November, so their report is upcoming here, but it's breaking into a bit of a new channel. Now, yesterday it tried to break that top, yesterday. This week it tried to break that top at 47 and hasn't been able to get through it, but there's been like this little dip support here, 44.5, 45. That's what I'm keyed in on today. Or can we actually break? I'm not diddling in the middle on this name, but if it actually breaks out through that 47, then I want to be involved in the long. It got to about 47.75 or so on Wednesday, I believe it was. Yeah, Wednesday. So it needs to clear that, or 48 for a real breakout. But otherwise, buying dips in Roblox, if it holds this channel, fantastic. Look, if it breaks it downside and it's a free fall Friday, well, at least I know where, I can throw my stop under that weak bottom there, and then we're good to go. But Roblox on my list, to be sure. And yeah, I always love to see that confirmation. And PCG, that's one I haven't. I remember we used to always talk about that when there was all the litigation going on from the forest fires. But that's a name that I haven't heard in a while.
Yeah, PCG is a good one. Yeah, no, I like all the stuff that, Trade Ideas is look, we are affiliated with them, but to be honest with you, man, some of those promos and that test drive, you can get it for that 2 weeks and then try it out. I think it's something. I do have scanners and everything like that. We'll show them throughout the throughout the show. Support and resistance scanners, the race, things like that that we use. Plus, the thing that's underestimated about that is the data feed and stuff. They have full charting. As well with live quotes and everything like that, very easy to use on our platform. And to be quite frank, we were thinking about integrating it into our platform, but I don't. That's we have to do.
Actually, I have a question for Michael.
We do everything in house on that. But look at Google. Like I just this is a name here that really has gotten no love. I mean, they had their report, and since then it's just straight to the downside. Obviously, they get some headwinds as well from Meta yesterday and the ad space not doing quite well, but there it is right there. Google down to $91, $92. I saw someone on the chat be like, what? Google's $91? Let me show you out there if I can find you. Again, oh, where was it? Someone just mentioned it. Was like, I was like, yeah, that's crazy that it's down to that low there. I don't know where it is. I'm not going to look for it anymore. But yeah, anyways, it was in there. Shout out to you talking about Google. I just think like when you're looking at this stock, oh yeah, that's right. We have that reverse split issue, or that's right, the split issue. It's boom, 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 like 3 straight down days. And we say, or I say, and we talked about this when we had the Stockfather on, was that the 3-day rule, like at some point here, everything gets absorbed in to the stock, and then they're like, okay, now we got to go on this, right? And so Google right down here, like I said, I think Meta, I actually went in there, put some family money to work in Meta yesterday as well. We're long at 99.50, so I don't know. I mean, yeah, maybe I'll average into that at 89.50, but it's our first position there in Meta yesterday. Google's PE, and you know what? I wish there was, let me know if there's a website at all for like how I can look at historical PEs. I've come across something before. I think there's something on Yahoo that has that, the Yahoo Finance website where it had historical PEs. I'm pretty sure there's lots of sites that have that, but like, their forward P is 15 and their current P is 17. Like, you know, I just feel like Google shouldn't be trading at the market PE. It should be higher than that. So I'm thinking that this is also a very, very good time to either average in to Google if you have, like I said, a little bit of a longer term. I don't know if this is going to get. We have Fed coming next week.
That's
so
the only other.
If you want to wait, but the thing about the Fed is, honestly, they're not going to surprise to a bearish side. Yeah,
you know what they're doing. Like ECB held for it. Like maybe look, Canada can do their own thing, but I got to see them holding for it. But it is worth mentioning, like when you talk about like the premium to the market on the PE, like it's like if you wouldn't slap a premium on Alphabet, then who does deserve a premium? At the end of the day, like you ask yourself, you know, some things should be unlike others, and I think Alphabet is in that bucket.
All right, quick look here to kick things off this morning and a look at Europe for you. Red session so far across the pond over in the European landscape here. Just the Swiss market trying to get back to positive territory. Everything else pretty red. Speaking of pretty red, here is the social sentiment board for you this morning. Basically all outside of, yeah, it's sad. Twitter's gone, but still being talked about. Tesla on here, back to the upside. XOM, CVX off earnings better than expected. If you look at an oil chart, you'll know why. NIO downside, Apple downside, Amazon downside, Mullen back to the downside, and Meta. Basically all you need to know right now. Coming off that PCE number this morning as well at 8:30. Let's bring in Arun here, get a check of the overall market, and see what we need to be aware of. I mean, they tried on that PCE number, Arun, but doesn't look too successful at this point.
Well, if you fail once, right? They're going to try it again. 10 o'clock is going to be the next shot here, and this is the next number to watch out. This is something that I think is fairly new. It hasn't been on the board that often, but now there's something called the CIE, the Consumer Inflation Expectation. So along with the Michigan consumer sentiment and the pending home sales, all of which the market has been sensitive to, you have this one to watch as well at 10 o'clock. So you got 3 different numbers coming out at 10 o'clock. All of them the market's paying attention to. So at this point, I'm just going to back away. I'm not going to touch this. I've got some levels, but I'm just going to wait for post 10 o'clock because this could turn into a big mess if these numbers all go in different directions. It'll be moves in one direction that are instantly reversed, given how sensitive this market is, especially with the Fed coming out soon. So let's just put some levels out. No direction, no bias, nothing at all, not until after 10 o'clock. So for now, I'm going to put up 38.40 up top, 38.75 and 39.05 on the top end. And then the bottom, we'll put down 37.75, 37.50, and then 37.25. So there you go. 3 levels up top, 3 levels down below. At any moment when these numbers come out, I imagine the first step of those levels on either side could get taken out fairly quickly. So I would just be patient. If you are, waiting for some sort of activity, I would be patient because the market still has to digest Apple, it still has to digest Amazon, all of which are in the top 2 out of 3 in terms of weightings in these indexes. So big weights being moved around at the open, and then you've got the number coming out half an hour. Yeah, I would just be a little patient, a little bit longer, be a little bit more patient, I guess, today than you typically would be until these numbers clear the board. I think it's just better off to wait it out and then work with the levels you've got after that.
Tarun, have a great weekend. We'll check back in again on Monday. Let's get right into everything else you need to know this morning. A ton to talk about, so make sure you grab that because we're going to get into it right now. The first one, Amazon, but that's linked to the watch list, guys. Free for you every single day. Has everything you need to know in the pre-market. Here we go. Amazon downside. Q3 revenue comes in light. We also had a holiday forecast that comes in lighter than expected. So under pressure here, but there's a big but here. We are well off the lows from initially following the close yesterday.
Yeah, look, I like Amazon down at these levels. I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with trying to dip your toes down in. We're starting to run right now on Amazon, like a lot of volume coming in here at 9 o'clock. Nice little move to the upside. I don't know why my 20-minute, oh yeah, because it has that crazy wick there. I'll have to spit that out. The wick, indeed. So here we go. So damn it, it happened again. It went down to 95. So we were, oh man. We already put it on the sticky note here. We already pegged it out that, 95, just chug some water there. That 95 was going to be a key level, and it looks like it is a key level here. So I was looking to hit that short through 95, but now that I'm seeing all of this, I mean, and this is why you got to tune in every single day, because we write these sticky notes early, and then, we address these stocks now. So I feel like it's just held 95 there. Like, why didn't it want to break? I mean, you can see the market starting to ping up a little bit here, trying to break that sort of pre-market high that we talked about on that PCE number. So, if we take that, it looks like Amazon wants to go. The one thing about this, when I look at this, is you see it's just fading, like it's sort of like slow, little drip to the downside. But every time it's popping pretty big, right? And taking out, like the buyers seem to be a little more enthusiastic when it starts to go here on Amazon. Because like what Neil was saying, I think there's a time where people, they sort of look at their portfolio and maybe they haven't looked at it in a while, because most of the investors are passive and they come in and they say, oh my God, Amazon's down to $100. Like, so what has happened? And then, oh, they have 1.4 billion or whatever that number, 140 billion in sales. All these crazy numbers coming through on Amazon, and they're like, well, they have I don't know how much people know about AWS or things like that, but they know about Amazon, they know about retail, and guess what? We're coming into a quarter where they're going to have Black Friday, where they're going to have Christmas, and the margins for them are still there. I like Amazon. It's that new guy, what is it, Jaffrey is his name? We got to give this guy a little bit of chance for a run here. Bezos stepped away from CEO and sort of controlling. Now, whether or not he's obviously still has his hands in the cookie jar, but they're trying to revamp a bit. They have the Rivian stake as well. I kind of like Amazon here, and I just want to look at it around this 95. I still think if the market opens up here, I don't want to go long 95. The long is going to be at 92 when we get down to there. And the reason why is just right here from yesterday. We dipped down to 92, so we had that monster move down to 88, 89. We did retrace back lower. I stopped it at 430 because the wicks were crazy after that. But I'm looking at maybe a 92 where we sort of started to build out there. But by the way it's moving right now, we might not get a dip down into that level. So we'll have to continue to watch out for Amazon. I like it here at 95. Might not smash it to the downside. Want to see what the market's doing. But 95 right there is going to be a key level for me. I don't think it's tradable rate yet. It's more like when we break 95, let's kind of see the action on that. And then if it continues to go short, maybe we short like 94.75, something like that against 95. So let's just wait to see what happens here. That wick goes down to 94.90 or so.
Yeah, either way, I think if it gets down there, there's room to 90 if things got really ugly. So, you know, if it turns into that kind of a day, I don't think you have to jump into that move right away. That's why I'm going to be a little bit more cautious with this, or patient. Patient is a better word, because patience was the way to go. When I looked at what had happened ultimately with Alphabet and with Meta, is if you really liked the short and you were just patient with it and gave it an opportunity maybe to test and fail pre-market highs, or maybe back at that 100 level, and then that's what I'm going to go ahead and do. Because the market right now is screaming, so adjusting to that makes sense. If I see 102, that was that previous support level on the daily. I just kind of feel Amazon, my daily is actually okay here. So if you go to that previous support, you're going all the way back into June, that 102 bottom. I think if it gets back up there, that's kind of like for sure I'm going to want to short on in that price. But first things first, pre-market highs, 100 for a little bit of a rollover on Amazon. If it hadn't bounced so much, like if it was down at 90, I'd just be saying go long off the lows after market, but it's sitting in the middle. So I'm going to be at least a little bit patient.
Just having a look at a headline that was on oil, guys. Let's talk about Apple here. It's not really moving. Oil is downside a little bit. Apple, obviously, the same thing. The forecast going into the holiday season in focus. iPhone revenue a little bit lighter than expected, but overall not a bad report here. Apple much better as far as the chart is concerned as well.
Yeah, like Apple was the bastion of stability. I don't think it was going out on a limb saying, look, there was pretty much no chance that you'd see the same type of volatility downside on Apple that you would have seen in Amazon. It just wasn't going to happen. They're still making boatloads of money. I mean, 90 billion. Like, look, this last quarter, if you're going to pull in 2 Twitters of revenue, that's going to be pretty solid. I understand iPhone, it was a slight miss there, but you had a lot of doom and gloom for that. And then keep in mind, there was like 1 week worth of the 14 sales in this quarter, so we'll see. Like next quarter's actually might be more important for that. We'll definitely see there. I think there were a lot of strong signs showing that hey, they're able to pass those costs along. If there's one place that still feels safe from that volatility, it does happen to be Apple. That said, if it's right now 145, that level from yesterday, we're close enough to it that I can look back to that. And I guess my 15 a little bit skewed there. We can look back to that 145. Is that going to look better? As a potential support, you've kind of recovered that and been bouncing off of that in the pre-market. If it does dip too low, 141.5, 142, that was a big level on my 15-minute. If we do dip too far to the downside, I'll be for sure bidding that 142, 141.5. But yeah, I'd rather be on the long side. If I don't really have any short ideas for Apple today, unless maybe a 149.99 if it gets to 150 is about the only short I want on Apple.
Yeah, I didn't look at any shorts either. I mean, I finally put on the sticky note there. There's finally a big cap tech name that we can go long on, and it's the King. So I was saying that if these guys are going to come at Apple, they got to have a little bit better reporting than they gave us. But they were right. The iPhone 14 sales were a little bit lower than expected. So if there's anything that's going to be negative for Apple, that's what it's going to be. But remember, they also came out last week, earlier this week, and said that they're also increasing pricing on some of their on some of their offerings, like the Apple One, the Apple Music, I believe, is going up. There's a few of them, and maybe the storage as well. But and that sort of didn't really bat an eye, right? So remember, if they're still going to have everybody in the ecosystem, and they're still selling more phones than any other manufacturer in the world, you're going to have Apple just continue to have such a solid stream of revenues coming through. They're basically, look, they're still a hardware consumer company. There's no doubt about that. But on the subscription base and what they're bringing in on that, I think is just going to continue to go to the upside, let alone, if they ever do make some more acquisitions, I think like a Peloton would make sense for them. But no talk of that. So that's not happening. But I wrote down 144, and like I said, we write the sticky note well before any of this action, but it seems like we're not alone on that. This 144 is held, now it's up to 146. That's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6 candles in a row to the upside. They want to buy Apple here. Imagine this market turning green. Apple's already up 1%, so Neil, you might get your wish, man. This could be a 150 before you even think about it. So let's watch out to see what Apple does right now. Big move down there off that report yesterday for Amazon, and then they just regathered that off their own report at 4:30, brought it back up to the upside. So I think if you are in trouble and you do take that 144 long, you have 142 here. Like, I don't really like, Apple is probably the most covered name. Like, that's probably not true. It's probably XOM or something like that. But Apple is probably the most covered name in the market, the largest weighting in the S&P, the largest weighting in the NASDAQ. So if people that are much smarter than I have gone over the numbers and actually cover this stock, and the stock is up 1%, then yeah, imagine when the public gets a hold of this and realizing what's going on with Apple. People are looking for safe havens to put their money instead of bonds and stuff like that, and right now you're getting 5%, so that whole Tina expression is finished. But Apple right there, paying a dividend, small one, has the recurring revenues, selling all the phones they can basically make. That's not true, they had a little bit lower demand, but you know, selling the phones, not changing pricing on phones. I like Apple, and I think honestly Black Friday, things like that, they'll sell more of those Apple homes, they'll sell more AirPods, they'll sell more watches. I am bearish on Apple. No, I like Apple down here, and I think you can't go wrong buying it. Let's just see what this market does, man. I don't trust the NASDAQ. And someone said it here in the chat earlier. They're like, Sean's indecisiveness every morning makes them feel a little bit better. And I feel like that's true. I am not convinced one way or the other about the market, but I am convinced that there are levels of stock that you need to be buying, right? And we talked about that with Google down there at 91, Apple here at 144, Intel we're going to get to in a minute, that's 27. There's a lot of levels that I really like here in these. I don't even know where Intel is now. It's probably 29 bucks. But
no, not 20.
It's not that high. There's key levels. It's hard to trust. The market goes, like what, 2 days ago we were positive in the NASDAQ, and then we finished down 2%. You know, like not much is happening intraday news-wise. It's just the momentum of the market that has to be respected. So I'm going to be longing Apple today, and I'm not looking for shorts, just looking for some key levels as it is a little bit cold again in here, right? Every time there's I got on the fit today, so
I have to. I don't have my sweater on today.
I might go get another.
But this story will heat us up, right, Brennan?
Let's go with that. Anyways, another one that's showing a lot of strength. Pinterest, guys, up on a better than expected report. And it had to do mostly with this number here, the user growth. So they returned to positive user growth after 3 straight quarters of decline. So nice number as far as that is concerned, up 2.8%. 445 million active users now for Pinterest.
So this was one of my pandemic favorite stocks because when the pandemic hit and it's like, hey, what's everyone doing? And my wife was all over Pinterest. I think I have an account. Actually, I should double check. I'm pretty sure I do. I have no idea. But 26 was the price. And I remember when it was breaking out, that 26 number. I was born into 26. I like that number. And 26 is okay, it's not exactly 26. At 26 and a half has been the top end of this channel. I'm not sure we get there today because we got 10% to go and we're already up 11%. Slightly lower than 10% to go. So I doubt we see that, but that's been on my radar for quite some time now on Pinterest. What I am going to be doing, I'm already saying you broke out from 23 here, and just in terms of this week's range. If this dips down there, I'm going to be buying it. I'm going to give it some room because I think they had a fantastic quarter. I mean, you're talking about getting back to the user growth. You're talking about when everyone is complaining about the advertising and having slowdowns in the ad space, that they're not necessarily seeing those challenges. So that's why you're up the 11%. And this has been in a really long channel for quite some time. And I think it could be on the verge of potentially breaking out. The other side of the long is there's been rumors of them getting taken out for a while now. So you always have that maybe underpinning it as well. Sometimes that'll give a little bit of a floor to the stock. We'll see if that ends up working out. At the open, I do also like this 24 level. But you can see when we get an economic number, I find that if I sit in position in the range in the pre-market, it's just a good way to get whipped around. We just saw a huge move to the upside. That Pinterest barely moved off of that. I would hate to sort of get stopped out too early on like a pre-market low for that type of a setup, and then I move on to something else. Then Pinterest was fantastic. So I'll sit on the bid in front of 23. I do like 24 to break out from there, but I feel I'll be able to work into that trade in the first 5 or 10 minutes as long as we hold that support. Sometimes you get that flush to the bottom, test the low. If it tests the low and kind of holds back, I'd rather get in at that point than get in on the way down in front of the pre-market lows. But I like Pinterest to the long side. I'm not really looking for shorts. 26.50 if we get there. Like I said, it's another 8 or 9% up. It's big resistance, so I would at least consider the short up at that price. But at that point, I'd hope to have had a good day already to the long side.
Seeing Bed Bath & Beyond popping up again. There was an equity raise this morning, down 4%, but popping up on volume, I should say, not higher. INTC, on the other hand, is higher on the morning. It was not about the numbers, really, but what they said about PC demand growth going forward, and also this cost reduction plans that they were talking about. I guess investors liking the plan to reduce costs here, up 5% at one point.
I made the comparison between them and Meta several times, and one of the differences now is, hey, actual cost cutting, not spending more when you're trying to turn around. And the other line that was in there that was somewhat positive, well, it's a positive note, but the decline in revenue is slowing, right? So, hey, that's not bad. That's obviously going to be a good thing. And I've sort of said that this stock, and trades are only showing up for like a week ago, but I've been essentially trading the stock every day since it broke $30 with a short bias to the downside. And it's been, truth be told, as good as like the 27 short has been, and 27.50s the other day as well. You can't ignore the fact that it's bottomed at 25 and is now really trying to break out from this 27 level. Like, look at the channel. You're now breaking up. There's room back into that 30 level. So I'll be buying everything. I'll be buying in front of 27 this morning. I'm not sure we'll even get a chance at that. If we don't, then just look at the top of the channel here. That's at 27.80, the lower high 27.50. That's a target dip buy range at the open. If it doesn't crack through 27.50, then I want longs in that 30-cent range. And I just think there's a lot of room to run to the upside on Intel. So, you know, I'm kind of flipping, at least for today only, because, look, if we have free fall Friday and we dip back below 27 and close below 27, I'll just go back to square one and start shorting this thing. But it's kind of like a firm was for me. At some point, I just went away from it because the trend that was so good basically stopped. And I feel like this is the beginning of it here for Intel, starting at that 27. But at the open, just like Pinterest, I do have a target area that I like in that first 5 minutes, that if we hold that range and cannot break below it, I'd rather get in right there. But after the number, I can be patient in terms of getting in inside of the range. Don't want to be rushing to that and be sitting in it pre-market.
Look, I have a big order pending down there near 27, so we're going to see if that can hit. I like Intel. I mean, we talked about PC sales. That was always going to be one of the drivers there. PC sales are still really strong. I mean, you know, if you're going to have a business, you're going to need a computer at some point. So, you know, you're going to have to watch out for that. That's going to be a good little sales. Obviously, I like the cost cutting. I like all those initiatives. Unlike Mr. Zuckerberg, who says, no, we're going to continue to spend, and still continue to light cash on fire. There have to be some responsibility here, and it's nice to see that Intel's making that move, starting to cut some costs. It is going to suck because people are going to lose their job. Hello, Twitter, on that as well. But it's too bad we can't. It's too bad. It's really too bad that Elon wind up paying $54.40, because Twitter would be really fun to trade sub $10. But right now, Intel down here, down to 27. I just like that level. We'll just see if it holds out right now for that, because there's the little bottom. We've made it a couple times at 27. Obviously, we've had some disastrous moves down yesterday, but I still like that 27 level right there. So let's hold out to see if we do get a dip. I don't think we will. So you're probably going to have to play this 28.20 breakout long. I just don't know if Intel should be up 10% today. And if it breaks, you know, these 28, won't be 10, but it'll be 8%. You know, if you break this 28.50 level right there, I feel like that's just, the report wasn't that great to be up this much. But, I mean, what the hell do I know? This market is just, you know, can give you lots of crazy prices and lots of action. So maybe we get that for Intel today, but I'm more of a dip buyer down here at 27. If 27 breaks, I get out and reevaluate. You know, I don't need this to get sour real quick. So we're going to do that. And by the way, like, that Amazon is now just like, you know, not upset about anything. Well, obviously a little bit upset because we did call 95. I was looking for it for a short, but it's just resisted that every time. Now I think we got to turn 95 into a long. It's bounced off there numerous times now. Well, numerous times, twice right there, including yesterday as well in the aftermarket. So let's wait to see what happens with 95 now. Might be looking for long support down there, to be honest with you.
Officially, guys, the S&P is green. Just went positive on the day. So trying to hold up at day highs here for, well, not session highs anyways, for the market. Here's a little one, QNGY. This is a semiconductor name. Tiny, tiny, tiny 6 million market cap, 5 million float. Just a heads up on QNGY moving around. Let's talk Meta. Is there a bounce here somewhere today after what happened yesterday, showing a little bit of relative strength anyways versus the market itself, 1.8. But wow, what a move yesterday going down to some of these bottoms, as we said.
Yeah, well, I mean, if we see that bottom, it's kind of a double bottom. It technically isn't. I mean, it really broke in the aftermarket, and a lot of things had some downward movement when Amazon was cratering there. If it was in the NASDAQ and it was a major index follower, then you were going to see some selling, to be sure. But I think that 96 held up pretty well. Again, I don't think we see that. When I sat down, that seemed a little more likely that double bottom could be support. Now you're chasing this 100 level. So I just want to be a little bit patient with it. I mean, we're going to the upside and it's relatively strong, but it just took out, like on that move to the upside, we just took out 100 and then kind of fading back below this. So, you're not really holding back above that key 100 level. Look what happened when it wicked below 100 in the afternoon, tried to get back to the upside, so stopped some people out there, got back up to VWAP, which was like a great trade if you were like scalping it, that 50 pennies. It was huge. It was a good volume move. But then once it got there for good, you dropped $4. So I think that a similar thing could be happening here for Meta, where you kind of shake out that 100. The problem is the volume wasn't big enough. You're now holding a higher low. There's a chance you can now start breaking away from this, and then that little move in here, where you consolidated one of these consolidations, instead of it being short, you could have a long up in Meta for that. That's more of a 930 play, but I'll be defending that 96 level if we end up getting down there. That's kind of what I sat down thinking about if it got back down toward those pre-market lows or aftermarket lows, that I wanted to grab that long. Unfortunately, we're like $4 away, so now I have to set up that opening play. But that's that 100 level. And, I'm not going to sit here off of 100 with 4 minutes to go when I can see how the market reacts in 4 or 5 minutes to Meta at 100.
Yeah, I'm just sitting here watching Amazon. Amazon's going ham. Amazon.
Amazon.
Pretty lame. But you're starting to go back up to the upside right there. I mean,
not that bad.
It's not that bad. Amazon going Hamazon. Maybe I should tweet that out. All right. Yeah, it's going nice. I mean, look at this. Nice move up. And remember we talked about this when Amazon was sort of dripping down here. That's basically what it was doing. But then all of these moves up were pretty violent. Well, there's another one taking out the largest candle of the day here. The 4 or 5 largest candles of the day appear to be green candles right now for Amazon. So right now, Meta. We want to talk about this. I said it yesterday. I did put money to work at 99.50, so hopefully that'll come into play again, and it doesn't look too bad. Don't have any idea where this is going to go in the next couple of days. Yo, what's up, Tony? But you got to do the 3-day rule, obviously, with all the stocks. I feel like, even though I didn't, went in there and bought it yesterday, I feel like it was just down so much, sub 100. We're going to see what happens at that $100 mark with Meta. It's pretty simple to play this. I'm going to have it up on my screen today because we might as well. It's Meta. But, looking at the other ones that are moving around, Apple, Amazon, and whatnot, we didn't even look at AMD yet today either. That has a $60 level coming through on that, possibly right there on a break. It doesn't look that great, just more of a physical breaking of a level there for a key level of 60 is what I'm getting at. So, but now that I see this, man, what about a 59.50 break right there on AMD? What, Apple's going more now?
It's just my 3 minutes just green. Like you're just heading back up to 148 on Apple.
Jeez, come to my screen right here.
Yeah, Apple's going ham.
Yeah, Apple big time. Again, whatever, man. It's like we could sit here. That's the most frustrating thing about this job, right? To be quite frank, is just the fact that you look at these levels and it's like, man, we wanted the long. I mean, that's all that we wrote on here was longs on stupid sticky note. And now you're all the way back up to the upside. So wow, there it goes again. Apple, monster move there, up now 2.25%. Great day for Apple. The market's going to turn green here off the open because Apple's just supporting this move huge. So there it goes, man. Big time movement to the upside with only a minute and a half to go. Apple is on one right now. beautiful move to the upside here for Amazon, for Apple, for everything, man. How's our Google doing right now as well? That could be something. Yeah, 92. Not moving up is Google. It just dropped in a little bit. So maybe if we're going to look for relative weakness today in the tech sector, it will be with what I think is one of the best longs right now, Google. But we'll wait to see if that is the case. But right now, Google struggling, and Apple doing the complete opposite, up to 148 right now with a minute to go. This should be an exciting one. I only have one bid right now, and it's on Intel, and that's probably, you could probably forget about that as well.
You mentioned AMD, but I forgot about NVIDIA. NVIDIA, just very quickly, last week's top 127.70 or so, right around that 128 level. I want to be dip buying in front of it. I like the support that it put in the last couple of days at that level. So I'm going to go for that. I'm not going to diddle in the middle or take any breakouts on NVIDIA, but I'll be buying the dip there. I mean, the Intel news can't necessarily be bad, lifting up the entire chip space, but you just mentioned market going up. Intel's through that 28, so. Yep.
Nothing you can do.
Yeah, I mean, there is absolutely nothing you can do. I was waiting to see that opening range, 2750 to 2780s, where I wanted to be buying it off the opening range. We'll see if we get that. I like Roblox on a dip buy. I'm sort of sitting there as well. And I did put an order in. If Apple gets to 150, I mean, it'll be a tight stop, but hey, I'll have that one. We forgot to talk about Tesla. Get to that one in a quick second.
Oh yeah, Apple is going to get
to
150.
But now 5, 4, Tony, 3, 2, and 1. Like as if it'll be there in 5 minutes.
Tony with the hoodie. I like that. Good little look there, Tony, my man. Tony, I believe, is off on a trip for a week. Yes, so I believe he's. I don't want to say where because I don't want that whole place flooded with fans. So we'll wait to see on that one. No, I believe he's going to Boston. So we'll find out if that is where he's going. AMD right now making some moves. Apple, there it is, 149. Neil, do not offer one. Well, you can do whatever you want. Just maybe just take 150 like crazy. Right now, Apple just motoring now to the upside.
It's crazy.
Looking at that, it's going to take 150. So to each your own. Amazon's going to take 100 as well. Watch out for that break. I like
you know what's not necessarily strong yet is look at Li Auto. So I did get it at 90, so I'll risk 10 cents. I'll take a 10-cent hit on Apple just to be up there. But Li Auto's about to break the bottom. I am shorting. The market's going crazy.
Market's going
and
nuts.
Li Auto is still at that low, so I'm going to short that if I get it on Li. And I want to look at Neo, but Apple did get up to 150. I wish I had the long, but it didn't get to my dip buy. So we say this phrase all the time. It is what it is. I take the trades in front of me. There it goes, right through that 150 level goes Apple. You get in, get out very quickly. I'm going to take that shot pretty much 10 times out of 10. But we'll see. Like, this is crazy action. I talked about Tesla. Tesla is actually down $3 in the last couple of minutes. So, yeah, not really sure what's going on specifically with Tesla, but that makes me like some of the Chinese EV names a little bit better to the downside, one of which is about to hit to the downside. I want to go Li Auto short. I've missed Intel at this point because it is absolutely gonzo. 28.50 it just got to, which is almost insane. Roblox was the other one I wanted at the open. The problem with these moves is when you get a big move like this to the upside and you're looking for dip buys, you almost have to adjust your target sometimes, but I don't want to be chasing anything too far to that upside. There we go, loading up on Roblox. That's actually back at 46. I don't want to be chasing it there. I'm going to leave my bids closer to that 44.5, 45 area and stay a little bit disciplined when it comes to Roblox. I'm not chasing it. This is actually down 1%, oddly enough.
So we went into Amazon and we got long here, 106, $100.06, and just cashed it out in the 30s and 40s. We still have a little more than half of this trade. Let's let this one breathe a little bit. Maybe they do want this name just to keep going up all day, so let's hold on to it. We get out of these names way too early all the time, so we'll wait for Amazon right now. I knew, isn't that crazy? We're like, oh, maybe you'll get your 150. It's like, how fast was that?
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Geez,
oh, yeah.
That came and went really fast there. Google's also up to $93 right now as well, as that took off. So we did have that 92 bottom right there. I am getting out. This could lose eventually. If this breaks back down through 99.50, then we're out. I mean, I was going to try to hold this for $100.50, which we did get some good out on, but maybe we're turning around. There we go. Now we're turning around on Amazon. The sellers have come in right now. We're like I said, we're trying to hold this for a winner. If we wind up giving this back on a breakdown, then that's what we'll wind up doing. But what's up, Brendo?
Seeing GME, guys. Wow. A ton of volume here at the open, straight to the upside on a big move, taking out 28 right now for GameStop.
Oh, don't tell me I have to go pay for shorts on GameStop. I'm going to have to go pay for shorts on GameStop. It is what it is. We didn't talk about any of the energy names. Yes, they are all up. Very strong moves in XOM and Chevron that both reported. This is about to take out the highs on XOM. And apologies for not getting to it. It was just a bit of a miss. They came in the morning and there was so many to look at. 110.50 is a double top here on XOM. Look, I like dip buys as much as the next guy, and I do like that 109, but here it comes. There is a 110.50 level. Did I even get it? Nope. Did not get the break on 110.50. I'll try to catch it on the way back down in the 60 range. But yeah, XOM, Chevron, both very, very strong reports, and both bouncing to the upside. Couldn't even get the fill there. That's crazy. I don't want to chase it too far, but yeah, these are all going crazy to the upside. And I'm sitting there looking at Pinterest. Yeah, I like the longs on Pinterest. Well, it just got to 25. Here comes my chance at the dip buy. So that 24 range that I was looking for, looks like I'm about to get that one as Pinterest coming back in. At least something wants to give me a dip buy.
Yeah, there are going to be some good opportunities here for sure. We just got to find them. And we tried to reload what we did. We did reload, we did reload Amazon and got some out for good prices, man. $100.15, $100 as well. But now it looks like it is going to dip lower here. So watch out for Amazon breaking that 90. I only have one trade right now, right? So we're going to watch out to see if it does break that 99.50. We down on that one. AMD is approaching 60 right now. That 59.50 break probably should have been taken as well, but it wasn't. So we missed out on that opportunity for sure there on AMD, as now you're seeing the damage that it's doing right here to the long side. AMD just continues to crank higher here. So good little day for them. Wow, what a move for AMD. Should be long that name as well. Apple off 150. Google trying to bounce around as well. Let's check out Palantir quickly here before we go to Brendan, because that was another name that we did have on our watch. And yeah, right now it doesn't look like too much happening for Palantir. All right, Brenda, what's up?
Maybe tough to be excited. PDD, the first of the Chinese ADRs here to pop back to the upside. Huge volume at the open there. Back through 51 for Pinduoduo.
Yeah, I can't get excited for the longs in those names, so I'm just not going to. Like I said, I was able to get pins there on a bit of a dip. I'm checking GME. I wanted to quickly try to grab shorts on GME. I don't know if I was fast enough, so I don't really have them yet, and I don't want to get too distracted by that paying for shorts at the open. But I got a bit of a dip on pins. I didn't get any more in front of 24. It is now heading back up toward that 25 range where it failed a bit of a break. XOM, it continues to pull its dip. I got that. I did get it on the way back at that 110.50 area. Now it's trying to hold 110. I really just want to be long on these as long as they're going to hold this range at 109. You're in rarefied air. Like, you're continuously breaking out on the daily. So I only want to be looking for those longs. Tesla was just selling off into that open, and now all of a sudden, like, you're right back up toward the highs. Like, that was a weird dump that just happened in Tesla. All of a sudden, it's finding a little bit of strength. And Intel, I mean, I guess it is headed to 30. It's already at 28.70. I can't even catch a bid here on Intel as it continues to break out. I just can't bring myself to chase this thing.
I am like beside myself here. I'm picking the wrong names back-to-back days again. Amazon is literally the only name going down right now. The market is going up.
No, Meta's coming back a little bit.
Meta, but I mean, Meta's already had its rip. Amazon right here. I mean, yeah, I haven't looked at Meta, so it could be very similar to Amazon. But Apple ripping. There we go. We just tried it again. I thought we should have got out there. I don't know why that didn't fill, but okay, we should have got out of that. So I'm gonna have to get out of this Amazon as it's still going. I don't know why we didn't punch out of it. Why that order didn't fill, but it didn't. Okay, so now we're going to get out of Amazon as now it's broken back down below 99. So we were not expecting this. Maybe we got to wait for that 98.50 right here. What's up, Brendo?
A little biotech making moves, guys. Nuvalent, NUVL, 77%. Just about to take out the highs here. Positive cancer trial data for them. NUVL moving.
NUVL, okay.
NUVL. So I know some people. Yeah, I know some people are looking at this, but GameStop is already back right at the bottom. Like, it's just insane. Like, it goes up to 28. It's right back to where it broke out from. That did not last very long. And then Tesla didn't last very long either, as that's now heading back in toward those lows. I just mentioned to you guys that Meta was showing some signs of slowing down a little bit. Yeah, it just ticked that 100. Remember that fail break at 100 I was talking about? Well, it did it again. Another fail break at 100. So, look, maybe the market's booming and this thing can't get above 100. I'm going to take my shot shorting in front of that level. And if it breaks out, maybe it's like a 100 and then like 50 is where you want that breakout price. But if we get anywhere close to that top side, I'm jumping back into the short side train. 140 looks like 40 cents looks like the high of the day. And from Meta to Alphabet. Alphabet is starting to break out. This looks like it's a bit stronger on the chart. You're getting some higher lows being put in as Alphabet looks like it wants to hold going green. Meta, some signs of weakness at least. And same thing with Tesla. My setup for Li Auto was only to the short side, so I ain't got it. It actually just broke out at 14. I'm going to back away from this as we go back to Brendan again, I think.
A halt on this QNGY I mentioned earlier here, guys, now at 280. Wow. Volatility halt, obviously, to the upside for QNGY. That was that little semi name. 5 million float on that.
All right, we're yeah, we'll
5 million
float. Yeah, that's the same thing that I heard right there. That was pretty crazy.
Wow.
All right, we did take Microsoft right now. Microsoft is still strong. It's still with the market right now as well. But you know, big time movement upside. We were again not sure of where the market was going today, and it looks like it just wants to go higher. So let's short this. We have that top wick right there of 229.70. We're going to get more shares around this 229.40, 50 area, and then get out if it breaks that 229.70. So again, I hate the situation I find myself in again here because I just feel like I've missed some of those longs, and it just doesn't want to come in right now, right? So we'll wait for that. Thanks, Dominic. Neil and Sean, you're missing Boeing. Yeah, we will grab Boeing at some point there. Thanks, Dominic, for the super chat there as well. We'll have to go back over to Boeing and have a quick look. I'm just beside myself about this stupid Amazon trade. It does break 99. Now we're right back. And it looks like instead of 99 being the level, it looks like 98 was the level right there. So there we go, man. Still ripping to the north side, going Amazon and the market. And now we're in trouble because Microsoft is all the way back to the upside there. We've averaged into this one.
Yeah, look, that 98 does look fantastic on Amazon. I'll find myself getting in there, but there's some size on 100. So the first time it broke 100, there's a little bit of size there. I'm trying to grab a reload of Pinterest if I can. And then, yeah, I know we're missing some Boeing, and that happened to me the other day as well. Load, load, load. It is getting, look, if it tests that 150 again, you guys know 150 was a huge line in the sand, but this just broke out from that 142 area that I liked yesterday.
Oh my God.
If it dips back in, I'll take some shares there, but look, it's a 150. To me, that's a way better short area than what I was trying to do with that 142, and it whipsawed around me, and I got stopped out a couple of times despite the fact that it ended up falling. So wait for the significant level next time I short it. Meta is now challenging. It's above 100 again. I got 93, 99, 93 to the short side on Meta. Going to slide back over to my 3-minute chart here. If it takes out this high, I'm just getting out. Looks like there it goes. Meta continues to go upside. Now it's rallying. So we're above that 50 level. This is where I believe in the breakout once you're above here. You can't even get filled. I should have had one order to reverse because we're now jamming to that upside. And Meta climbing, and Pinterest, by the way, was able to get some on pins, but I was not able to catch a reload on Pinterest. It just got, well, I got one reload, but not the second one. It's back above VWAP, heading toward 25. Resistance big time at that 25 level for pins. If you're watching Tesla, that can't seem to break out of its range. And Apple, I mean, you know, this will happen from time to time. Like if you reverse off that 150, 152s. 152s on Apple now.
Unbelievable. And we just got tuned out on thing as well. Microsoft there as well as it goes up to 230 and just ripping again here. So yeah, man, it sucks because normally I am long. And look at Amazon, man. Wow. Amazon now back to day's high. Like, am I going to short this now? Like, unbelievable move to the upside here. And it's too bad because we had all these longs and then got stopped out. So it's just like, yeah, I know it sucks, man. It's frustrating right now because we did have these calls and then today, only downside right now. Amazon, big move up, man. Just stopped at $100.50, $100.80, I guess, right there. Now you're starting to retrace back down, but whatever, man. Amazon's still, you know, taking names right now to that upside. So it's too bad. Like this is actually not that bad. It was more Microsoft sort of that sucked. But Amazon right there, we were able to get out of it for relatively small hit, but there's a nice move up to $100.80 again. Wow, I'm really surprised at sort of the strength here on a lot of these names. Needless to say.
More earnings, guys. T-Mobile, one that's typically a bit of a sleepy trade, a monster today. After a better than expected report, they raised their forecast. This is all-time highs, if you can believe that. TMUS, all-time highs today.
T-Mobile.
Yeah, no ish.
For reals?
I'm a little surprised by it.
Right.
So Randy comes through, but I want to point one thing out.
Randy.
We actually have not changed this from the bear to the bull.
Now we're double fisting
Which
coffees.
I got 2 coffees. I got to rearrange that. We just got to 25 on Pinterest. I took some out in front of that. But Alibaba here, 1, 2, 3. I can't count how many wicks. I can. It's 4 times we have broken this high and rejected it as the market is absolutely screaming. So at least this name feels relatively weak. I need something to the short side because I got out of meta short, flipped to the long, and now that's coming back into 100. If it can't hold 100, I don't like it. But this looks like it's relatively weak per se. If it cannot get through 64, the one name that feels like it can be shorted might just be this. I just talked about you, Meta, and you're coming right back into that 100 level. I feel like I'm doing the same thing as yesterday. Like I had a nice range short, stopped out thinking you're going to break out that long. There goes XOM through the pre-market lows as well. So that long isn't working out. It's only Pinterest. Pinterest is the only thing holding firm. It's like just stick with like that and Intel were the things I like the most. I haven't even traded Intel. So we need a whole 100 here, and then we can start participating a bit more in Meta to this upside. I should be buying a little dip in front of that 100 level. But then going to Alibaba, I have to get into something. When I see the market bounce like that and see a name that's already down 4%, fail to break through the high, that is a short setup for me. So I need to get into some Alibaba. I'm not going to chase it too far just yet. Li Auto was the other I liked to the short side, but it's breaking out upside channel. NEO was another one that I liked to the short side. It's continuing to break. $9.98. What did I say? $10, Neil. $10, Neil. I said $10. It popped to $9.98.
I know, it's frustrating today. And I mean, even Microsoft there stopped out again as it just keeps on going to the upside, up, and away. No, it's TMUS. Someone said TMOS?
No, yeah,
it was
TMUS.
Yeah. There, wow. This is just like, we should be long, and it sucks when you sit there and you're not long on these names. Apple up to 150, 150 right now. That's at its high of the day. I mean, the whole market's at the high of the day. So there goes Apple. Wow, 151. Good call on that one there. What about just taking out 152? Like, how far does Apple even want to go today? Like, normally I'd be like, oh, this time to short. Intel, the most disappointing name, I think, here today. I mean, I don't know whether or not you got stuck up there or not. You're right back to $28 right here on Intel. Surprising that this name is not going the other way.
There's an iceberg on.
Quite honest with you.
Iceberg order on Pinterest. At 25 even. So I took another leg out here on Pinterest because it's got a pretty solid iceberg. Like I just got stopped out. Market just turning off the highs, and I got stopped out on Meta. That stock sucks at the open, man. It's just I'm sticking to pins. Like this actually makes sense. It's holding this range in the pre-market. And then it's getting up to 25 and it's reversing. So you can grab like low 24s into 25. Like what do you need to mess around with these other things for? Like that's a good like solid 2-3% move. And now we can hold through 25 even and maybe even take some breaks to the upside. Yeah, like that makes a heck of a lot more sense to me. I'm going to continue to work over there. And then Intel, like this will be a bit of a regret, but here it comes. So you're a little bit patient with it. I didn't chase the move, and now it's going to try dipping into the price I like. It was $27.50 to about $27.80. That's the area that I wanted to be buying. We just got it now. Boeing just moved in. Back into that 142-ish range. So I just grabbed some halves. I missed the break. I'm taking the dip. We'll see if that one can finally go. I think 150 is as far as this thing. I just can't see it getting through 150. But it's a nice little breakout trade. You broke out from 140. I think this is a good target area to work it. Of course, Alibaba now wants to make a run at that 64 level. We'll see if it can get through it. I see, wow, no size on the offer at 64. Yeah, I'm not adding to that.
Alibaba's going to the upside?
No, there's no offer at 64. When Alibaba gets to a level like this, like 64, usually there's a big stacked offer with size on it. Nothing. There was nothing on that. I'm just getting the heck out of Dodge. I'll hold Boeing. That's working upside. I'll hold Pinterest. That's working cleanly to upside. Pinterest is $1 in the money. It's a $24 stock. Like this is the only place I should be realistically is Pins. Brendo?
I'm just going to mention that, actually. I was just double checking to make sure that there was nothing going on Pinterest right now as far as Any sort of call or anything? Yeah, no, everything was aftermarket yesterday, guys, but big volume spike there, as you saw on pins.
Intel is nuts. I'm short Intel against 28. We'll wait for that, guys. Over 9,500 people watching. Let's hit that like call right now. We'll do a likes call out for everybody right here. Although I don't like my trades recently, so we'll hold off on that. But there is a new position for me. It's going to be Intel, and we're still watching everything. Microsoft's still taking off to the upside. That was not a great short. Let's start to cash out a little bit if we can here on Intel. Just trying to make some of that money back. There it is, all the way down to 86 right there. Intel. Okay, let's see if that happens again. Downside, and we'll sit there and take some profit on this name right now. Intel downside movement, but thanks, guys. Let's see if we can get to 2,000 likes ASAP. Please hit it, man. We're here every single day for you, trying to do our best and giving you all the watch list. Everything is completely for free, so please hit the like Tesla if you can right now. Yeah, Intel just disappointing, but you know, maybe it continues to work. I don't know. We'll just continue to buy back some of the shares that were short and see what happens here. But so far, so good, I guess, on Intel short, but nothing else really has worked out too well for me. Amazon's still battling around 99.50, man. Yeah, but Tesla is getting absolutely shellacked to the downside. Like, I mean, everything's holding up. Well, most things are holding up pretty well, but we just broke the low of the day on Tesla. It looks like it's going to be a Tesla bear day. Look, beneath 225 is kind of obvious. In the aftermarket, there was support at 19 for what it's worth. If there's any bounce here, they're going to have to short pops. I'm going over to Alibaba and then watching Tesla absolutely crater. So I'm in the wrong spot in terms of looking for that short. If you get into 25s, I'm definitely going to like it. Rivian, we talked about this name. It just went to 35 and turned around. So the next thing I'm going to do here is go pay for shorts on Rivian. Because if it's going to be a down Tesla day and Rivian's rejecting that 35 even, which was already a pretty solid level, yesterday's trade for resistance, then I got to go over there and look for shorts on Rivian. But we have to pay for those. That's right, Lucas. Okay, good call on that one. All right, I was hearing you in my ear, but it's because I had I just highlighted our likes there, and I was on that tab. So thanks, Lucas, for that one. All right, we're just going to try to remain status quo here. The only short that we have on is Intel. I'm going to cancel some of my AMDs right there. Let's just see what is happening with AMD anyways, just to get a good feel for it. So it is falling down as well. I'm actually surprised that Intel's not falling more than what it is right now, but because I'm short, that makes sense. Right? You can't fall down if I'm short. Let's see if that can happen. I mean, look, if I just shorted Intel the same time, or AMD the same time, we'd be $1 into the money. So let's see if that can happen right now. There's Intel right now, just trying to tick down. We are at the 200 period, which is why I do have some bids out here to try to capture some of that in case that it does want to turn around from here. Darn, man, that sucks. I'm still looking at that Amazon trade from earlier. Come on, Intel, just make a move down. Like, let's go on that one. Palantir's not moving, so that's another one there that's not doing anything. XOM, obviously there was a lot of talk on this one as well. We can have a quick look over here on XOM. That was just all, I don't think it's all-time highs, but up to 110. Wow, 110.80, 111. I remember talking about this name. We are, of course, there goes Intel. We're going to watch out. If Intel breaks, there it is. Oop, yeah, there it is. I was going to say, if Intel breaks 10, we can get out. The most we got there was 10 cents, right? So kind of 10 cents worth of risk back and forth there for Intel. We're still holding a piece of it, but yeah, it does not, it didn't go down there. So that was the end of that trade for Intel. We'll still continue to watch that. As there it goes, man. Now the market's starting to go back upside. Maybe we need to go back over to AMD, which we know can, darn it, which we know we can be strong. You look at that. That just bounced 40, 50 cents on AMD. Yeah, that's the strong one, guys. Oh, yeah, NVIDIA is up 2% as well. So that was a breakout instead of a dip buy. It's another name I was sitting on the dip, and you're essentially just clean breakouts to that upside. Look, Tesla just caught a bit of a bounce at 218. I'm looking up there. It looks like 22 to 24, probably closer to 24 is where I'll like it. Boeing's holding right around that 142. So if it can base out there, that will be a good place for a potential add. Alphabet, that's starting to pull back in pretty heavily here. So like it's been a nice little churn to the upside, but it just put a wick high through 93 and is really starting to dip back in. That 92 level, that was a big one in the afternoon yesterday. A bit of a double bottom, or at least to try to double bottom at 92. I think Alphabet's got a chance for a dip by 92s. Pins is now holding 25 even. So it's holding the top end of the range. If it breaks out from here, I need to see it hold this bid. There's a stacked offer at 25.02.
and now they're tracking it down to 24.95. It might be fugazi. It might be just someone fake up there trying to spoof it to the downside. But if it starts holding above 25, it still has room to get to that 26. At 26.5, it's gone too far. That's that big short level that I'm looking for on pins. NEO was a big missed opportunity at $10. Now it's trying to bounce off $9.50. And that almost seems a little bit too obvious, but this one is showing some signs of strength off that $9.50 level. If it gets back up to 10 again, I will take another swing at it. But NEO, $9.50. If I see a big size bid, I'm probably going to have some 55s in there.
I mean, so normally we'd be looking at this like on any other day. We'd be like, okay, we know we want to go short here on Amazon at these levels, but it doesn't seem like that's going to be working today. Like just the bias to the short side or to the long side. I think you got to kind of scalp. I mean, Amazon today, we were long. Again, it's more the Microsoft trade that I'm more pissed off about. But right there, this name here, $100, 101 maybe. But again, like you're down 10% here today in a nice upside market, and you've really gotten back a lot of these losses that were made yesterday. I know there are some people that didn't get, and I didn't get it either at that bottom 89.90. But you're just kind of dancing around 100 right now, $100.20. So I don't know. I'm going to wait on this one. That is, of course, Amazon. Brendan has something though. What's up?
Just saw this one going red to green, guys. X, U.S. Steel, some of the resource metal related names back to the upside here, just taking out pre-market highs off earnings as well for X.
Yeah, okay, good move. I like U.S. Steel usually right around the $20 level, so I just look over that. Is it close to 20? That's the first answer, but Tesla's starting to come back to the upside, so this could be like that. It's already put a wick bottom, but when the market's at highs and this thing is challenging to go lower, like my first inclination is usually to go to the short side. If it gets closer to that 24, which this wick is not real, I didn't see it print 25s. We're just at 22.5 now, getting close to the opening range. And then talking the first 5 minutes, that bottom support at that 224. Oh, but that garbage that was on the offer in Pinterest has now cleared. So it looks like it's going to try to hold above 25 even. Remember, 26.5 is where I want it short, so I got to be out of that in front of 26. But the next look is going to be likely Tesla here. I didn't catch the bid on NEO. I'm sitting there at 956. Never got that bid in front of 950, but I'll keep it in there just in case I can catch it. And then if Tesla does not get there, I mean, Rivian here has a chance to try to retest 35. So if I like the fact that maybe the EVs can come into the downside, or at least the US EVs can come back into the downside, Rivian is worth the shot off that 35 level. Just remember, it is relatively strong, so the stop would be a hard stop at the high of the day.
Yeah, we're oh man, we got into another short right now, guys. By the way, so another long. We got into Netflix right now. I don't know, Netflix again down today in a strong market. So now we're gonna wait. Here it goes. Oh man, another one that we did a missed call on, it looks like. Thought that we'd have Netflix going upside there, trying to test that 300 possibly. We're long right now, 296.90. So we're going to see, but it's that bottom of 296 that we're not going to really want to hold through. So it looks like this one's going to be sick again. Oh man, damn it, Netflix. Like as if you have to do that. There's the break downside, and we actually got a good price there and got out. But we're out of Netflix there. That one doesn't work. So there's another name that didn't work for us one more time. Netflix not coming into play one more time there. But what about Microsoft? Now Microsoft is down. It goes to 231 and then retraces all the way back upside. So yeah, maybe this market does want to fall right now. Are you short something?
Nah, look, I got one solitary single short that I just got into off the lower high on Rivian. It prints down to, I should have already taken a second leg out here at 34.60 because it caught a bit off that breakout price. And I got a little bit out, like 20%. I want to get another 20% out here, 34.60. If it does head down to pre-market lows, that'll be the next leg that I want to catch. I grabbed that NEO off that 950, but that'll be a relatively tight stop. And I did say I wanted Tesla up here closer to VWAP. That's not a real wick. There was no chance to actually get it up there. You couldn't even get to that high. I'm gonna come back over to Intel just to show you. Now you're getting a double top on Intel. I'm still waiting for that 27.60 area, and I'm just not getting the dip buy at all over there on Intel. Apple, because I know people are watching it. I mean, the strength in this name, like the market tries to pull back, it's not going anywhere without Apple, and Apple That is not falling whatsoever. Supreme strength over there in Apple. I keep seeing people talk about like Oracle a little bit there, and I saw a mocking comment about Free Fall Friday. Yeah, it's not exactly a Free Fall Friday.
Not yet.
And not when Apple's up 4.5%. You can't fall without Apple. Well, you can. It's just it's really difficult for it to happen. Yeah, Oracle as well, looking really strong. I just remember this level on Oracle. I guess we're not there yet, but $80 was a brick wall twice on Oracle, so you know, that's a limit to that upside. If you're in this one to the long side, I know I own shares of some Oracle, and that 80 level has been a pretty decent place to have sold if you can't tell by that daily chart. So if you're in it, just be careful of that level.
Yeah, if you're in it to win it. All right, Netflix, I still have a piece of Netflix? Okay, I guess we didn't get out of all of our shares there on Netflix, but yeah, we're gonna have to watch out for that trade now coming back in NFLX. So I do have a small piece. That's what it is. It's not, you know, this is not a big piece of trade here for us on Netflix at all. So we're gonna watch out for that one now. Not good for sure here, Netflix, but we'll wait to see here. Maybe we do have something to go on Netflix, and we'll see about a long coming through for that one, but not so good so far here today. Yeah, man, damn it. I don't even know if I want to go back to this one.
Tesla's so weak.
Amazon 98. I mean, that 98 level on Amazon could be something that's pretty key right there, so we have to watch out for that. Maybe there's going to be some sort of a play in that name right now. So Amazon down to 98 is a key level for me to look at right there. So I don't know, man. I've only been short. I was long Amazon and lost on that one. And now Apple 151 and change. Microsoft 229.40, AMD 61. That's been a pretty strong name today, up 5%, something like that. AMD was up, now up 4%. Still a very, very strong name here. AMD making that money. So let's wait to see what those reports come through. Nvidia and AMD. We are now ready for Brendan over there at the big screen. What's happening now?
Oh, Tesla just broke. Oh, never mind.
Hey guys, yeah, 10 o'clock brought to you by Chart Prime. They offer top-notch indicators that automatically find chart patterns, support and resistance zones, pivot points, and so much more. Use T-Live at checkout, get 20% off. Here we go, University of Michigan sentiment number just coming out here, 59.9 versus 59.8. Remember, as Arun was saying in the pre-market there is an inflation portion of this reading. So heads up, 59.9 versus 59.8. Pending home sales just out as well, down huge, 10% versus 5% to the downside. Here's a look at the overall market right now. Still green on the day across the board. It's the Dow leading us right now back to the upside. Nice move for the NASDAQ off the lows from the pre-market as we saw as well. Bit of a downtick here on that number, but still nice look for the overall market. A few things we were discussing if you joined us pre-market this morning. Obviously, the big earnings names here, Apple, Amazon, and Intel, all covered pre-market. Make sure you join us every single day at 8:30. PDD as well. Wanted to mention there was a nice move back to the upside through to 52. We're starting to hold, it would appear, for some of these Chinese ADRs that were weak early on as well, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, and some things are, I mean, I did get into Tesla. It just broke that 220 for the second time, but heading back to the upside is riveting a little bit. I got to 35, curled off 35, so I got back in the shares that I got out, so I have the original position, and then we'll see if it does hold that top. If it holds the top, I want to stay net short. Pins is starting to come back in pretty heavily as well. That's now back at VWAP here, so yeah, I mean, if it holds VWAP, that's still a solid breakout price. I want to see it go sideways. The market's at the top, so that I still like some opportunities to grab into this long, back into this long, I should say. But we'll see. I mean, it is starting to come back in pretty heavily. So I'm going to hold off on VWAP until I see some consolidation there. Apple, I'm looking for opportunities to get into Apple, and it's like I mean, it won't even get down here. It's absolutely gone at this point. This is ridiculous. And yeah, I just saw someone say keep your eyes on JPM 125. I also have my eyes on Morgan Stanley 81. Morgan Stanley 81's been kind of the price I like for shorts. It gets up there. I certainly like it. But JPM, yeah, no worries looking at that 125 for resistance. Oh yeah, you're right. Down below 125. I generally prefer Morgan Stanley for shorts and JPM, but that's a pretty solid one. You could be in it right now, but I'm just waiting for Morgan Stanley, and it's not quite there yet. I got the reload on Rivian, but I didn't get back on the bid in the 70s, so I'm going to go ahead and do that now. This is a relatively strong stock. If we roll over, I like holding on to this short, but we're not exactly rolling over until we're beneath that 34.50. Then I can feel a little bit more what's the word I want to use? Like not calm, but like confident in this short off this high if it starts making some lower lows. Like you've got a lower high, you make some lower lows, and I'll feel a heck of a lot better about this trade than I do right now. I feel like I've got good resistance. What I don't have is follow through to that downside. And speaking of follow through to the downside, the other EV name, Tesla here, now getting down. The low of the day is 218 change. So I'm probably going to get some out in front of 219. And then after that, I'm going to pull back for you guys. 215 on Tesla. 215 on Tesla is the big level. I want to see if I can't hold out for that. But if that's going to work, then what I thought had tons of room to the upside, like I'm sitting here telling you, like I like 42s, more or less to 150 on Boeing. So I'm not even offering, I'm not on the offer now, but until I got to 145, like the initial out, I'm looking $2 on Boeing. And all of a sudden,
he mentioned this morning, if you joined us around 8:45 when he was on, Gilead having a huge day so far after raising their full year 2023 forecast on a good report. Here's GILD up 8.5% on the morning for Gilead.
This, if you guys can hear, then hit the refresh on the stream. Mine is okay, but try the refresh now. Looks like it is back. And just for anybody, anytime the stream goes temporarily down or it freezes for you, the best thing you can do is hit that refresh. We're going to always continue to go here because it's live, the market's moving, and I know it was still up for us most of that time. So good look there. Thank you, Bears versus Bulls as well, letting everybody know just to hit that refresh. We're going to refresh. Whatever, I can't even. I'm going to go back to, we talked about GameStop and some of the squeeze names, I suppose. There was an offering on Bed Bath & Beyond. They went up anyways. GameStop is holding the bid at 27. If this happens long enough and it doesn't completely capitulate, there might be a second move in some of these. So when you get a strong day for like a few of them, you can have some real follow through. And the longer it holds that breakout price, the better chance it does. The aforementioned Bed Bath & Beyond, that is actually going the other way. So yeah, throw that one out the window. It looks like it is just selling off on that offering. I thought with GameStop going, maybe it would have caught a bid. This could go SSR today. It's already down 7.5%.
Bed Bath and Beyond. Yeah, all right. I'm going to try to short Tesla up here at 223 if we get there. I don't know if we're going to get there or not, but that's going to be a short that I'm going to look at taking if and when Tesla gets up to 223. Might not do that, but that's going to be a level there for a short. I was also debating going short through the bottom there of Tesla, but I don't know on that one. Amazon also, I mean, it's come up here so many times up to this $100.20, $100.30 level and sort of held it. So I feel like, you know, probably putting an order there would make a little bit of sense. So let's do that and give it up to, I mean, I don't really want it to break, obviously, so we'll have to wait to see what it does. But we are basically at support. It's more like the other way. It just depends on which way you want to look at it. If you like the long in Amazon, then you could get it off 99. That's worked and gone to 100 the same way that the short has gone the other way as well, down $100.22. We could see that getting played off there. So we'll average into this name, but we're going to wait on it for Amazon. So it has to get up. I'd rather go short now. Just the market's exploded upside. They've done a nice recovery here. I think in this area it would make sense to go short here on Amazon and start it at that, around $100.20. And then if we keep going, you know, maybe 40, something like that to get out. But right now, Amazon is going down to the downside. So that name's not really working out. It's in the middle. You got to wait for something to happen on Amazon.
There's a nice trend in.
I can't believe when you said that Apple, though.
I hate Apple.
It's like, why didn't we just go long? I mean,
I love Apple. I love Apple.
It's all on that, man. Look at this stock.
The problem is it's not, you can like a direction. I've said this before. Like, direction is great, knowing a direction, but you got to execute the trade too, right? Like, I liked a few things to the long side, and the only executions that you got sometimes don't work out for you because that's part of it. It's a game plan. And I was really looking, I wanted to key off 145 and I wanted to wait till the open, but you saw what happened. This broke off that level way too early. Now you're testing 153. We're counter trend in other places here, and I don't know if it's just a Tesla thing. I don't know what's up with Tesla. This did not spike to 221. It's continuing its downward trend. So I kind of want to, if it gets back to 21s, that's where I want to add back into this short. Like I have 220 halves, and I'm thinking 215 for the rest of this. But I also want to be able to work this channel to the downside. Rivian's also starting to make a little bit more sense. I got that second fill on Rivian, so rang the register a second time. If it can hold, it's trying to make some lower lows here. I think this could maybe flush into the downside. So we'll see what happens here with Rivian. I know you're looking at Amazon there, and Meta was one that didn't work out for me. But I'm glad I got away from this. Like, what is this doing? Like, look at Meta right now. This market is going we just went upside, turned green, and now it's pulling back. Meta is just chilling out in this tight range until it breaks out of here. Nah, I'm not trading it till it breaks out of this range. Unless you want to scalp this 50, 60 cents in there, that's great. You know what, that's actually not that bad of a play if that's what you want to do. But it's 10 o'clock. I mean, I want to see this break out of the range. I thought Meta would be a little more crazy. I'm just not seeing anything here.
No, I'm not seeing much either right now. Maybe we'll take a trade here in Google. Of course, I try to punch Google short. Oh, I got it. Okay, I was going to say, and I missed it. All right, so we'll take a shot here on Google. I don't like playing like counter trend all the time here, like I've been doing today on some of these names because it hasn't worked, man. Microsoft was pretty brutal trade on that name, so we'll have to watch out. But I'm going to try to take this against this 93. And of course, as soon as I take it, this is what it's doing. So, we'll now have to wait to see what happens here. But up to 93, we're right here, right now. Oh, man, this could be another one, another stinker here.
That's my line.
Google. Ooh, we just missed it. We're trying to get some more shares in. Oh, that sucked. We tried to get some 80s there. Oops, there it is. We just taking 84 right now. I'm just kind of scrambling here to get some prices in. I wanted to hold this against that 93, but because I'm in it, maybe we turn around now. But there, oh man, here it comes. Still going to the upside again here today. I laugh, but it's not that funny. All right, 92.89. We'll see if we get some more. There it is right now. Watching out for a 93 break here on Google. Hopefully that doesn't happen, but it looks like it might want to do that. Google right now trying to go to the high side, and there it goes, man. Like, I can't just go long on that. No, I cannot. Google right now holding that short against 93. Let's see what it does. Damn it.
Yeah, I just got another fill. This continues to flush down. That's Rivian, Tesla also going, but I'm close to that 140 on Boeing. So it looks like Boeing might take out that 140 level. It's like, that's the wrong long. I haven't gotten more shares of Pinterest just yet. But I got my target in at 215 on Tesla, so we need to go there. And I showed you guys Rivian. I haven't gone over pins in a while, but I was waiting off of to see if it would hold VWAP, which it now has. That was a pretty crazy dip into VWAP, actually, and it held 24.50. Now I'm going to be looking, and this is a 3-minute chart, by the way, so I'm going to cancel some of these bids that I don't need. 23 I don't need. 24 I still like. But if we can start holding up here and bouncing when the market is flushing into the downside, I'm going to probably add to pins. All I have is the original dip buy. I have nothing else there on pins. Boeing looks like it wants to take out that range. This is the one I wanted to give it just more. Like this is, if you look at what it's done the last 2 days, like the potential for this long, like I'm thinking here, and then here on Boeing. Actually, that's in the wrong spot, that order. But I'm thinking here, and then here on Boeing. There's so much room. And to me, you're still sustaining this breakout. But I got to give it, if it takes out 140, I might want to be re-entering it off of that 138 bottom. But I can't hold it past the breakout price. If we get down below there, it's just going to have to give it up and look to try to get back into it later. Tesla, I'm going to slap a trailing stop on Tesla. We just bounced a little bit off 217. So once we break 217, I'm looking trailing stop. I don't need this coming all the way back in, and I take no profit because I can short this again back up here at 220.
This just honestly isn't my day right now because the whole market is going to the downside. And I think I have, again, one of the only names that is holding up, Google, one more time. Like, I don't know why these reads are so bad right now today. It doesn't want to go down right now. Well, whatever, we're in the money, 5 cents. But I mean, you're looking at that Netflix trade. You're looking at, like, I was going to short. Maybe now that I trash talk it a little bit, it goes down. But like, I can't just, we're only in the money 5, 6 cents here. Needs to go a little bit lower than this. See, and it's not going. And then, Tesla, I was debating, again, I know Neil's in it, which is good. Tesla, I was debating going short there on that break and don't do it. And that was going to be a big trade. And now Tesla is down $2 off that level. So, yeah, it really does suck here to have wrong names. But here we go. We'll take advantage of when it's the right name again. We just went into the 60s there and bounced. So, damn you. Let's keep going to the downside here, Google, man. It doesn't look like it wants to go too far, but we're capturing some profit on this trade. At least this is a good one. Now 20 cents in the money, but bounced off 65 pretty strong there again.
I'm going to Gronk spike this one. I always say Gronk spike, and I'm not even a Gronk Gronkowski fan. I actually don't like Gronkowski, but this just got to 34 on Rivian, so right up to 35, into 34. I now want to I just want to hold on to this bad boy. You know, if we break the low, it got the last of it here. If we break this low, I think we can test aftermarket support down about 30 cents lower. So I'm going to give it a chance. I just put a trailing stop on Tesla. And now I'm going to move said trailing stop because it just broke 17. We're headed down to that 215 level. I think you could bounce at 215, so I want to give it some respect in case it goes there. But yeah, I mean, the shorts were tricky to get into, but we're now right back at some of these lows. And hopefully, I mean, come on, it's just one more push down on Tesla, and I can actually get that out. And back to Pinterest. It's come all the way. You can forget about holding VWAP. Now it's right back into that dip price. I'm only at 24.10 because I want to be buying this in front of 24. We'll see what happens if the market holds a higher low here. Pinterest up 11%, and with I think a fantastic report, quite frankly. So I want to be buying the dip here in Pinterest. Oh, it's going to make a tiny curl there. I'll get a little piece in. I'll get a little piece in and then wait for the rest in front of 24. I do like Pinterest on dips. It's holding up pretty well. And oh, Tesla, don't do it. Yep. Tesla has now just trailed out. So 215 will have to wait. It came oh so close. And then there's your wick bottom through 217. It goes right down into 16. That's where I'm going to get out. You get that wick bottom. I like that for exits. Sometimes I like longs, but not in Tesla, not right now. It would have to have been that 215, but thankfully at least something was pretty solid to ring and register on there. Rivian as well. The open stunk, but once the range got made, some decent opportunities in there in Tesla. Flip to Rivian, what the heck? And Rivian here bouncing off 34. I will hold on to the last of Rivian because if this breaks, I think there's room to the downside. If it pops back up, I will try to short some of those pops. I have 0 trades in Intel today, which is weird because I've traded the stock every single day for the last month. I've traded Intel. It reports earnings, and I got nothing. It never came to my dip price. It never went up to where I would have shorted it. So I'm just kind of not diddling in the middle. I suppose that's a good thing, I guess.
It's not a bad thing.
Well,
all right, so again, Google, good thing we got some out there when it went right back down into VWAP and the 50 period. But there it is, right back up to the upside. So net, we'll lose on it, but it's not that bad. It's just I'm disappointed that it just didn't keep on going down there. Google off 93. We did have some nice trades. We got out. We just reloaded it up here. We didn't get out of everything, obviously, but we did get out of something. So now let's see. Now the market wants to go to the upside. So trying to find something that's breaking a little bit higher right now might be the right play. Amazon is back down to 99 right now. It just bounced off that 99.60. But I think I kind of want to leave Amazon alone right now. We did say that we would look to see if there is a chance for this thing to run, but I don't know. All right, I'm going to take advantage. Google has come down a little bit here, but not that much. I mean, again, as the market goes, we just need this name to fall down a bit, man. I mean, can it not do that into the 70s, into the 60s again? Come on, Google. I feel like you need to get... Yeah, and then it just goes again, good thing we got something out. We got something out at 82 right there. Now we're about to get taken out on the upside here for Google. So there it goes, man. It doesn't want to be weak. It doesn't seem like anyways. Just dancing around too much. Just took out that. We're getting close to getting out there on that break higher. So yeah, not a good one here for us on Google. But we just got out at 82, and then it just broke 93 there. So I don't know, man. Look, hopefully this market can fall off that retest of 93, but it doesn't look like it wants to. I have the wrong name. So that is all. Tesla's the one that I should be.
It's so weak right
That's
now,
the one that we should be short on.
What about
Tesla.
Lucid?
I don't know, but what's up? We'll go to Brendan, then we'll re-engage.
One of these Chinese ADRs, guys, showing a little more strength than most of the other ones. TAL, one of the online education companies, reported better than expected results as well. So TAL up, 17% off of their report.
Sorry, those names are they're basically not penny stocks, but they're when they get going, usually you get a lot of program buying here, and then my gut thought is to just be very, very patient. Wait for your chance, pay for the locates, and then fade it when it happens. So it just got to the 50 period. It's not at $5 yet. It's starting to get a little bit parabolic. Obviously, the 50 period is interesting. $5 is a heck of a lot more. Wipeout bottoms on a lot of these I guess, Chinese names. But there we go. There's that $5 level for you. You see what happened the last time it was at that price, big time flush. So patience is a virtue. I will wait around for that to get back into there, back into that 5 level before looking at any shorts. I talked about GameStop making moves. It's right back down at like 27. So maybe this one is, I don't know, it's kind of falling asleep on volume level. The chance to retest some of those highs looks like it's come and gone there. I still want a shot to retest Rivian on a pop on some shorts, and the same thing with Tesla. Like, I'm all out of Tesla now, and I got my 15-minute chart up just to keep things in perspective, because if you look at this shelf here at about 223, like, that's where we could come back to. So I want to be patient. I'm in front of 222 on any kind of a bounce to the upside, and that's where I'd like to grab some. It might be 220 again, but I'm only going to have orders at 22. If it curls at 20, maybe I'll take a tight stop short. And pins was so great initially, and now it's trying to test that 24 even. So that initial long on pins goes right up to 25. Now you're retesting that 24 level. I'm reloading here, but you might have just had a bit of a wick top through that 25 even. I maybe should have been looking short, but I only had a long thesis for Pinterest today.
We're gonna go short against 221 on Tesla now. Just starting it now. I mean, maybe this is a little bit early. I don't know. Here to start this, I am waiting for I just wanted to get in. I'm waiting for 220 to put some more shares on there, and we're gonna watch out for that 221 area right there. I mean, if this is gonna be a weak name, we might as well get into it and then just see what happens with this one right now. So we'll watch out for Tesla coming back in right now, or coming back to the upside. We'll see if it can get back to that 217 and then eventually that 215 area there on that name. Amazon, yeah, it's still below. Now it's below 99 right now, and it's trying to, maybe that is the short again into that level. I mean, we just keep on edging down here on Amazon, so that could be a good play there coming through. But all right, let's go over to Brendan now and see what he's up to.
Hey guys, another pretty quiet day as far as small caps are concerned. We'll talk about a micro cap name that we mentioned early on this morning. QNGY in the semiconductor group. This one was that one that I mentioned that was 5 million or 6 million shares, about a 5 million or 6 million market cap as well for this. QNGY up 156%, tiny float. We're stuck in this range. If you go to the daily chart, the body of that candle, we're kind of chopping back and forth within that. So 384 at the top, and then 320 down to about 3 was support. There was a halt here initially out of the gate this morning. Missed the dip on the re-entry, but waited for that second pullback. That gave you a second long. Only wanted to be long on this just because of the float was so tiny. It came in and held that 330, 320 area again. So worked into a nice move up to 380 once again. But here we go, back to the downside. Heavy volume though, guys, on QNGY. Still, back over to you.
There's a phrase that you hear a lot with Apple, and Apple's a stock you want to hold, you want to own, you want to invest in, but you don't want to trade. But today, and I'll be honest with you, there's been some. Look, I'm happy about the shorts in Tesla and Rivian. I'm happy with Pinterest today, but I am disgusted with myself over Apple. I mean, just abject disgust, because we all like the quarter in Apple, and we all like Apple, and this was probably the only thing you needed today. You know, just long Apple on the break. I mean, look, whether or not you're holding it all the way to it's now through its resistance on the week at 152.50. And about the only smart thing I've done was get out of the short for like a 15-cent hit when I had it at 150, which I said I do, and then not even bother trying to short it off the highs. Like, usually I would be all over this short, and I'm just like, I almost said, I can't say that. And I was like, no, not going to do it. It's way too strong here. 155, I guess, if you were looking for taking some profit somewhere. But you look at this relative strength in Apple, and it's just ridiculous. So and then you're seeing it's so high. Like, I can't go long up here. I can't do it. I go over to something like a Microsoft. Excuse me. Go over to something like a Microsoft when that loads up on my 15-minute. Yeah, if it'll finally load up there. We're still beneath that big 231 level where it just turn around like on an absolute dime. Like, this is only up 2%, but this could try following up here. But then I look at what the market is doing. Look at the NASDAQ. It breaks up, lower highs being put in. If Apple turns around, we're back to the lows, man. Like, Apple's holding everything to the upside. Like, this is insane. Like, Apple's up 6%. You know, we're up like less than 1% on the NASDAQ. complete insanity right now. If Apple does any kind of a turn, this market, you can just almost like short the market, but we're coming down pretty heavily. At some point, can Apple continue to do the heavy lifting? I'm not sure that's the case. I go back over to like an Amazon here. The rest of that chart finally loads in.
Amazon's not doing much.
I know, but I go back to an Amazon, like it gets above 100, can't seem to sustain that bit of a breakout. If we do any kind of a turn, these other dogs in the market, I mean, you got to think they come down. Like Meta won't break range, Amazon won't break range. Apple turns around. It's almost like everyone's waiting for Apple to turn to actually jam that short. And someone just asked, where's my stop on pins? 2 and 4, 24. It's not just Willie Mays' number and the reverse of my favorite number in baseball, but that is my initial stop when I grabbed that first on that went to 25, right? Like it gave you a move all the way, like almost like a full 65 to 70 cent move to the upside. But if we can't hold 24, then you could easily be filling the gap in. My original dip buy was $23 on Pinterest, and I'm not holding that all the way back in. Like you can risk a couple of dollars on a Boeing because it makes sense risk to reward, but you can't risk, you're not risking $1 on pins. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever, so my stop is at 24 even.
All right, wow. The craziest thing about all of this, I mean, there's lots, and I know Neil just talked about Apple, but I'm going to do it again anyways as well. Like,
Might as well,
it just
man.
broke 154, and I'm like, you know what? I should just, put on shares. Just go for it, take that long, and see what happens. And we didn't do it, and it's just ripping. So, I mean, like every single level, it goes against kind of how I want to trade. I want to be with the market. It doesn't seem like that today, but that's generally what I want to be. And it's just like Apple right now has just been so far to the upside. We tweeted that out that it was only the long, but I mean, I didn't think, like we were joking, like when Neil said, oh, I'm going to go short 150, I'm like, nah, don't do it. It's like, we were at 145, 146, and it's just straight to the upside. So yeah, whatever for that one. We do have a new position alert. We'll hit this for the first time right now. Netflix, we're short at 294.90. Let's see if that one can come into play here on the downside. We do have a decent shot at this. Let's put some bids. I mean, who knows? If we take out, I think I was going to 295.95 or 295.50. Yeah. Okay. So there it goes. This was just in the money for me, and I didn't take it. So hopefully it can do that. Tesla's now breaking higher as well against me, and so is Netflix. So.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I don't know. I just right now just waiting to see where we're going to go on this market because Apple's now at 155. Like it's $1 higher. All I had to do was punch like couple thousand shares there, you make back your day, and then that's that. But Apple, where will this thing stop? It's just embarrassing that I'm not long, and honestly, I'm not a happy camper.
No, and like I was being dead serious about that. Like I will, no matter how the day ends for me, whether I'm up or down, and we'll see. Boeing might determine that one for me, but. I'm disgusted with Apple, with myself for Apple. And I know we're better than that. And it's just, we both loved Apple. Sometimes it's just not easy to structure a trade. But this LMAO, someone just asked me, when is it opening back up? I don't know. But LMAOU has been opening and then halting. But there is zero volatility. This is done like 4,500 shares. 41,000 shares, I should say, this LMAO. So I would not touch this with a 10-foot pole because there's no liquidity. And it's indicating a $21 open, and it halted at $13.50. So my guess is the reason it's not opening up because they can't find any damn liquidity on this thing. And if they can't find liquidity, then sometimes they'll hold that a little bit longer. It's been halted for half an hour now, and I have no idea when it's going to open up, quite frankly. Apple I'm at a loss of words for Apple, but I will say this: Apple to save the day. Because Apple did, I cannot think of a time when the market was pulling back and a single stock was dragging it to the upside, and this is it. The market got dragged to the upside by the best stock in the world, which is, I guess, as it should be. Thank you very much. As I do that, I will go over to the long that I have that is not Apple, and every long that isn't Apple, whether it works or not, is wrong, in my opinion. But I'm not chasing Apple up here. I'm going to get some offers. Take advantage of this little bit of a bounce. Like the market's trying to bounce as Apple goes. I'm going to get some VWAP orders in there on pins because if you're not going up here, with Apple dragging everything higher, then I think you're running into some resistance. So I'm going to get some bids out there. The one short I got left, because I got out of Tesla altogether, Rivian can't get back to VWAP here, people. So yeah, these EVs like Tesla still beneath 222, Rivian still holding lower. If this market turns, I know where the weakness is, and it's Tesla, Rivian, I think Lucid as well. Last I checked on Lucid. Yeah, Lucid in a bit of a downward trend after trying to break out in the open. So there's some relative weakness, and it's in the look, it's definitely in some of these EVs. But everything else, man, breaking out those highs now. Boeing's still in a bit of a channel, so that's really not going too much. It keeps going back to break even and back down to 140. I needed to go with the rest of this market. But if I short something, it's got to be one of these two EV names.
Yep, I like all of those strategies there. I don't like any strategies that I'm throwing down today. All right, we are short Netflix, Tesla against this move, so let's wait to see if it's going to pay off or not. Yeah, I mean, I don't love the Netflix short, but we just wicked up to 297. We were short early and got stopped out, just like we were long and got stopped out. So the next level for that would be stop out. But it's against this level. Netflix is weak today, so we'll try to trade it. I mean, if we get stopped out because all of a sudden it turns strong, then that's what that is. $97, a 297 right there. Looks like it's going to try to take that out. So 297.50 or so as an out for Netflix. Just putting that in right now. We'll just see where we go on that one. We will have. No, I got to cancel that. I don't want to take too many shares right there. All right, we're going to average into that position, but we're just going to give it a little bit more room on this one. Hopefully, it will come out and work out for us. So we're going to give it a little bit more room. 297.50 here for Netflix, which means I got to put an offer near that 297 mark and then get a little bit more shares, and then that would be that. So 297 or so. We'll take a few more shares here on Netflix, and then hopefully be able to watch this thing fall back down here for that short on NFLX. So, and then Tesla is the other one. That's all.
Yeah, look, Tesla. Oh, it got real close. I'm looking for reload there, but I said I would only short EVs. Morgan Stanley as well. Like Morgan Stanley, I do like that short trade there. It's almost setting up too. But I was just asked about TAL. Is it a long yet? So it's dipping down at 5, but I'm kind of looking a little bit closer to 450. And you want to, when it's a $4 stock, you want to be at least a little bit picky about price because 5 or 10 cents matters. So it's really close. I mean, it consolidates down here at 450. Yeah, I like it. But I just mentioned shorting potentially Morgan Stanley over. I mean, like JPM, I know JPM was what was suggested to me. But Morgan Stanley has been, if you're going to pick one, this is the bank. It's failed this 81 a couple of times. It has to get here, pull a curl, and then that's the move. Stock. Pins can't seem to go any higher to the upside, which is a little bit frustrating. And then Meta, which I'm just waiting and waiting for Meta to finally break out of this channel. Like, look how much room there is if Meta were to actually participate a little bit more in this move. But it just broke again, got right to 101, and then pulled right back in. So as far as I'm concerned, there's now 2 tests to the upside with higher lows. That tells me that I should be buying this dip off of VWAP. Like, it is trying to go higher. It is definitely trying to get higher. And I'm not chasing things at the high of the day. And I do want something which is not the 2 longs that I've just been sitting in forever. So here you go, Meta. If you want to hold these lows and continue to put higher lows in, then fine, you got me. I know the shorts that I like, and I'm going to stick with some of these, and I'm going to get into that Morgan Stanley because if there's one bank that I thought had a bad report, it was Morgan. But we're going to Brendan for the crypto update. Maybe I should be looking at some of those names. Coinbase.
A nice bounce back, guys, for crypto markets. This was before 8:30, this headline I'm going to show you here. Before 8:30 this morning, when we get this better than expected reading on PCE, remember a very key gauge on inflation ahead of what's to come next week with the Fed. But yeah, Bitcoin was lower initially, not so much anymore. This is an hourly chart, so we did get down here. You can see, you can see the wick down here to 20,000. Held 20,000 on the number and goes straight back to 20,555 right now. So nice bounce for Bitcoin. There it is. It's still red on the day, but only just. Was down about 2-3% at one point, 1.5 right now for Ethereum was down 3% as well at one point, still holding 1,500. The rest back and forth we go. Another day, guys, another 8.5% for Doge as Elon officially takes over Twitter control today.
At least we haven't talked
long
about
Dogecoin. Like when we reported that a couple of days ago, we were like, oh, Dogecoin's up 5%. I'm like, yeah, that's not that much. And then we said, oh, yeah, it's because of Twitter. I was like, yeah. And then now today, that 5% turns into like 50% if you go over the last couple of days right there. One more bad trade for me on Tesla. Got stopped out again. We tried the short, got stopped out. There it is, man. Breaks through that 50 period. It is what that is. I do hate that saying, but honestly, like when it does come out, it comes out, and that's the level. And we're just getting stopped out everywhere today. We do have a new position on Amazon right here. We're going to see. I mean, it's just again not wanting to go down. Like I get into the short, and then it just does this little dance again. So we'll see. It's back up to $100. I don't know, man. I mean, we could get out and capture some profit. Maybe we'll do something like that, but I want to hold for a lot lower than this, man. Like, this is not good. I'm trying to get something out in the 60s here. There it is. Like, look at that bump up, man. I don't know. They're buying this thing in the mid-70s, so I don't know. We're short at 85. We could get out now. I am giving it a little bit more room to that upside, though, for Amazon. So let's see what happens if it breaks that 100. It looks like it wants to do it right now.
Yeah, someone just asked, is there any chance Apple halts? Pretty much, I never want to say never because you shouldn't speak in certainties, but pretty much no. It's far too liquid, and the actual bands, like the amount that you have to move you have to move like big 10% type moves in a short period of time. So that's really not going to happen with the liquidity that you have in Apple. It's not going to halt. That's one of the best things about trading it is there's so much liquidity, and you don't have to worry about things like that to capture big moves. Rendo?
Yes. Another little one moving here this morning, guys. They updated their at-the-market offering or equity raise that came out going back a week or two ago. But anyways, here we go. Agrify back to the upside today in a big way. To date, they've sold 6 million and change shares of a possible 34.6 million that was available. So a little bit less than expected on the ATM. For this one, AGFY up big time today.
Gimme. So Apple just made its first real turn, like 155 there. It's back into 154. I kind of know what I like short. One of those is Tesla. That just put a huge wick top in, and bye-bye Pinterest. So the initial trade was good on pins. The second one, not so much. That's going to stop out there. So I had to give it up. That 24 was a breakdown for me. It could still hold a pre-market low and I'd get in, but I want to get into some Tesla on this move back into the downside. I don't want to chase too far, but I want to be able to get in around the same range that we had it before. As that comes back in, I just had an opportunity. Yeah, I just had a chance to maybe trim some Meta, because if Facebook, not Meta, if Apple wants to get back to the downside, then you got to be careful with any long that you have. Like I have my stop set in Boeing, so I know exactly where I want to grab it, but I'm in front of this consolidation on Meta, so if I can get out some, get a better price, and it holds consolidation, I'd rather do that. And as I say that, look at me just miss Tesla here. Like if you try to get the fill at like 220.5, and it just makes another move to the downside, like that's crazy. Like when this reverses, like forget about it. Like look at these wicks on Tesla.
Is it 220? It's all the way back down
again? Back at 220. I'm not chasing it. I'm going to leave my offer in there. It has to come back up and pick me up.
Oh man, that sucks. Oh man, I got stopped out at 222. Could have made some money on that one. Okay, well, whatever. I mean, the most disappointing one for me again right now is Amazon because it's holding out higher right now near that $100 mark. So we'll get ready to get stopped out. Okay, Amazon just ripped up and stopped me out. So I don't know what was up with that move right there, but Amazon does take that level out. So no idea. That was strange. That just ripped upside there against me. So we'll try to get back in and see if that happens one more time as Amazon. Oh man, that sucked. That just ripped up there. I don't know what that was about, but it did go. So there's a loser there. Let's see if it can hold out now and continue. I said that there was that buyer at 99.70 there. So I don't really know. We went back into the short. Let's see if it can print a little bit back down to the downside. But I don't know. That just blew up there. Amazon took out 100, and now it's kind of just doing a dance there. So we'll try to go. Well, we are back into that short there on AMZN. But we were pretty good there. We kept noticing that we're getting hit at 70. So we did take a piece out there. More than a piece, but about half of them out at 70. So net, it is going to be a loser. There you go. And then now we're adding to it now by going short again. Maybe Amazon wants to break higher now. I don't know, but there it is. Nice little move. This could be like Meta where we found that bottom and then now we just want to go. So that could be true for Amazon. We saw that happen yesterday. Amazon possibly upside right here, guys.
Yeah, we'll see if we do get that upsized move. I just basically said on Tesla, like, I'm not chasing it too far. Just getting some orders out on some other on some Boeing, just in case it goes to the upside. Like, it's still holding the same $2 channel it has all morning long. I might be in a rune on that one because when I'm going for that higher time frame play, sometimes you just have to sit in the damn thing the entire day. But Tesla, I wanted to make sure I pulled the 15-minute up to get some perspective on what's actually happening. So it's wicking a couple of dollars here back and forth. But if you look at this 222, where it's essentially breaking down from 22 to 23, like, there is all kinds of gap fill to the downside. And until it's really above that 223 and reestablishing that as support, this is a short. Like, it's trending to the downside. So when you're in at 220 and a half, you know, it's like you don't want to be all in here. Like, you have to give some room in for that 22, 23 so you get yourself a bit of a better price in case it does go to the upside. So that's all I'm really saying with Tesla. Like, I want to be in it, so if it flushes, I have something on board, but I can't be all in because when you go to the higher time from that 15-minute where I'm looking for levels, I shouldn't be all in until it's a little closer to 22 because I can't be stopped out till it breaks 23. That's all. Give it some room. Give it some of a chance to break out from here, but level? Get a little something on board. Meta continues to try to hold this bottom of the range. So as long as it wants to do that, bouncing off VWAP. I haven't been able to add to this, but you look at this. It's like 99.40. It keeps trying to break higher, but it's holding the support. So I like that long. If the market wants to make another fresh leg up, at some point I feel like we should be participating in Meta, which just hasn't happened yet. But I do like that long. We'll see if it can finally start going back up at that 101 level breaking out. But on the way upside, I will be taking some out in front of the high. If it doesn't want to break 101, got to pay yourself in front of said level.
All right, Amazon got taken out. We did actually pretty good on Netflix here on a pullback down. So we'll wait to see now if it wants to take out that 297.50. But good trade there. We're out of more than half of that trade as that worked its way back down to the downside there. Wonder if Amazon just wants to keep on going now. I do want to average back. You know, these levels there, I guess that, you know, that VWAP final breakdown right there seems to have been the trigger. Not that that's the trigger, but, you know, we did notice that there was a lot of buying here in the 70s. So let's go a small piece now and see where we go now on Amazon. Yeah, Amazon is ripping right now to the upside. I mean, I don't know. Ripping, I guess, is the wrong name. Meta's sub 100 right now. So I know Neil was looking at that one. That was a good one. You know, up here, already made its highs. We saw Meta yesterday, obviously, with that bad report. And again, I'm not sure which way to go here again. We're negative on pretty much everything we've traded. So I don't, you know, getting thrown around. We talked about indecisiveness here today. Doesn't seem to be anything working out. I guess we'll have to wait for like dramatic moves. This is a pretty good one in Amazon. I guess you could always fade Apple, but again, like, that seems like that's been a recipe for disaster. You could have got one trade there, that 155.50. It did pull back to 154. So, you know, Apple is really, really well done today, up 7%. That might be a lot for the name. So we'll see. I didn't think the report was that great, but I guess it wasn't that bad, and that's the thing. It's been taken out with the baby with the bathwater over the last couple of days, so maybe that's why it's starting to rally. NVIDIA up 1.5% as well. IBM up 3%. AMD up 4%. Like, McDonald's 2.7. McDonald's is at 52-week highs, by the way.
Love McDonald's.
Yeah, that's a big name that I'm in as well. All right, we'll see about this Amazon trade. Maybe it is fading off of those highs again. All right, Brendan, give it to him.
Yeah, nicely positive here for the overall market, guys. Let's get you caught up on what is leading. As typical, as we've seen all week, during earnings season, you get all kinds of individual movers that are offsetting each other, leaving the overall market kind of up to the rest, as we like to say anyways. But here we go. Healthcare stocks. I'll direct your attention up here. As I said, Gilead 52-week highs today, up 10% off earnings. DXCM 12.5% off earnings. And then these two, DVA and EW, offsetting all of this positivity and more. But there is enough here as far as positive to make this healthcare group still higher on the day. There's Apple, almost 7%. VRSN, also an earnings name. Intel, also an earnings name, almost 8%. The entire tech group, very, very strong as a result. Banks are doing very well today, led by the insurance group inside of the financial sector. PFG 6% on the day. Individual banks higher, but only just. There's Amazon 10% lower, dragging the rest of the retail group down with it, specifically online names. Etsy, eBay here, 2.5% and 5% for both of those. Rest of the consumer discretionary, not bad, including McDonald's earnings a couple days ago we had from MCD. 3% to the upside. Once again, there's T-Mobile, I wanted to mention, all-time highs for TMUS. 7% higher. Verizon higher as a result. LUMN also in positive territory. Some of these little REITs, real estate stocks, doing quite well today as well. Enough to make a positive day anyways, 1.25%, even though there is individual names with big moves to the downside, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, so well, you got individual names with big moves, but big moves to the upside on Apple. It just continues to hold that high of the day. Going to respect it. Remember I said wait around and be a little bit more patient with Tesla inside of that range on the higher time frame. It comes up, test 222. This is where I actually get more shares in there. Now I got a 221 that I can give to that 23 level. Going back over to Meta for a quick second because, you know what, I want to show you this chart here.
So why didn't that fill? Okay.
Oh, yeah. God, I got the wick. There we go. Look at Meta just sort of holding this 50. I know there's a lot of crazy wicks in there, but if you look at just since the open, holding that 50, this could actually break down. And if the market's at the highs, and if you break down of support like that, that could get real ugly really quick. So yes, I am long the bottom of that range, looking to get out inside of the range. But if you do not hold, it's about 99.5. Give it a few minutes, wick below a few times, right? So maybe like call it 35s or 40s. But if you don't hold this, it gets ugly really fast on Meta. That's the bounce I'm looking for on the name. But I'm willing to play it inside of the range because that's what it's essentially been showing me. Have to be willing to do that. And just going back over to, I've been ignoring Rivian to focus on Tesla because quite frankly, I haven't been able to get anything else in Rivian. It gave you that one shot at the high of the day. I tried to get VWAP on that wick top, and I couldn't get that either. So I've been essentially sitting Rivian out as it holds the low, and it's either hold VWAP and get back in, or just kind of hold it for a bottom end break there. Tesla, a little bit more reasonable action, I will say, and Apple continues to amaze. Apple right back to that high of the day, about to break 155.50. I've taken 0 breakouts on Apple. 0.
I was going to say I'm short Amazon, but against 110 or 101, sorry, and there it goes. So that's another hit there on Amazon. This is just like, wow. I was playing it off this that hit is whatever, it's 20 cents, but still that's that's the 101, but $100.80 top there just got taken out at 101. So wow, big time movement there for Amazon as well, as that just keeps on getting higher and higher and higher. This market today is not stopping, like you said, or like we were talking about before. Like, why not just punch long every time Apple makes new highs? Apple. And here I am looking to say, hey, maybe this is a short again here for Apple, but that doesn't look like it either. So I don't know, man. I mean, this market is just a wild name, wild bunch of trades today for me. There's a couple shorts on Google, back up to $94 right now on Google. I don't know. Do we?
Amazon's breaking.
Is there? I know. I just had Amazon.
Sorry,
it broke 101 right there, and now way higher than that. We should have just gone like when we started to go short here at 100. If we just go long, that changes everything for the day. But we just keep on losing, going short all of these names. Like, I guess it's just today is the day, man. Meta, you mentioned earlier. I've been looking at. Yeah, 99.
Like Meta, it was holding that 50. Like, without the 50 on the chart, like it's hard to see that trend. I mean, I guess I can draw it for you. I can kind of just draw it for you here. It's trying to hold this trend, and that's like a rough line, but you guys can kind of see that, right? Like, this is what's been going on. I was diddling with the short off of that 100 level, and they just sort of said, okay, well, stopped out, look for the long, but that's not the right area for long. If you're going for the long, it should just be off here to catch that bounce, but it works both ways. If we hold this for good, I'll flip to the short trade. But until we're starting to open and close beneath that trend line, and I actually started out drawing trend lines. I haven't really done it in a while, but it also, I mean, it's holding the 50 period as well if you're looking for moving averages, so you can look for that. But yeah, you hold below there, and I got to start thinking about this is a short because the market's at highs and it's breaking trend to the downside. But we haven't really had that clean break of the trend just yet, even though it is trying. And if this market turns, I think it's pretty obvious that Meta doesn't want to seem to go here. Like, here it goes. Like, now it is breaking the trend. I'm
yeah,
out of it.
I don't know.
You know,
I mean, Meta's
but I'm not flipping until I see it. I want to see this hold a couple of times beneath that trend line, and then I can work the short. And the other side of the equation is this is what's happening in the overall market. The ES just broke out on the tops. Okay. I mean, the ES is now breaking out on the highs, and it's all Apple. Apple just took out the high again. It's dragging the entire market up. The NASDAQ is now up 2%. Even Tesla...
You know, I'm going to say it's
even
also
Tesla,
Amazon.
Amazon's strong too, but even Tesla, which was an absolute dog, is now trying to break out through that 223. So, you know, the last bastion, I mean, I guess Rivian's not doing it, but the last bastion is even trying to break out there at that 223 level. I said I'd give it that $2. That's what I'm giving it, and it looks like it wants to take it.
Oh, so we did go long Meta. We did take a little bit of profit there as it popped back up into the money. We're long at 99.50, but again, like, you know, as everything else goes, Meta doesn't really want to go. So one more time, we're in the wrong name. So that's that. Meta. I mean, we got it. I mean, it was good. It went to the upside. But if it breaks right there, that 99.40, we've already talked sort of about that level right there. Doesn't look like it wants to go, but that's okay. We're able to get something out there on the upside, at least for Meta. So not really that bad, but here it goes. Going to drop down one more time. I mentioned Amazon. Yeah, there it goes, breaking lower. So you know what? Meta's... I'm going to go short. It's going to be wrong. Look at Amazon right now. That name all the way. Good thing we got out of that. Amazon's only down 8% right now, guys. Like, this is not that bad. This is almost just like any other day here for Amazon. But yeah, it is continuing to make these crazy moves today. It bottomed out. Now's the move. It was doing nothing. It was trading nothing. Early move there. Then we tried to go short. Now look at Amazon just ripping up to the upside. 102.50 right now coming into play for Amazon. So big movement up there to the upside. Can't stand in the way of this, man. This is not worth shorting here. This name just keeps on blowing to the upside. I guess the only real short was Meta, but again, you know, it's only up 1.6, so I'm a little afraid to go short there. We got out on that break. I hope that's not the bottom, but that might be the bottom anyways there for that name. And of course, Tesla back up to the upside. That might be one that you can get away with shorting here, Tesla. It's at the 200 period. I'm waiting for 25. Into a relatively weak name. Yeah, probably a little better to wait a little bit higher, but Tesla right now is making that move to the high side one more time and just breaking out through levels again. So there goes Tesla trying to turn positive. 224 maybe, but big time movement upside for Tesla right here.
I just got to fill in Rivian. So Rivian back to VWAP there. So like if it takes out Rivian, I'm going to stop a break-even stop on it. This market's pretty strong here. I've got this structured, I got my structured long on Boeing, which is starting to come back in, but this is the sort of thing, like you've got to be able to look, you got to be able to give this one room. Like $15, $20 ranges 2 days ago, $10 to $12 ranges yesterday, and essentially breaking out from 40s and then just grabbing the long inside of the channel from 40 to 43 and then all the way up to 150. This is where I want to be able to take this one if it can go. It's starting to show signs of that following the market, but Rivian is the one I have to be concerned with because I could not get shares of Rivian outside of the tops. If like Tesla just stopped out that short, if Rivian breaks out from here, I'm not holding it all the way back to 35. I just get out at 70s, which is my new price because I just averaged down here at 34.60. I guess averaged up because it's in the money technically. But if it gets back to the low of the day, at least something is holding the downtrend. So that's what I should still be in. And oh, by the way, remember Meta? I was showing you that trend line break. So it finally breaks the trend, and this is actually going to work. Wait for something to actually happen on the stock, right? It broke the trend line. I was long in front of the trend. Instantly, the short, when it breaks the trend line, works. So you got to be patient sometimes with these levels. I'm trying to be very patient with Boeing here because I really think it can go. I'm being very patient with Rivian, but not patient enough with some of these other names, especially Meta here. Hopefully the patient trade is going to work out for us. With 8 minutes to go, Brendan, what is the US dollar doing?
A decent-sized reversal so far, guys, for the USD back to the upside this morning off that better than expected, if you missed it, at 8:30, better than expected PCE number. So we are positive here once again for the DXY on the day, back to 110.70 and change right now, 0.15 to the upside. A lot of these were higher on the session, but have reversed on that dollar strength. This is a daily chart of the dollar index. So we're finally kind of maybe working into a consolidation here. But if you zoom out a little bit, still Pretty impressive move for the dollar going back to the beginning of the year. Euro back below parity again today, 99.5. It tested parity yesterday. Canadian dollar downside as well, 73.5, got up to almost 74. Back to the upside still for the British pound, 115.75. 0.1 to the upside. That was actually quite a bit higher than that at one point this morning, but red numbers for the most part. For the rest, guys, if you go intraday from midnight on, we are positive on both Bitcoin and Ethereum. Guys, back to you.
All right, we have finally a trade that seems to be working for us. We're now $1.70 in the money here on Tesla. Let's see where we go from here on Tesla. We've been cashing it out a little bit on the downside, breaking now through 222. Let's put another bid and make sure to capture some of this as we are right at VWAP right now to the downside. So, all right, give it to us. Oh, no, we were at 02s there. It stopped at 07. That's okay. Oh, we got it. We got that fill. Okay, we did get that fill. Good. All right, so now let's see here. This is now nicely in the money, $1.70, $1.80. Needs to break down through 222. Now I think we could hold this. We've seen the market reverse itself here a little bit. I don't know, reverse itself. I mean, it's up 2%. It's a great move to the upside here for the market, but let's just wait to see what happens now. 11,450. I can't believe we're almost all the way back. That's 11,500 again. This is wild west here trading the NASDAQ the last couple of days. Up and down and around, like every day seems to be a little bit of a violent move one direction. So let's hold on to this one. I don't know, TJ, to be honest with you today. Well, I'm always going counter trend, and I got smoked doing it. So it's about learning, to be honest with you. And I don't know. Everything just set up to me to the other way. It's because we missed so many trades early. I feel like, and again, Amazon's. I wasn't really going counter trend on Amazon. I felt like I was trading it fine. It's just we went short. I mean, this is going to be counter trend, but like Amazon was counter trending this whole play. Like, why is Amazon going down there? Market was ripping. Amazon's going down. So when it comes up to key levels and I go short, I'm doing that 10 times out of 10. So it's not, I don't feel like that was counter trend. The Microsoft trade was probably a big move to the upside there. We were short. We were just short too early and got stopped out. It did fall back down. And then now you're seeing like, wow, just monster moves today. And how do I get that top? I don't know. So you're right. Now it's probably about time to wait for pullbacks on strong names and then play with the trend. So thanks, TJ, for that comment. And you are right, man. And there it is again right there. What's up, Paul? Yeah, trends do change. I mean, that just is a matter of fact, right? So we're going to have to wait to see if that can change now back down to the downside. But as long as Apple keeps on motoring, man, we're out of half of this Tesla, so it's all good. But here we go again, man. This could take out the highs one more time. I'm just going to wait. I'm going to try to sit on this, see if we can absorb it, but don't keep averaging in to trades that aren't working out, right? So this Tesla, we took some out. It's been good, but not great. I thought we could get even lower on that name for Tesla. So let's change it. We are out of half, which I have to be pretty happy with.
Yeah, exactly. All you could do is go back to the original thesis, or go back to basics, follow your rules, and then just work from there. You got to make the next trade, and it's always about what is the next trade, what is the next idea. Don't worry about dwelling on the past there. Look, I'm taking some out of Rivian because we're just continuing to go higher. So yeah, we're holding VWAP, but I'm now all out of the 35, or the shorts in front of 35. Now I only have the VWAP shorts here, and if it takes a low, great. At this point, I'm not sure it's going to because of the way the market is going. Meta, when it broke that trend, I got some out at 99. That was the first clean trade I had in Meta, because why? It actually broke the trend in one direction or the other. So if it wants to roll over again from here, fine, but the market just continues to go higher. Adding to a short while this market is screaming, I don't really like that concept. So I'm not going to do it, quite frankly. This market is ridiculous. I saw someone talk about Uber.
Don't do it.
Well, I saw someone complain about Uber, but that just tells me if somebody's complaining about Uber, then you have something which is relatively weak, which at this point, if the market doesn't roll over, like Uber is, I mean, not only is Uber down 4%, Uber is on support on the week at 26.5. It's at the low of the day. Like, look at the shelf on Uber here at 26.50. That's a pretty solid level. If the bounce is finally to follow the market, great. You have something which could hold a low. But if the market reverses, what's going to happen here? Market reverses, starts coming down. This is already weak, and it's on a monster level at 26.5. So yeah, if it gets down to that bid, if the market's still going up, I'd probably risk 5 or 6 cents going long in front of it because, hey, why not? If it can bounce off a level that's been significant, it's shown you the last time it bounced, that's $1.50. This move here is about $1.30. And then you could see if you get half that, you got to be happy with it risking 5 or 10 cents. So yeah, it's not bad for long if the market's still going. But if the market reverses, Uber short 26.50, I'm there for you. Relative weakness is what it's all about. Meta's right back to 99, so that continues to fall. So it broke the trend. I like it, and I'll be in Boeing. If I'm not still in Boeing, I even said Boeing, and then I typed.
Baba,
usually yeah. I'll say Baba, and then I'm talking about Boeing. This time I literally typed Alibaba as I'm bringing that one up. It's been one of those kind of days. It's Friday. But yeah, until we start breaking back out again in Boeing, I should still be in this all day long. Like everything about this trade says this is the consolidation range. It's about here to here. That's where you want to build long. Could it be clean and one entry at 141? Yes, I could have like one entry down around here and be 50 cents better. But it hasn't broken beneath that chop area, and it hasn't broken above outside of that one wick at the open. So I should be in this one essentially for the entire day unless it breaks this channel, because if it breaks out, there's room to 150. Market continues, and we see 3%. I see no reason why Boeing shouldn't be making that move. So I'm being pretty patient with this, and thankfully, Rivian and Meta at least are bucking that trend. With only 1 minute to go here, we're already 2:11 o'clock. I didn't realize it was that late here, guys.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, I don't know if you have anything else to finish off with.
Yeah, I have a new position.
Look, it's been one of those kind of days for you here, but just going back to basics, be patient, adhere to your stops. You guys know the drill.
Yeah, I like that. Going back to basics, I think that helps. And I think, lesson to be learned was the trend lesson there that we talked about there just recently with TJ and everybody else right there. So on that note, I'm short now. So there's PayPal. We'll go PayPal short here. It's down 1.2%. And look, just going back to the basics, like we just said again and again, and that is that I like to trade relative strength and weakness and plus support. So we'll wait to see here if that is going to be a level. That's 86.60 right there for PayPal. So we'll see if it can hold that. I'm going to be getting out if we take out some of these highs up here, 86.80 and whatnot. But it's a new position for me. It's PayPal, and it's a short into that level. We'll see if it can come back. We want to get more shares if we do go back up to the upside. And then, of course, we're still in decent position size for me here on Tesla, but it's not. Our best out is 222. We'll average it in again if it comes up to this 224 area, kind of like where we're short right now. But for right here, right now, Tesla looks like it wants to keep going back up to the upside. So we're still in the money, 70 cents. I'm pretty confident with it. I'm happy. Maybe we'll get out one more piece as it's trying to rip upside now. You never want to pay the highest price here, but we'll see about getting something out around 223 as there it goes, right back up to the upside on this market move. So yeah, it's 11 o'clock. We'll see. We're going to average into PayPal. Not worried about that one. We have our targets and we have our plans. So that's how we trade over here. Just wasn't a very successful day trading counter market, and especially with Amazon and Microsoft for me. Amazon's pulled back a little bit now, though, off 102.50. But why would we short that? So that's the question I always have to ask myself. If there's no reason to do something, then it's like that doesn't really mean anything. So I would say maybe if you get a short back through $100.50 coinciding with that level, that could be something. But yeah, shorting today has not been great. Congratulations to Pratt. I know he's long Apple at 130. That was there 135 or so. What's your Apple
Can't
price?
go wrong there.
Yeah, long term. 145. So nice little trade down on that one. He was hating on me when I was giving him that now. I know, okay. But now, yeah, you're right. He wasn't really hating. Now he's happy. I heard him sit down there. He was like, oh my God, now I'm $10 in the money or whatever. So yeah, that name continues to go. And I think that's why Apple is so strong, is that people see a little bit of weakness in the market. Apple comes out with a good report, and then they bang it to the long side just because people need to get in, right? Everybody that was holding out on Apple, can't hold out for too long now with those results. So nicely done there. We just got out of Tesla there, and I know we're running offside a little bit. There it is. Okay, so nice pullback down for Tesla, got us out of that. Hopefully we can work this now down lower. My next target is 220. I don't have any bids until 220, guys. So all right, let's go. We're getting ready to set to rock and roll. Thanks to everybody for watching. Hit the like button if you haven't hit it yet. That's going to be a big one. We're back. It's Friday. And by the way, Monday, it's costume day. Neil and I have something planned for that. So that should be a lot of fun for costumes. So get ready to rock and roll. Join us back Monday for sure. But for now, it's these dudes over here. Let's throw it to Trader Brad and Trader Luca. We need a better name. What's
no
up,
cap
guys?
today.
Lucas.
No, Luca's fine.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for your co-main event of the evening. It's the Midday Mayhem Market Movers show with your boy Trader Pratt, and we got Luca, the main man Luca, in the seat. We're looking at all the positions and all the chances that the market's going to present us with. A beautiful fake out free fall Friday, right? So market yesterday with Amazon's earnings report coming out looked like we're going to get an amazing free fall Friday coming in, but thankfully with the help of Apple on an absolute tear today to the north side and helping the market out too. We'll show you a couple of trades that I am in currently. You guys obviously see the blotter up there right below our faces. I'm going to show you Netflix because I want to take some profits on it. Netflix in the money about $1.50. Already took some losses on this trade today, though, trying to short Netflix around 296 and 297. So got stopped out, got back in around 298, and now we're about $2 in the money. So taking 10% off. Give me that out. There we go. Taking 10% off over here. And also on Amazon. Let's go, Amazon. Waited to short Amazon pretty much close to the 100-period EMA. Once the market looked like it was a little bit overextended to the north side. And 102 was a fail break on Amazon. Got in on the back through of Amazon below 102 near 101.97. And now almost $1 in the money on this one too. So let's take some size out over here on AMZN. And Apple and Roblox are the other two shorts that I have on board today. Let's have some fun with the market, guys.
Yeah, you know, definitely a fun day. Hopefully everyone's having a great day, staying profitable, of course, and enjoying the show. You know, crazy week, crazy day for myself. And guys, get ready to laugh here at my Amazon chart. Right now I am long XOM, and you know, past trades had the long through 110, obviously new level, absolutely crushed earnings, increased their dividend. For me, no-brainer long to the upside. Kind of sad that I missed the dip buy on this because this second move up was just as sharp as the first move up. So obviously had the first move very clean to the upside, took profits, very nice. I don't know what I was trying here, but yeah, we're trying to long here. I think I might average into this. And, you know, if we, you know, maybe this is the flush and now we kind of just hold 109, maybe get a VWAP test. That's the logic there. And yeah, guys, this is my Amazon chart for the day. Absolutely crazy. I painted it with up and down arrows all the way. These were all longs. I took longs until a short at 102, which I just basically covered at the moving average there. Nothing crazy. But it's kind of funny because I thought we're going. I'm like, you know, Amazon's down. You know, it was tapping like 88 yesterday. And now we're closer to 100. So I'm like, okay, well, we're probably going to go through 100 and test at least 102, 103. That was kind of my bias going into this. And so I was like, okay, let me try the long. But here's the thing. The tape was spazzing out like crazy. This was trading like a small cap. And I'm like, okay, I don't really know. I mean, I could be like probably $1 out of the money in like one second. So trying to manage my risk here, you know, it was basically a bunch of break-even stops that I was using. And I was really trying to get the long through 100, which, you know, just didn't seem to want to go when I was trying it. Then finally got the long and, you know, scaled myself out, added back, scaled myself out. So overall, you know, basically pretty flat on the name, nothing too crazy. I figured, you know, today's the day, size up, try to catch the move. It's just unfortunate that, you know, it didn't go as planned, but I figured it will be kind of funny for you guys to look at this. And, you know, sometimes I'm scalping. I'm like, well, the volume's there, volatility's there. So, yeah, let's give it a try and see where it goes. But, yeah, let's see what other positions we get going here. I only traded XOM and Amazon this morning. Kind of sad that I didn't trade Apple because this thing just an absolute beast to the upside. And, you know, I had to prioritize, and I kind of got caught up with Amazon. And then every time I looked at Apple, it was just kept going higher, didn't really give any dips. Tried a little bit of a, you know, I was thinking maybe VWAP bounce at 150. That felt really, really good, but we didn't get there, right? We just held that area and then off to the races. Now we're at 156, right? When this was at 154 this morning, or sorry, 145 in the morning, I'm like, yeah, no, Apple is definitely touching 150 today. And then I look back and it's like 938 and it's like at 151. I'm like, okay, interesting. So yeah, definitely interesting day. Very, very excited. This week's been crazy overall. And yeah, hopefully you guys are doing well, right? Hopefully you guys are doing well, enjoying the show. And you know, yeah, the weekend coming up quickly. So yeah, we'll see what we get going here. Still looking at this Amazon or XOM here. I think I'm going to add to this right now and then see if this wants to hold 109.
I think Lucas is not there. It says I'm long 2 positions. I think that's where I covered my short a little bit, and it shows up as I'm long on those positions. So might have to restart that platform over there, Randy. But yeah, guys, ignore those 2 longs that showed up on there because I can't be long and short the same stocks at the same time. Can you? Now you got me tripping out. No, but so it's just a little bit of a mistake over there that's popping up. 2.2K likes already. Wow, let's go. That's what I like to see. Thank you, Birds versus Bulls, for pointing that up in the chat. Yeah, guys, smash the like button. Put all the increase the like number over there, and also the sub count. We'll talk about that eventually. I don't want to start the YouTube spiel only 7 minutes into the show. Let's cover some stocks. Snapchat apparently made a new high a day about 12 minutes ago. Brendo put that in our work chat. So right now, looking at Snapchat breaking $10, but looks like the market wants to pull back to the downside. At least maybe we see it pull back to the previous highs that the market was making, closer to 38.50s or so, or it just bounces before that and starts making for another run up to the north side as Apple just can't stop trying to go towards 156. High a day on Apple, 156.03, and here's Snapchat trying to reclaim the $10 area. So market very, very strong today, especially after I believe it was 4 days of red on the NASDAQ market. Let me just quickly go read what our watch list says. I quickly just forgot about it. The Dow rose for 5th straight positive close, but what did we have about the NASDAQ? NASDAQ lost 1.6 because of Meta and also a bunch of other companies out there coming out like Microsoft and hurting the market, obviously. Nice move on Google, says Chad. Let's head over to Google. Google yesterday, also another stock coming out with their earnings report and pretty much destroying itself well below 100 now. Trading near, oh, wow, Google's trading near 95, though. Look at the beautiful longs coming in, trying to see if we can break out 95 for the first time of the day here on the opening market. Ignore the 8 o'clock candle. That says 850 candle. That's the 8 o'clock candle. That's the 850 dark pool candle coming in. Ignoring that number, we're heading back to 95 at the moment. Let's see if we can actually break out of 95 as the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 are also pulling back to the north side.
Yeah, guys, let us know what else you traded as well. Today definitely, obviously, huge earnings weeks, huge earning week. All these names reporting. It's obviously large caps across the board for myself looking at. But yeah, if any small caps are moving today, feel free to let us know. Lockheed Martin just killing it today. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Like value names are just up, right? Like XOM obviously reported, CVX. McDonald's and Coca-Cola from earlier this week, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, everything, all value names across the board, very, very strong. And it's actually cool to see Google back at 95, just at 92 yesterday. And, was looking at the long towards that 92 area off the bounce and just kind of drifted lower into the end of the day. And maybe this is a reaction to the Amazon move. Amazon does something like that. I was in the back there going crazy. I was like, well, this is an insane move on Amazon, dragging everything else down. But then back up to the upside, right? So kind of like a little bit of a fake out, holding that 92 area. And yeah, nice to see a very, very strong rally out of all these names. I guess we're going to 3,900 on the ES. I guess we're going there. We're going to probably test it. I don't know about it today per se. Like, maybe 20 points away and it is approaching European close. Maybe we get some sideways action or a little bit of a downside move there. But yeah, everything really, really strong today. Was definitely a buy the dip type day. If you were trading Google today, I think, it's a very clean setup using pre-market low area, right? And it's like, showing you that it wants to go up, coming back down, holding that level there, then off to the races. So it's like if you buy the dip near the low of day, risk off low of day, and then you have the long, and I'm telling myself this as well, it's like you get the long, hold on to that long because, when things start to go, obviously Apple, like very, very strong today. The rest of the names are probably going to follow, right? So yeah, it's kind of crazy. I really don't know where the top is on Apple. This thing just doesn't stop. And surprised to see Meta just at 100. I thought the long through 100 would make sense. Everything else strong. But yeah, Meta kind of struggling. Very, very, sideways action. Pretty lackluster. I think if we get back up to that 101 area today, I'm gonna try a short. And just risking off maybe 101, 101.20. It seems to be popping and then dropping and just spending a lot of time at VWAP. So if for whatever reason we pop back to that 101, kind of far away, I don't think we'll get there. We probably need a huge move in the market up to bring that up to 101. assuming everything kind of moves together. But yeah, if we get there, maybe the short might be worth a try. So going to have an order out. And, I don't really expect to get this filled, but if we get the fill, great. I think it's worth a shot.
Yeah, the only 2 green stocks in my portfolio now, 7.43% up for Apple and 15.28% up on Intel. So Intel today, another stock that's been absolutely taken off. We'll talk about Intel in a second, but someone in the chat said, not sure if that was a joke or you're being serious, but they asked, what's going on with Twitter? Twitter actually closed completely trading yesterday, going into today morning, no longer on the stock market. So if you have Twitter shares, you might want to contact your broker and ask them exactly how that will work out for you. Most likely you will get $54.20 per share worth of cash deposited into your account. I think that's how it should work out. You might just have to contact your broker over there. Or imagine for all those people who bought the shares for Twitter back in the day, expecting it to go to 54.20, but instead they saw that it was deleting off the market yesterday and punched out at 53.81s or 53.70s. Instead, they could have literally got 54.20 if they just held on to their longs a little bit on that side. But yeah, Twitter no longer on the stock market, and pretty crazy how Elon walks in and on day one fires the CFO, fires the CEO, and the person that he made the CEO was, I don't know about that person either. Never really heard of that person. It was Matt Wallace or something. And if you look at Matt Wallace's Twitter, it's pretty, I don't know if this guy is CEO worthy. This guy's all about like Dogecoin and whatnot. I'm not smacking Dogecoin down or anything, but it looks like he's just a YouTuber for the most part. Doesn't really have any business background that I've seen. Like this is gonna be the CEO of Twitter right now.
That's crazy.
This is going to be the CEO of Twitter. So I'm not knocking him. Obviously, I would love to see how he's gonna end up working out for Elon Musk and Twitter space and everything. But I'm pretty much drawing up question marks at the moment for that company. Coming back to Apple over here, man. Apple still above 156. It looked like it wanted to get below 156 for a slight second, but so I got back into the short, but now here I am losing on it, so jumping back out of that trade. Don't want to keep fighting Apple if it wants to stay strong on the day. Insane. Part of me wants to actually get some of my size on my own long-term account out over here and then get back in closer to 150, 145 if that opportunity comes back, but we might not get that chance here.
Yeah, no, that's kind of crazy. Yeah, going back to that Twitter, if you do have the shares, the broker will figure it out and you'll get the cash. And yeah, thank you to Elon for that one. And we'll see what happens in the future. It was a nice letter that he released there. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what comes out of that. Just continuing to build the long into XOM here. Seems like it wants to hold that 109 area. So if we get some sort of little bit of a consolidation here, then we get the pop to VWAP. If we test 110 again, maybe we're going to go for like a high day test. Not really sure what to expect here, but, kind of slow mover. So going to hold on to this one and see where it goes for the rest of the day. I have orders out to short Google as well at 95. There was some size there. Looked like it topped out just for the short term. I'm not really sure if this is actually going to come to fruition because maybe I missed my opportunity there. But I did glance at it quickly and I was like, okay, well, maybe, 95 is kind of where, I was thinking the bounce play from the other day. Then we kind of fell through. Then we bottomed out. Now we're back at 95. So I expect like a little bit of a short-term resistance there. So yeah, we'll see if we get back there, get a fill there as well. And I didn't actually look at Tesla today, so let's look at this. And I will pull up. Somebody said, "Can you please look at?" I think it was Uber. I think you were saying
an all-time high. What a joke.
Which?
Lockheed Martin.
It's crazy value plays, I guess. Somebody, I think you were saying, "Can you have a look at Uber?" So I'm assuming it's Uber because it was USER, and I was like, I don't know if that's a symbol. So actually, let me check because. Yeah, no, it is. Okay, I'm going to assume it's Uber. We'll have a look here. I haven't had a look at Uber in a while, actually, but to my understanding, the level is 30, and I'll just drag over the daily for everybody to see here. Obviously had this run up, kind of looks like it cannot get above like that 33 resistance on the daily, and we already breached below this sort of 25. For me, 25 is like, quarter, 50, 100. These are like psychological levels, and they don't always line up perfectly, but, obviously looking like it's bouncing just in front of 25. Then we actually break. We quickly reclaim. So it's like 26 to 25 is I'm not going to say like a deep value play, but it's a, 26-25 kind of, value play based on technicals. We were below it before, but then we rejected it, right? So we spent some time below, then we kind of back above. If you think Uber is going back up, if this is your bias on something like Uber, obviously keep in mind the daily, everything's going down. It is going down, so we are dropping. But if it holds 25 and then we turn around and we start to go back up, like long term, maybe we're going this way. But from a day trade perspective, it's, rejecting VWAP, that 27 area. I don't really see a trade on it per se today. If you see that, extra week today kind of dropping down, you want to try the VWAP test. Didn't test it all day until right now and just quickly reject it, right? So I think it's safe to say that that's a one-time trade. You either have that trade or you don't. If it gets back there, maybe it's not going to be as good, right? And then maybe potential target on that for myself, if I was in the trade, would be like a low a day, like already down 4%. I don't know if we're going to 26-25 today. Like I don't even know if there's a catalyst on it. So user testing. I don't know what that means, but so it's hopefully you're asking about Uber. I don't know if not, then
user testing, like the company user testing, they're public. Let me pull it up. I've actually done user testing before. Is the website ticker is UO0? Okay, wow. I think part of me remembers watching the stock IPO. If I remember correctly, yeah, I remember even talking about it when it did IPO back in 2002, 2001. Okay, yeah, for sure. Bringing back memories right now. So user testing, guys, it's basically for Luca, if you want to know about it, you could sit at home, test websites. It's like quality assurance testing to test websites, and you get cash paid out for every website or every application you test. It's quality assurance basically on that side. I did it for a little bit while I was sitting at home during COVID because we weren't allowed to be on the floor and trade. So I had to sit at home and just collect any sort of money that I can on top of the CERB money that the government was giving me. So a little bit of extra side pocket cash, whatever. User testing, just trading very sideways, very muted. Waiting on earnings report, I guess. Let's go check on when the earnings report is. Looks like it was today. Or yesterday morning after before market, sorry, and they clearly beat on the earnings report, jumping from the $4 range that they were stuck in, and now creating a new range around $7, but not really doing a whole lot of volume. Let's quickly go check what the relative volume is for user. Relative volume is 12.95, and it's trading 2.5 million shares. Pretty surprising though. Looks like it's stuck in a 2 penny range over here. Pretty boring of a trade though, but you could constantly provide liquidity on either side, get in and out multiple times, and just keep collecting fees, and also scalp that cent range if you are looking for that trade. I want to quickly head over to Netflix and ring the cash register, baby, because Netflix has been in the money $3 and taking more profits before it goes back against us. There we go, catching that fill. The market has yet to come down over here. So if the market comes down, Netflix has $3 in the money, could become a bigger trade for us to be a part of. And same thing with Amazon. Amazon, we know that their earnings report came out a little bit to the red side today, and they dropped down to, what was it, 94 yesterday in the after hours, Luca? I know you were going pretty crazy about that.
It dropped down to 88.
88.
That's why I was going. That's why the wows just got more intense.
This was pretty much Luca yesterday. This was pretty much Luca yesterday. For every time Netflix or Amazon would drop and break a level, it would open up the spread $5, and Luca would just go, wow, wow. So that was the perfect explanation of what Luca's face was. Guys, go smash the follow button on your boy's Twitter account. I'm almost at 4K followers, still very far away from Sean and Neil and Brendo's numbers over there. But to help your boy out, go follow my Twitter, do !Pratt in the chat to get my link for my social media. We're going to talk, since we're talking about social media and hitting the follow button, let's go see what they're talking on those platforms in related to the stock market. So let's go to Brendo for social sentiment.
Yeah, right on cue. We'll give you an update here on what we saw early on this morning versus what's happening right now on social media, guys. A lot more green coming back into this board after a very, very red start to the day. Apple leading the way here, jumping off the screen. Very positive for Apple, even with the report kind of ho-hum. Remember, iPhone revenue not where it was supposed to be. This QNGY huge mover today as well. Back to highs right now. Little teeny tiny float, QNGY worth a note. Qs, the SPY, both back to green as well. They were red earlier. Mullen red again today. There's Meta back to the upside today. Tesla kind of chopping around. Yeah, it's red on here, but kind of chopping around overall. Xpeng, anything basically Chinese related, very, very negative on the board early on. We're starting to see those boxes shrink in size, including NIO up there was a lot bigger than that early on. The size of the box on this board just indicates the frequency of mentions coming across on social media. But another mixed board as far as sentiment is concerned, guys.
You looking at anything, Luca?
No, I'm just kind of glancing over at Amazon. If we get back to 100, I'm going to try a bounce on that. 100 bounce, just because just in front of VWAP, it was holding so nicely. If we get back there, maybe it holds. There was, earlier in the day, there was just so many icebergs on the offer, and I think that's the reason we were not going up. Like, somebody was just unloading that, and then as soon as it started to go, it went, right? So now it's kind of more, you know, I'm not really expecting it to really flush. So yeah, if we get through, maybe we get a bounce there, maybe it looks good. And yeah, just managing a few of my other positions here. Something I didn't look at today as well, but I can have a look quickly, is Ford. Ford over 13, they had earnings with Meta after the bell on Wednesday. That 13 level from yesterday was all right. This is the daily on Ford. It's moving very, very slowly, but grinding its way to the upside. The reason I'm bringing it up is because I'm wondering, are we just going to grind higher now? Like, Ford's somewhat of a value play as well. Now that it's over 13, you know, you had the sell-off, kind of sideways action. Maybe you get a little bit of a dip. You know, if we do get that dip and bounce, that'll be like really nice, you know, looking there at Ford. And what, you looking at something?
Yeah, Amazon $1.30 in the money, taking more profits on that bad boy. Meta platform 60 cents in the money, taking money off on that one too. Netflix once again $3 in the money. Roblox 10 cents in the money. Roblox not really doing a whole lot for me. You know, it was weak when the market was going up. It still is weak. It's down 2% on the day while the markets are green. But now that the market's pulling back, let's see if Roblox can actually break the low a day and continue going south side, giving us more profits on that one too. Apple only 22 cents out in the money right now, but we already have some losses incurred on Apple today and on Netflix. But Netflix, if I was to jump out right now out of Netflix, I would have turned this trade into a positive trade for myself. So we're looking good right now. If this market does want to pull back off of 3880 on the S&P 500 futures and off of 11,500, ooh, that sounds like a pretty good number on the NASDAQ futures. NASDAQ futures. If it does pull back from there, the shorts could really be in play, and they could print for us, you know, and that's what we're looking for. Apple now only 5 cents in the money, so let's go watch what Apple's doing. Sorry. It wants to really be above 156, and it's not helping the market pull back at all. If 156 gives on Apple and we get a healthy pullback to 152 or so, I think we could see the market really pulling back, but it's all up to Apple here. Let's see who wins. The battle's still going on for 156.
So I got some out of XOM just near the top of this range, but still holding the majority of the position. I think VWAP test is going to happen at some point today. And 109 once, twice, third time's the charm. Now we go up. I don't know. We'll see what happens here. But, you know, even if this is giving me the feel that, you know, it is XOM. I understand the kind of personality of this type of trade. Did lots of volume in the morning. This is near highs. Now we're just below the all-time highs before today. We'll call it 109.50. Obviously broke through 110, topping out. And I'm just kind of looking at this, lining it up with the 50 period. If we dip and then reclaim and come back and, you know, pop back through 109, I think I'm going to add to the position. If we dip and then don't reclaim, then, you know, maybe we're going back down. But I think this was the sell. Now it's just kind of sideways. I really don't think we're going to sell off too much on this name. Just doesn't really feel like it. So yeah, if we reclaim, I think that'll be a really nice long there. So I'm long here on Amazon as well. Just got that fill in front of 100, and we'll see if we get a little bit of a bounce. I'm not really expecting nothing crazy from this one, but this is more so like if we're going to bounce here, we could be back up 50 cents fairly quickly. So, you know, if it happens, it happens. There's size stacked here on the bid on Amazon at 100. So you're getting size at 100, size at 99. It is SSR. It's kind of like the same, you know, similar to Meta yesterday with the 100, the stacked size, running into the level, then doing a lot of volume, you know, bids stack up. You know, maybe it goes below, maybe it doesn't. Not really sure what to think, but it's not really, I don't really, you know, at first glance, I'm not really like, oh yeah, like it's selling off a lot here. So yeah, I like
100.
this. Yeah, size there, SSR. And yeah, so I mean, I'll take my odds here. I'll take my odds. I like the bounce. Maybe we test VWAP, maybe, which would be 99.65. But yeah, we could even dip to VWAP and then bounce back. So this isn't something that I kind of expect 100 to break, just because I traded it all morning and I'm like, well, it's doing a lot of volume. It's at 100. Like 100 is probably going to break. But whether it does or doesn't, I don't know. We'll have to see. Is it really going to break through 99.50 is the question. Like, are we going to break 99.50, test 99, and then go back down? It is down 10%, but this is not a name that that I kind of, I don't look at this and say, oh yeah, this is similar to like a huge miss on another name that kind of sucks. Like, no, Amazon is obviously, everybody knows Amazon. It's a huge beast, and it was at 88 last night. And yeah, now we're at 100, right? So I think any buys at 88 in the after hours yesterday was the right call. Like we were way down there. Like this doesn't even. I don't know why this wick is kind of. Yeah, we were like way down here. So like my odds on this bet. So we'll see where this one goes.
Yeah, ringing the money while we're taking profits in front of the 100 over here, just taking off some more size. Now we only have 50% of Amazon in case the 100 doesn't break. But look at that. Looks like the 100 wants to go. A little bit of an iceberg coming in, but the iceberg now gives, and we're boom, the abyss right under. But now the question is, as Luca was talking about, 99.50, does that one hold? As we still have 50% of our size on that boy. And looks like Apple is ready to give a little bit too. Apple once again below 156, ready to maybe push down. We were 30 cents in the money. We're once again 30 cents in the money on the Apple shorts. And Roblox not really doing anything, but at least Netflix, which is $3 in the money, getting ready to take more profits on this bad boy. We have about 70% of our size left on Netflix. Now let's make that 60. And Meta Platforms, $1.39 in the money on those shorts. Let's take some more profits on that one. Meta yesterday kept on holding above 100, and today we're below 100. So if we're below 100, and if 100 is not able to really break properly to the north side, we're going to obviously take that short around that level, giving us $1.40 per share on the profits over here, with 80% of my size still left. So I want to take some more size out just to be safe and to protect myself for possible retracement coming in. And now Apple, look at that, 40 cents in the money. So let's take some profits on Apple over here. Nice. Let's see if we can turn Apple into a profitable stock for the day. Netflix and Apple are only negative stocks over here, but we might just be able to turn both of them profitable with these shorts that are coming on board.
Okay, that was actually pretty sick. Look at that Amazon move back to the upside. That was super clean. I'm kind of upset that I didn't have orders scaled, so I added a little bit more, and we actually popped to the 40s, but I didn't have any orders to get myself out there. That was a rookie mistake, I'm not going to lie, but at this point, I'm probably better off holding this for the intraday swing back to the upside than scalping this, just because I have more faith holding intraday swing on something like an Amazon than something like a Meta from yesterday. But yeah, maybe we test 101 again. If we just get through this like 150 area, if 100 holds right now, I should probably keep adding to this. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to add a little bit more to this. Just feels like the right thing to do. Just kind of building around VWAP area. This is the logic. And then, if we go lower, I'll continue to add. And looking for those pops, right? Like that pop was very, very sharp to the upside. I think the selling might just be done overall on Amazon. This is kind of just like my gut feeling on it. So yeah, we'll see if this long wants to work. If we run up towards 101, probably test the 50 period again. It'll be interesting. Overall market, extra strong. I don't really think we're going to sell off completely. Doesn't look like we're getting a parabola. We already have the pullback running. Probably spend some time in this range, and even if we dip back, maybe reclaim and go back to the upside. So yeah, things are looking good. Things are feeling good. And yeah, Chevron did report earnings. If I'm not mistaken, right? Yeah, Chevron this morning as well. Yeah, with XOM, and yeah, I mean, pick your trade, right? XOM, Chevron, kind of the similar trade. I like XOM just because it's a little bit of a cheaper stock, a little bit more liquidity there, so it just makes sense for me to trade that. And yeah, we'll see where the rest of this goes. Did not get any fill on Google or Meta yet, so I'm assuming they're just range bound for now.
Yeah, XOM and Chevron today reporting earnings, and also a couple other stocks in that basket that reported earnings. We could quickly head over to our trusty watch list friend over here from Trader TV Live. Also, we have a survey going on for our watch list, I believe. So do ! Survey in the chat. Let me just type that out. SURVEY. Should give you a Nightbot command of some sort. There we go. We'd love to get your input on our watch list and live YouTube show. Please consider completing our 3-minute survey by clicking on that said link. So yeah, guys, click on that link. Complete that survey. We would appreciate for those of you who have done it already, and for those of you who haven't, it would help us improve our watch list and also help us improve the show over here. I know you guys received it in the email, but just you know, talking about it also helps us out, just in case for those of you who, you know, might have seen it and just swiped away, because I do that a lot. I swipe away you know, survey notifications all the time. But if you guys can help us out with that, we would love it. We'll talk about the watch list in a bit. We'll send it to you, Brendo right now for the Euro update.
End of the day and end of the week here for European markets, guys. We'll give you an update on how things are shaping up. Pretty flat right across the entire board, it would appear, as we await the final print for these markets to come in. England down 0.5%, it would appear anyways, to wrap things up, 0.18, 0.45 to the upside. Then Germany and France, mixed board overall. Turkey doing its own thing as it normally does, 1.6 to the downside. It was the Swiss market that leads things higher today, 0.58, guys. So a mixed end of the week for European markets.
Amazon under 100 again. Let's see if we can get back above 100. Every time we get below 100, I'm just taking some profits to make sure that I'm not holding the whole bag back through to 102. If it does go back there, I don't want to be stuck with that position. Also doing something similar with Apple. Apple 50 cents in the money, so took some profits on that one. And maybe should have done some more with Netflix too. So let me actually take some size out here on Netflix. And now only 50% left on Netflix. Meta platforms continue to giving us more profits over here. We're gonna take 10% out more. Now we only have 60% left. Let's see if this market wants to continue pulling back. It looks like it does. Well, at least the new 5-minute candle on the S&P 500 futures are trying to open up in the red direction. We'll see if it will close in the red or will it close in the green by going right back up to the north side, just like that. Just a tiny little tick will turn it green on the S&P 500 futures, and the same thing for NASDAQ. NASDAQ today up 1.92%, S&P 500 up 1.39%, and UVXY. When I did check the volatility in the morning, I think it was at 26. We can check it again. The VIX at 2640. There we go. Still continuing to the downside. So volatility leaving the market. Not the best thing for day traders, obviously. And UVXY explaining the same thing over here too, as we pull back towards the $10 area. Sorry, from being down a whole 3.46% on the volatility ETF. The stocks that we're trading are trying to give us more profits. Apple now 60 cents in the money. So it looks like the shorts might be still in play. Just got to hold on to them a little bit longer.
Yeah, guys, continuing to build the long here. And sorry to go back to the two positions, but I think these are actually really, really good quality longs in front of VWAP on Amazon. So as you're seeing, add around 100. And it's kind of funny because you're talking about the short on Amazon. And I'm just like, I love
102 though, so it's a different trade, different
exactly.
setup, different everything.
Exactly. But I'm just laughing because I'm like, I love when it's like, you know, like back and forth. It's like two perspectives at the same time, right? He's like, oh, you know, the short's working. I'm short from 102, and I'm like, oh, this is like the long kind of looks good. If we get above this moving, like, see how sharp this move was? It's like sharp through. It's kind of giving the vibe that, okay, are we now going to reverse at this 100 and then go back up and then test this 50 period up here? So we'll see what happens there. Stay tuned. And going back to XOM, this was just add, take like a little bit out. My plan was to scale out in front of VWAP, but hold some for a high day test. Now we're back down, and you know, I kind of like it, so I'm just continuing to add on this one. If we get back above that 109.10 area, then we're probably going to go. The one thing from an alternative perspective is maybe we just create a sideways kind of range on this, right? Maybe we just kind of range sideways for a little bit. But yeah, if we actually, I thought like, oh, here we go. Like, this is probably a bad fill, but was the right idea to take a little bit off, you know, and maybe I could have taken more off, but it's XOM. I want to hold for the move, right? So holding Amazon for the move. And maybe I shouldn't shortchange myself. Like, if we get to 101, are we going to get back to like 101.80? Like, very easily that could happen, right? This is holding trend, just very simply drawing a line here. It's like, you know, this is like the first, you know, very strong move up, and then we broke, then we went down. But from the morning, you know, you kind of look at, you know, where are we? It's like, you know, bounce, bounce. So maybe we bounce. If we don't, it's a very clear to find out. So it kind of makes sense for me. That's the logic on that trade there. No trade on anything else yet. No fills on anything else yet. And yeah, hopefully you guys if you guys have any questions, feel free to let us know in the chat. We can cover that. Sometimes a lot of things happen all at once, and then other times it's like, things are kind of, like building positions slow and stuff like that. So yeah, always interesting, always a good time. And yeah, see if I think Tesla that 230. We didn't even get there today on 230. I'm trying to remember all the levels from yesterday. It's like you find levels, just keep them in mind, write them down. Don't throw away that paper or the napkin or whatever you guys use because, they come back into play. Tesla yesterday, 230 failed rejection, kind of held this, fell the rest of the day in the aftermarket, and then just kind of fell right off the open. It's actually rejecting that 224 very, very, very interesting, actually, this rejection of 224. If we, maybe I'm late to the party on this one. Maybe, okay, if we get back to 224, I might consider a short, but the only thing that worries me is if we bounce off VWAP and then go back up, maybe, it's not, I'd have to reevaluate. So I'll keep my eye there and, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, hit the bang on Roblox, baby. Let's go. Roblox now getting ready to go to the downside again. Still not at the low of day, but at least we're in profits. We're 25 to 30 cents in the money on a Roblox. And all the other trades are still in the money, about $1 or more, except for Apple, which is only 50 cents in the money. So waiting for Roblox to start pushing to the downside of the market ends up, pulling back a little bit more. We could really see Roblox paying us some of this profits over here for ourselves. Someone in the chat said, is Intel a sympathy move off of Apple? I think, it could be, but Intel just a sympathy move off itself, honestly. Intel also had an earnings report. They explained in their earnings report that the PC demand is going up for at least their PC sector of their company. Demand has been going up on that side, and Intel absolutely taken off. That CPI day, when it pulled down below 25, it was a no-brainer long for me for my long-term portfolio, so I bought some Intel on that day. Probably the best decision I've made so far in terms of on the investment side of the baskets for stock trading. So Intel up 10% today off of the positive earnings report. I know they still are guiding lower or something along that basket because of the excess inventory, and they were recently talking about cutting down their prices of their products also. But at the end of the day, it's all about how the numbers come out. That song with Lil Wayne in it. It's like, I'm not sure who's. I think it's Yo Gotti. Women lie, men lie, numbers don't lie. So numbers don't, in fact, don't lie, and are telling you exactly what direction people might be repurposing their portfolios over here too. Market having a nice little bounce in it, so now the Apple 50 cents position is only 30 cents in the money. Roblox also pulling back a little bit. Thankfully, we did cover a lot of our shares on our Amazon Shorts, Meta platforms, and so on. Meta only 40% of our size left as we're pulling back to 102, and Meta only 50% of our size left. Still $1 in the money on that one. Maybe we can take some more size on Meta and on Netflix out just to protect our money over here in case the market does pull back all the way to the north side. Give me the fill. Up all the way to the north side. I'm going to go do the same thing on Apple. Still have 70% of my size on Apple here. Take that profits on that one, and now we have 40% of our size on all of these stocks. I'm going to hold Roblox 100% though.
Guys, how do I hit a bang or like a money sign or something here?
There
Yeah, absolutely, guys. This Amazon, what a move, man. Build. Very sharp move up. And again, guys, remember, I am a scalper, right? So me holding for the intraday swing for 102, the way that I tell myself, and then I'm like, man, I don't know if I can though because it's stopping right here. And so I get out, and then now we're gonna go higher. But that's why I'm like, let me hold some, Luca, hold some, because we're gonna probably test that 101. It's very sharp move up, a little bit of sideways action. Then you get either the pop, and the drop, or you get just the continuation through the 50 period and move to the upside, right? So, a lot of different traders in the market, different types of angles of how people trade, right? I almost tell myself that if you are long here and then it gives you this pop, a lot of people probably like sell it here. That's why it stops. Then once they stop selling, it's like, okay, well, we're going up. I don't even know why you sold that. So, yeah, that's probably not going to look as good as it could be. But yeah, continuing to add XOM as well. I'm just like kind of talking about these over and over again, but it's like it's still holding, right? So looking good there. And Tesla making its way back to that 224 area. So, but the overall market's running, and long two names here. I'm going to try the 224 short. I don't really know if this is going to be a really good idea here, but I'm going to try with a little bit less size just because it's showing that it wants to top out at this range, and I think I might just give it to 225. So hopefully just get the fill, and then if we go above 225, I might just have to cut that and call it a loser. So is what it is. And this is the funny thing, right? I throw an order out and I get the fill right away, and I'm like, uh-oh. Like, I got the fill right away. Like, that can't be good. But, you know, it is kind of the overall market's rallying here. So, you know, I'll stick to the levels. And, you know, if it does get above there, then is what it is. I'll just lose on this one.
AMD is at $62 right now and just taking out the 62 level, but look at what 62.15 has in store, about 800 lots on it. That was the same size that was at 62, so I'm going to go short here on AMD. Give it that risk of the 800 lots to the north side at 62.15. If 62.15 goes, I don't want to be stuck in this trade anymore, so let's do 62.16 as a stop price, and our limit price will be 62.25. We'll throw the size out on there too, so now we have our stop out. Not gonna have to worry about this trade. Just gonna give it some wiggle room, some time to see if it'll work out for us. As the market did pull back towards the high days area, but I do think the market's a little overextended today. You know, Amazon did come out with a bad earnings report and guided really bad for the next quarter. Apple came out with a pretty decent earnings report, but you know, they missed out on iPhone sales overall. Here goes AMD towards that big ask that I was talking about, the 885 lots. Looks like they took it out. We do get stopped on that. I'm fine with giving away a little. How many pennies did I even lose on that trade? Barely any. I was short 62.07. I gave back 62.19. So we got slipped a little bit more than we wanted to, but I'm fine with that. Let's see if this market wants to continue going up. Our Apple trade that was 50 cents in the money is now only 6 cents in the money. But thankfully, Netflix still $2, Meta still $1, Amazon still $1 in the money on that side. If Amazon pulls back to 102, I think I'm taking that short again at 102 on Amazon. And same thing for Meta. Meta close to 100. We're reloading our position on Meta platforms if that does show up. Looks like AMD kind of just debated us. They took that size out, and now they might pull back down. We'll just have to wait and see. We're also not too far away from the VWAP over here for AMD, so you know, I'm not really expecting a big pullback in case the short does work. So that was a very risk to reward type of setup. I'm risking the high day break where the size is. If it doesn't break and if it comes back down, maybe I get $1 per share scalp on it. I don't think we get a pullback all the way down to the 100-period EMA. So did not work out. We'll walk away from this trade.
Yeah, you know, guys, somebody I see in the chat, Tesla volume spike, and I'm like, wait, why am I not in a position right now? It's because the volume spike, in, out, instant loser, but you know what? It is what it is. I'll take that, man. I'll take that 10 out of 10. Like, if we're going to continue to run, I know I said 225, but I was like, I don't know. I'm just going to do top of the range because maybe 225, if it breaks through and it's breaking out and the overall market's running, and I'm looking at my longs, and they seem to be working for the most part. So, yeah, I don't want to kind of hold on to the short just yet. And, you know, another good example here is keep in mind the names that you're trading. Something like Amazon is going to really, really explode. To any new traders kind of looking and trying to learn, it's like these names are really going to move for you, and other names are going to, you know, go extra slow there. But yeah, kind of crazy. I wonder what to expect going forward because this market just wants to go up. This market wants to go up. I mean, do you think we test 3,900 today?
We didn't come this far not to.
We didn't come this far not to test 3,900. So yeah,
but NASDAQ's already at 11.5K, so my guess would be like, you know, 11.5K will act as some sort of a barrier. And if 11.5K acts as a barrier, then I don't think the SPYs really have that oomph to get up to 3,900. But like, once again, we're only 20 points away from 3,900 here. Anything is possible. If Apple keeps being the big stack bully that it is on the market today with the monster, how much percent is Apple even up today? Real quick, let me take a look over here. What's that? Apple's still in the money, 42 cents again. Let's go. So it looks like Apple still has that extra weight coming in, and the market not really able to break the high day for both of these markets. 11.5K on NASDAQ, 38.80 I think is the high on the S&P 500 futures at the moment. And if Apple does pull back over here, we're sitting pretty on our shorts, baby. Let's go. Let's see the pullback coming in. I would like for 11.5K to hold on the day while we're in the shorts at least.
Yeah, you know, not really sure anything else going here. Google's actually approaching back to 95. I still got the order here, and I wonder if the size is actually
under 62 now. God.
AMD under 62. See, you know what's crazy? AMD yesterday, I was very patient with the long, and it didn't really go anywhere. Now it's up 5.6%, and we're actually below this is like, I'm trying to teach myself this too, and I will look at Lulu because somebody mentioned it. Because Amazon dragged everything else down. So Amazon dragged everything else down, and then it just kind of like, it's like, okay, well, we went down, but yeah, now we're just going to go all the way back up. So very, very strong on AMD, and it's kind of crazy. I don't know if anybody was watching AMD this morning,
ripping.
but that 60 break, watch how we went to 60. We were holding trend. We actually blew through 60 to the upside. I think, 60 for myself, I've been mentioning it's been over and over, like recycle kind of an over-under, like you could go long above, you go short below, play the bounce play. But if you took the long through 60, it's really unfortunate that I can't watch 100 things at once because that looks like a super clean trade to the upside. So hopefully somebody somewhere had that because that was absolutely insane. And we will look at Lulu because somebody was mentioning, oh, if we do end up rolling over, Lululemon does kind of feel weak. So let me just have a quick look here. I tend to not trade these stocks just because it's tough as a day trade to manage risk when the spread is 40 cents and it's not really doing that much volume. So, for myself, it's more so like I don't want to really get involved because it might just be like a tough trade to manage. But kind of feels like a very toppy. I mean, I'm assuming this was the earnings move. So you had the kind of positive catalyst, couple sideways days. Are we going to just go sideways as the moving average rides it, then have another leg up? For the most part today, it's kind of, I'm not really sure what you see in terms of week overall, but because nothing's really happening on this, maybe it goes back to VWAP and tests. Maybe it spends some time here. Not really too sure. XOM long finally actually starting to work here. So Amazon's 74 cents in the money. I took a little bit more out at the 50 period. My expectation was build the long, get a test of the 50 period. If it holds trend, great. So right now we're getting a test of trend, right? And the market's near the highs. If we hold trend and then we break through 101, then okay, great. It's going to run up, and maybe I'll get some out at 101.40 or 102. I'll make the decision when we get there. If we break trend back to the downside, then we're probably going to go back and test that 100 level, and then it'll just be like the same like rinse and repeat for myself, right? But the size that I take the first time, like this is the first bounce, right? So the size that I take the first time is not the size that I take the second time. I think it's a good rule of thumb. It worked. Like it's coming down really fast into the level. That's the bounce. The second time, it's like the people who didn't sell here are now panicking because they're back at their break even. It's just kind of the way of the market. So yeah, it kind of feels like we're probably going to hold trend, maybe go sideways, then break through. So this long's pretty sick. XOM now just back through 109. The logic on this is build, 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 take a little bit out, add, take it out. And this is more so like I don't think XOM is going through like the lows. So what I'm willing to do here is like add, then take it off so that I create a better average for myself. So now this is actually working, running to the upside. Market's pushing here, so this is pretty clean to the. I mean, this is like very, very strong to the upside. So it spent so much time consolidating. Now you have the move up. Maybe we're at the top of the range, so maybe it's maybe wise here. I see some. I mean, not really crazy amounts of offers. I feel like now if I get out here, it's going to go up. But you know what? It just feels like. I'm going to respect the fact that this is the top of the range, and if we replicate this move and continue and we're at 110 in the next like 10 minutes, then like whatever, it is what it is. Like what can I do? It's like you give me this kind of, I know it's coming back down. I know it's coming back down, and if it doesn't, I'll be like, well, I guess, I was wrong on that, but I, had the move there. This is the move now, so if we do get the pullback, whatever, it's a healthy pullback, and then we keep going up. But anytime that you see that you're just in the money, it's from a day trading perspective hard not to take that win, right? You show me, 4 minutes of green on XOM after some consolidation, after the build, like I got to take that. But I still, I still want to, and yeah, like so now look at that, that's amazing. Okay, whatever. Yeah, let's get a VWAP test going here, and then I'm gonna stick to my original orders. Just make sure that I have some orders out because sometimes I forget, and then it gets there and I don't actually get to fill, and then I'm like, wait, what am I doing here? So yeah, and then I'm gonna hold some for. If we get above VWAP through 110, then I don't know. We're probably going to test like 111 maybe again. But if we reject VWAP, then we're heading back down. So it'll be a discretionary. I'll figure it out on the fly when we get there. And yeah, we'll have to see what happens there. And yeah, guys, let us know. Somebody's saying cat, and I don't know if you mean Caterpillar. Is Caterpillar? Is Caterpillar? Did they have earnings? Do you know? Yeah, maybe an earnings. There's extra strong. And I know somebody was saying Caterpillar yesterday. So maybe yesterday was earnings because it had a really strong move yesterday. And man, value is in play. Value is in play. All these value names look the same. like I have not, like it's like, okay, watch this. Caterpillar, let's pull up McDonald's. It probably has a very similar.
Guys, while you're pulling that up, I'm gonna put this out real quick. $1 in the money on the Apple shorts right now, taking more profits on that. Only have 20% left on Apple at the moment. Amazon pulling back to the downside, $1.40 in the money on that one, and punching into two brand new positions. Going to be SPY and QQQ shorts. Because if Apple is $1 in the money and Apple's pulling back, that's a fugazi move on the market to the north side then. At least that's my opinion. I could be wrong, so I'm going to take a try. I'm going to take a quick little short attempt on both of these markets over here at these tops and see if Apple pulls back a little bit more under 155, allowing us to be, getting a nice little winner on the SPY ETF and on the QQQ ETF also. Quick little short on those ones. While we are once again in the money on Netflix, $3.20 in the money on Netflix. So I'm going to take some more size out over here as we do have the chance to at the moment. There we go. Now only have 30% of our size left on that. I'm going to do something similar on Meta platforms. Take some more size on Meta. Only 30% left on Meta now. Actually, let's go do something similar on Amazon here too, because Amazon's now trying to trade above VWAP and above the 100-period EMA. Don't want to get stuck with those positions. Apple now pulling back after bouncing off of 115. AAPL, sorry, 155. After bouncing off of 155, but I'm glad that we did what we did over there. Take out 20% more, closer to 155, just in case it does end up holding over there. So got to be careful with these SPY and QQQ shorts that we have at the moment, because if Apple wants to bounce off of here, QQQ and SPY could easily take out the high a day and keep running up north. So we don't want to be fighting that trend.
These New York stocks, like I was just talking to Sean just quickly, I'm like, it's like value's in play. And the thing is from a daily, it's like you can't really, this is me putting on like my investor hat. It's like now that we're at the highs, like he's like, oh, pull up IBM, check it out. Like IBM pushing that 140. I'm not necessarily a buyer like through 140 because it's like, is this now going to continue 150, 160? Like it's IBM, it's at the top of the range. It just doesn't feel good. Somebody's like, Luca, pull up McDonald's. Like I think you said it when I was like mentioning it. This is at all-time highs. 275 would be an all-time high. The high today was 274.74. Guys, we talk about breakouts and going long if it goes through this level. If McDonald's goes through 275, I am not taking that long because it's just like a slow-moving stock. So it's like you don't have to. It's not gonna like be like an Amazon where it like explodes to the upside or to the downside. But yeah, no, it's nice to get like multiple perspectives, and I like to bring up multiple perspectives. I'm not really sure. Obviously, again, we are a day trading channel. We day trade. I'm day trading here, but obviously nice to have multiple ideas going. Like if you're long here, like are you holding? Where's the next level up? So yeah, it's kind of nice. And yeah, Jeff Ross, you catch some and you miss some. Exactly. And just make sure if you miss some, you're not chasing because you just kind of ruin the odds on your trade, right? And speaking of chasing, going back, it's like in the morning, everybody's like, oh, long Apple, right? And like you could have chased at any point and like you're in the money basically. But the thing is this, I'm telling myself, I'm waiting for a pullback because I'm not about to get smoked. And I really wanted to size up and find an area that I could take size on because it just really felt good. And this is one that I missed. Didn't trade Apple today. I missed it. I'm so sad about it. I'm so sad because I'm normally all over Apple. And I don't know why I prioritized Amazon. I think it was a volume thing. And, I missed it, right? It's a miss. But it's okay, right? It is what it is. No big deal. Move on. Find the next trade. That's the biggest thing with trading. Just make sure you're always focusing on the next trade, not the trade that you missed. Because it's missed. You missed. It's over. It's done. No big deal there, right? So somebody also saying BA breaking out. Yeah, sure. Let's have a look at BA here. And BA on the NASDAQ. No, BA on New York, I think. Yeah, BA on New York. So let's quickly pull this up. I know it was in play a few days ago. And I'm sure, I know Neil trades this all the time, so I don't know if Neil had any positions on BA today, but still long. This is the kind of pattern that I don't have a strategy for myself for this setup, but every time I'm on the show and I'm looking at, like I pull up a stock, it's like BA, it has the morning run, it dips back down, it holds the pre-market low, then it's just off to the races. So, maybe this is tough to get because it's like very quickly. So unless you rack very quickly to the upside, okay, great. But this is like the dip buy. It makes sense, right? Like BA, and let's have a look at Google as well because this has the exact same setup, right? It's like, and BA now high a day. So in general, like I don't really know what to think. Maybe 145 comes into a level here. And faces a little bit of resistance. I'm not necessarily a buyer of names like this at the high a day. I don't really think it has the the steam to get to like something like 147, 148. today, so I wouldn't want to be buying. It just doesn't make sense risk to return. But if you think for the rest of the day that this thing is going to, continue on and go up, look at the 50 period, right? It has not even touched it. It just dips in, dips in, dips in, right? So if for whatever reason we do get a really big flush, like a quick flush to the downside, maybe that 143 bounce for like another 50% retracement from a scalp perspective, maybe that could be good. Maybe that could be good. So I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, Google, I'm just going to pull this up and watch this. BA looks like this. Google, obviously a little bit stronger, tech stronger, but same thing, right? Holding the pre-market lows, then off to the races. So you see that setup. It holds the lows. If you catch the long down there, I think, overall market going up, you want to hold on to these longs and let them work for you, pay yourself. And then, we get a little bit of a triangle consolidation near 95. Okay, be patient. You take the size off over there. And that's kind of how it goes there. Saying Luca hot mic. Yeah, I don't know if you guys like the hot mic or not. Sometimes I mute it because I'm like, I don't want to distract anything from what Prad's saying. But other times I just forget. I'm just kind of in the moment, right? So yeah, lots of fun overall. XOM's continuing to work to the upside. So that one's looking good. We're 94 cents in the money now on that one. Just because creating the better average. So now my average is what, like 108.72? Yeah, nothing crazy. So yeah, $1 in the money. Hopefully we get to 111 on that. If we get to 111, great. That's where I'll cover the rest. And if not, then, is what it is. But, yeah, someone's saying Tesla tired as well. Let's go back to Tesla very quickly. Yeah, I guess I was not wrong to cover that. It's like it breaks out of the range. I guess you got to respect the level, right? Like sometimes I punch back into it, but Tesla is a name that I'm trying to stay away from the second punch in because it can get very dangerous when spreading names. Like you punch back into a name like Apple, if you miss it or if it fakes you out, it's no big deal. Obviously, everybody knows. But if it's a name like Tesla and then it gets away from you the second time, kind of ruins the risk to return. So yeah, whatever is what it is. Bob also saying Intel really strong puppy today. Yeah, absolutely. Intel lowered their expense forecast. So I think they lowered their. Okay, I'm not. Brendan mentioned it this morning. Watch the watch list, but it was like, oh, they lowered guidance or revenue or something estimates, and I was like, oh, that's negative. And I know the P on it right now is maybe like 5 or 6, if I'm not mistaken. And they're like, oh, but they also lowered what they're going to spend, and because of that, it's up 5% in the morning, and now it's up 9.7. So Intel, I mean, call it a value name if you want, but it's like suppressed for so long that when you actually get a bounce off of some type of catalyst, like that's the long. The long is gold, right? So it's unfortunate that everything happens at the same time. It's very hard to take all these trades at once. But you got Intel, strong move, holding this kind of range that it created yesterday and in the pre-market. A couple bounces, now off to the races, and only now breaking trend at the 50 period, right? So these moves are going to be a little bit less. You're going to get $1 out of it, as you see on this chart here. But very strong, kind of one of the safer trades. This is just kind of like a buy it, and even from a day trade, you kind of buy it, put on the back burner, like stop just like below here, and it just keeps going, right? Let it work for you, and that's it.
Let's go, guys. We're absolutely smoking these shorts right now. There's a lot of stuff's happening right now for the short side for myself, but we'll talk about that in a second as we come back from Brando for Happening Now.
Hey guys, into lunch hour we go here. Let's get you caught up on a nice green day. Nice way to end the week here for North American markets. Here we go, 1.58 currently for the S&P, top of the list. It's the Dow that's having a pretty good day as well, 1.93 versus these two down here. The composite NASDAQ 1.6, the 100, the big ones having all the fun today, up a full 2% right now. Small caps notably strong as well. If you joined us pre-market, we were discussing all the big ones. If you missed it, Apple, Amazon, Intel, to name a few, all planned out and ready for you. Earnings across the board for every single one of these. You've seen the result ever since. We also talked about these, 4.25 still for PDD, downside, but we're back at this 50-50. It's tested it once, twice, 3 times now, the 4th time. Trying to bounce off 50-50 again for Pinduoduo, guys.
Let's go. So here we go. Apple now $1.21 in the money. Only have 10% left as we are close to the 100-period EMA. Gonna hold this last few shares that I have left to see if we can get a bigger move on that. Amazon $2.10 in the money. Also only have 10% left on that trade. Just recently took out some more size on that one. Same thing with Meta Platforms. Only 10% left on Meta and on Netflix. All of them killing it to the short side for myself. Let's go. It looks like the shorts in the market might just be working out. The market was pulling up, when Apple shorts for myself were working out. So it was pretty weird for me watching that. So just had to go into the QQQ ETF and smack some shorts on there. And the same thing for the S&P 500, which are both now 30 and 40 cents in the money each. So taking profits on that. Still have 80% of my size left on those trades to see if we do get a bigger pullback on both of these markets. The futures are still in a pretty good range to the north side. We're not really breaking these ranges yet. We're just trading sideways for the market over here. Not really breaking to the upside, but not breaking to the downside either. Let me just pull up the NASDAQ futures chart. Show you the triple top, I guess, or double top coming in around 11,500. And for the S&P 500 futures, ES/Z22CM, here you go. Kind of same of a double top near 3883, 3885 or so, and pulling back down. Now our Apple shorts are only 95 cents in the money, so maybe that move that we were looking for could have been completed, and the market could be also exhausted for its down move. I'm going to take my Netflix out here completely. I'm going to also quickly head over to Amazon to see if Amazon's going to want to jump back over 100. If it does, then we're going to jump out of this trade just like that. Bang, it jumped over 100 again. We're going to exit stage left with that trade. We're going to jump out of Apple over here too, and we're going to jump out of Meta because clearly these don't want to go down anymore. And really quickly on that note, also jump out of QQQ and on NASDAQ. So that's going to be the end of most of our trades right there. We turned a pretty sad day into a pretty profitable day at the moment. The only size we have left is 20% of Roblox, which is 30 cents in the money. When the market pulled back slightly and Apple was $1 in the money, why would Roblox not pull back? So because of that, it's not doing what we wanted to do. We're going to jump out of it. We're going to wait for it to pull back closer to the 100-period EMA or the VWAP, closer to 45.80, and then jump back into these trades. Apple, $1 in the money scalp. That was a beautiful opportunity for myself. Still down on the day on Apple, but thank you to the help of Meta, Amazon, Netflix, Roblox, all of them coming in clutch for myself today.
Wow, Tom Brady got divorced.
Obviously.
Is that new information? Oh, it's no, because I saw somebody's like Tom Brady divorced, and I was see that's what happens when you are the greatest. You just get divorced, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, don't let anybody hold you back. That's all I'm gonna say.
How much you walk away with though?
Huh? I don't know. Maybe they're just
hasn't thrown a ball a single day of her life, walking away with millions of dollars.
Bro, she's richer than
she is?
Wasn't who she with before? She was with somebody else before.
No, she's the world's #1 model.
Oh, true.
She was with somebody else before. So if you're in the chat and you know,
then how much he walking away with then? He's got to get half of that then. Exactly. Yo, he's got to get half of that.
He's happy. He's pretty. Now he's like, ain't nobody holding me back. I'm winning a Super Bowl again. Let's go. Yeah, no, I just, I thought, I was, sorry, that was just me being distracted. Yeah, guys, so Amazon came all the way back down, so I'm not upset. Like, pay myself, I held a little bit of the position. There was size at 85, 99.85, stopped myself out, it broke, it went back, got back in at the same price, popped to 100. And here's the thing, I like the long. I took a little bit off at 100 because there was size that was reloading there.
Meta.
And my worry now is that, like, sorry, not so much my worry. I'm not long Amazon anymore. I think I want this to play itself out. I want this to play itself out, and then I want it to show me. So again, it's like the size that you take here is not the size that you take the second time, because the second time, oh, if it was actually a sick bounce, it would have held trend and went to 102. Now it's like, oh, even if it does bounce, maybe you're only going to get like 20 cents, 30 cents out of it. So I like this a little bit less, but what I want to see is I want to see a clear VWAP for sure. Yeah, now we're running back up. I want to see a clear VWAP a little bit more, maybe close this 1 minute candle, then dip back again. If you could get like a 90, and I say you, but I'm saying this to myself. If I get like a 99.60 fill as like a kind of like a stink bid type thing, I don't think 99.50 breaks. If 99.50 breaks, then it's like the trade is off for myself. I got to reevaluate. I'm not really sure. So maybe try like I'm gonna try like a little bit of a stink bid here. I don't know if I'll get the fill. And if I get the fill and it just runs me over, then I'll just be out at 99.50 because, yeah, I mean, I don't know. We could be at 99 very quickly. It's like we saw Meta yesterday. Meta yesterday was holding that 100 so nicely, and it gave you multiple times to recycle. But then when it actually did break down, and this was towards the end of the show yesterday, when it actually did break down, it just like it tanked. It went to like 97. So it's like the same thing with Amazon. Even though Amazon a little bit of a different name, maybe it's going to give you multiple 100 area bounces where you can recycle them. But then when it actually does break, like if this actually is the break right here, then I don't want to be holding on to the long, so I'm going to have to cut it. So if I get, maybe I'm kind of too low there. So let me just try to, I'll try to get the fill just right over here. I'll pay like 10 cents more. It's no big deal. And stop will be in. So stop below 99.50 yeah, 99 problems. Somebody's saying, Luca, easy. I don't know if you're saying like easy money, go long and forget about it. I gotta think about loading the boat on Amazon on my own personal account. I mean, obviously consumer spending is a little bit different than it was, call it for the past 10 years. But, you know, definitely a name that, you know, I'm going to say that if it goes on sale, I should probably just be adding this to my long-term account, right? Even if Amazon goes back to 85, add some more at 80. And then, yeah, you know, in the future, where's this name going to be? I don't know. Yeah, look, now it's going to stop me out here. A little bit of size, yeah, it's going to stop me out. Okay, nothing else to see here. Going to get stopped out on that, and that's about it. XOM is kind of spending some time at VWAP. I think we could get to 110. But this was like the first try and then fail. You know, if we do, the market's pulling back. I'm not really sure that's a correlation with XOM, but, you know, I'm pretty light on the position anyways. So now, you know, holding for either 110, in between 110 and 111, and I'll kind of be discretionary on that. I'll just like watch it as it comes along. Something else I didn't look at today was Microsoft. And Microsoft, I'm assuming, has that similar pattern. Oh, coming into VWAP too. You know what? I'm going to try a VWAP bounce on Microsoft as well. I don't know if this one's going to work, but maybe it does. So yeah, let's give it a try and see if we get the fill there. I'm going to bid a little bit lower, and you know, it's kind of, I mean, if I get the fill, I'll probably be wrong, but if I don't get the fill, then it's going up. So yeah, we'll see where that one goes. And Meta at 97. Oh wow, Meta's actually way back down. Meta cannot. That's unfortunate too. I was saying to myself, 180 maybe, 160, try to get the fill. Didn't pop. As soon as it turned back around, this thing just collapsed to the downside. It's day 2 SSR, so you cannot punch the bid. You got to get kind of picked up, but obviously doing a lot of volume, so nothing really that you have to worry about. But that double top, even though it didn't happen too close together, that double top, very, very clean, showing you that this thing does not want to be above 100. It's unfortunate that, you know, just couldn't get a little bit higher there. Somebody's saying Microsoft target 230.06. That's like very, very specific. Let me go back to Microsoft and see. I don't hate that, actually. It's like, you know, I'm going to do the VWAP bounce in front of VWAP, and I'm going to give it a little bit of room, I'll give it like 50 cents, 60 cents maybe. But 230, I mean, if we do break, yeah, for sure, 230. It's Microsoft, I don't trade it too often, but I almost want to say that the $10 levels are significant. So like 230, 240, 250, more significant than maybe like a 235. And then on the daily, it's kind of just, you know, very, very sideways per se, like not really causing pure destruction, holding these nice levels at the bottom there. So yeah, I'm not really too sure, but we'll see if we get that bid going. If not, no big deal. We'll probably just have to let it go.
Yeah, part of me is upset because you know, these shorts that I have had on board all day are now going a little bit more further in profit zone for me without me being in them. So a little upset of getting out of my Amazon trade completely, my Apple too, and more importantly, the SPY ETF and the QQQ. We had the right idea, but didn't work out for us the way we wanted it to, so we jumped out a little bit too early, and then you get a whole $1 per share move to the downside on both of these markets, on QQQ and on the SPY ETFs, and now we have no positions. And you saw Meta that Luca was showing right after I punch out. The next minute, we get another 50-cent drop on Meta platform, so that's a little painful. At the end of the day, at least we had some good trades on the board for you guys. Hopefully, you guys got a chance to capitalize on these moves that I put on for you, and so did Luca put on some moves over there for you too. So hopefully you guys got to capitalize on it and now get to turn that into a little bit of a bigger win for yourselves, as this market might not be done pulling back to the south side. So we're not involved in any of the shorts at the moment. I can't bring myself to punch into the ranges where I previously covered my trade. So I'm just going to have to let go of these stocks, maybe look for new trades, new positions to be involved in, and maybe even AMD jumping right back to that 62 area when the market not really doing anything to the north side. We'll try to get back into this quick little short attempt, but look how strong AMD has been today off the 50-period EMA. This blue line is the 50-period EMA. I'm taking less size right now than I have all day on AMD. Well, I've only had one attempt on AMD where we kind of got slipped on it, but we have less size right now than we did previously. Let's see if we can add to it on the break of 62 to the downside if S&P 500 and the NASDAQ both show us weakness. If they don't, then I don't want to really add to my position over here on AMD, which is already 12 pennies in the money. And look at Apple now struggling to hold 155 on the bids. It's below 155, and Meta Platforms near 96.70. As it is 12 o'clock in the New York State, and you know, over here in Toronto too, East Coast basically, it's lunchtime, so volume getting ready to run away from the market. Maybe less of a chance for the market to actually continue breaking out to the north side. Could also be less of a chance for the market to break down to the south side with the lack of volume behind it. We'll just have to wait and see where this volume comes into and at what time does it come into. So nothing wrong with just, you know, sitting on your hands, taking less size after 12 o'clock, and really being a sniper when it comes to entering into your positions. We still have 5,000 people watching and only 2.4K likes over here for the YouTube show. So if you enjoyed the shorts that I put on for you guys over here, and some of the longs that also Luca put on for you, and in the morning show that Sean and Neil have traded, and Brendo with the timely news update, please hit the like button or show us how much we mean to you by sending us to at least 3K if that's possible today. I think if we get to 3K, Neil raps a song today. Is that for the closing show or for this show? 2K for the closing show, 3K for the morning show? Only really closing show. Well, we would still like for it to get to 3K for this morning show because every single like number counts and every single one of them helps with the YouTube algorithm. So for those of you who have helped us get to 2.5K now, only 500 more likes needed to smash that like button. There's still about 32% of you who are not subscribed to our YouTube channel. Not sure why. Free trades, free ideas, free everything every single day as long as the market's open. And all we ask for you is to hit that subscribe. So please hit that like, hit that subscribe. There's people in the chat that you see have green names. That's because they're part of the Trader TV Live family by donating about $5 a month, or some of them have even taken the free ones that come in from True Trading Group's donation. So if you want to be part of that family, click on that join button right next to the subscribe button. You'll see a nice little pop-up window showing up with Brando talking to you, telling you exactly what it entails. A couple other things to talk about, which is our YouTube merchandise store. Click on the YouTube store over here, directly on the homepage of our home channel on YouTube, or do exclamation mark merch in the chat to get the direct link to the YouTube store. And you might not be able to buy some of these hoodies later on. The designs might be getting revamped when Justin gets the Shopify website up and running for us. So if you want to purchase any of these, it might be your first and last time to do that right here. One more thing to talk about. It's going to be the Trade Ideas scanner. We still have that deal going on to get 15% on Trade Ideas. Make sure you do exclamation mark Trade Ideas in the chat. Click on that link. Go use code TraderTV and do the exclamation mark survey to do the survey. And thank you for someone in the chat reminding me, Noblin reminding me that, yeah, we do have a free Discord. This is what our free Discord looks like in case you haven't seen it before. Lots of conversations happening all the time about stocks, about futures, levels being posted, people sharing their charts and sharing their ideas overall, sharing memes and pet pictures too. If something that you want to go look at, look at this cute little kitty getting confused next to a mirror over here, or cute doggos and so on. Go check them out. Still not sure what I'm looking at over here. Is that a dog? Is that a dog? Is that a dog? Not sure what I'm looking at over here in this picture. But yeah, go do exclamation mark Discord. Sign up for our free Discord where lots of interesting convos happen around the clock.
Somebody in the chat is making me laugh. Everything Luca ever says in the stream is all in one breath for the entire 2 hours. Yeah. Because you know what it is? I have so many ideas, and I was like, if I don't say them, I'm going to forget everything. So I got to work on that. It's not, I'm trying to just get better every day. And yeah, hopefully Luca doesn't even need to breathe when he eats or something. Yeah, that's kind of funny. Somebody before was saying, so the Amazon long is working, just to cover this. Added to it in front of 99.50. Now we're testing VWAP again. Kind of feels like we're going back to at least 117. I think we're going to get a sharp pop to the upside, blow through 100, and then if we actually blow through the 50 period, then probably back to 101. But because I told myself, I'm like, it's going to be a scalp for myself, but I think there's probably a chance that we go up to test 101 here. That's kind of my logic on the trade. XOM now finally above 110. And there's a little bit of size on the offer, but it's not rejecting the size, just kind of slowly grinding its way up. Made its way through VWAP, and I'm thinking to cover, but at the same time, I'm going to let it play itself out. If I don't cover here and it gets back down to here, then I might just like let it go 99.60. But it seems to be working, so I'm going to just hold on and see where it wants to go from there. And then there was another question in the chat where somebody was like, and I'm going to briefly say this. The question was, I'm long Apple. Shares, and then I bought or sold options to hedge or something like that. So the first thing I'm going to say is, obviously, there's no way that I can comment towards your specific situation. Don't listen to what I'm saying. So, oh yeah, here's the question. Yesterday I bought for 146.50 earnings, wrote to cover 135. What should I do there? So I will be completely honest here. You have to do whatever you think is right. I don't really know, but for myself, I look at Apple and I'm like, Apple's super strong today, right? It's super strong. It's earnings. And Sean made a good point in the morning. He was saying, now people are looking like, where do I put my money in equities? If I'm looking Apple earnings now that they're out, it didn't actually dip, right? There was no bounce. 135 is like that short-term bottom, call it. Now we're up at 155. All things considered, I don't really know where we're going on this, up or down, but it's up 7% today. It's really, really strong. And I just think that, names like Apple, names like Amazon, names like XOM, the names that are working for you, everything that looks good to the upside, kind of feels like, maybe we just continue. We're actually pushing 38.90 now in the ES. So, for myself as a swing trader, when I do swing trade, if things are working for me and I'm in names that make sense, or, if you're in value plays from the bottom and now they're working for you, it's like, let the thing work for you. And then if it doesn't work afterwards, if it like kind of breaks trend or whatever gauge that you're looking at, then yeah, just make it make sense to you. But that's a great question because, a lot of people, when you're in the money, it's trade management. What should I do? And you have to build a system for it, right? You have to build a system. It has to make sense to you because I can sit here and be like, oh, do this, do that, buy this. Look, I'm long this name, I'm short this name. But, it's very difficult to follow other traders. Like, you have to have the conviction. That's how you're going to be self-sustainable, right? So that's what I preach. Just learn from everybody around you. But keep in mind that, you can never replicate what somebody else is doing. You're the one who has to make those decisions. So, yeah, that's kind of my thoughts over there. And looking back here just very quickly, I'm wondering why... Yeah, see, this ran and then it kind of... We're probably going to spend a little bit more time here. I have a pretty sick average on this, so I'm not too worried. But maybe we go a little bit sideways on Amazon, hold VWAP a little longer, and then off to the races. Or if it breaks, whatever, then stopped out of it. No big deal. But I actually thought that was going to be way sharper to the upside. It's unfortunate that it kind of stopped there. Yeah, these algos, they know what they're doing there. Somebody else saying, so Luca, since you shouldn't shout out my comment about how questionable your size... Question about your size when you are scalping. So yeah, that's a great question. So in regard to taking size on certain trades that you're looking at, it's going to differ for everybody, right? It's going to differ. Is it a part of your playbook? Have you seen wins on this? Are you making money on it? Can you scale up? Do you have the buying power for it? Like all these types of questions. I like to simplify this and actually just say, can the market handle, what is the size that should be taken? What is the size that should be taken? So for example, obviously the attractiveness of large caps is the fact that you can take unlimited size at almost any level, and for the most part you get the fill. But in the morning, like look at my trades in the morning, I'm like very, very nervous because it's going up, it's going down, it's whipping like 30, 40 cents. Some moves, I was like 75, 80 cents in the money on some of these trades, and then I blinked my eyes and I was like back to break even or out of the money. And I was using a lot of stops just to kind of manage my risk. And as you guys can see, it just didn't work. It did not work. Everything I did in the morning on Amazon was wrong, right? Even though we went up, even though I was thinking long, I was just wrong, right? So maybe this is a product of taking too much size. And so even though I'm a scalper, even though I'm like, oh, it's A+ today, oh, all these orders are going to fill, this is going to be an absolutely amazing trade, you could take so much size on it. I lost money. I lost. I did not make money. So going back to the ideology of like what is the type of size that you should be taking on these trades, just keep in mind that like maybe if I took less size, this is my example to you. If I took less size, I would probably make more money. But I took more size because I'm like, it can handle it today. For sure, everything's going to fill. I could probably get fills and be instantly in the money, which I was, but it just didn't work for the way that I was trading it. So Just keep all these things in mind. You know, midday rolls around. If it's not earnings for a certain stock, if the stock's not really doing crazy amounts of volume, if it's in a range that it's been in before, then, you know, like, it's probably not a good idea to size up. And you know, I was actually having a discussion with, you know, OG legends at the bar last night. And one of the kind of things that I've learned over the course of my career is, you know, if you're like, oh, I'll just take 200 shares because, you know, this is like a B, this is like not that good. Like, it's like, I'm gonna only take 200 shares. Here's the thing: if you're gonna only take 200 shares, you probably should either not take that trade, or, you know, take like 10 shares or 20 shares. And then if you're like, oh, I love this trade, I'm going to take like 2,000 shares, well, you should probably take 20,000 shares because that's like the good trade. So cut out, like, really scale down on the trades that, you know, don't even take 500 if that's light for you. Oh, 500 is light. I don't know if it's going to work, though. Like, it probably shouldn't be 500, right? So these are just good examples that kind of I'm going to preach over and over again. The thing is like, you, and, you know, going back to that question, it's like, you ask me, oh, what size am I taking? Like, this is irrelevant, right? I don't want to be like, oh, I'm taking this size here, I'm taking that size here. Like, it's not about the money, it's not about that. Do not focus on your P&L. Prioritize your confidence. And this was the saying from yesterday that we were discussing. It's like, do not prioritize your P&L. Do not protect your P&L. Protect your confidence, because P&L is a product of good trading. And if you have the confidence when the next trade rolls around, bang, you hit that, and then, you know, good things happen. So yeah, prioritize confidence, and you know, everything kind of works together there, and then good things happen. And, you know, if you get discouraged, just keep your head up. You know, just keep in mind, I like this show because we're day traders that sit here, and I'm just like, look, loss, this was a loss, that was a loss, oh, loss again, okay, sick. You know, if you guys want to see just crazy wins where people make like 500,000, go to, you know, like TikTok or whatever, wherever these people just say, oh yeah, I only make money and make like this amount of money every single day, you know? So yeah, keep that in mind. Trading is all about losing, managing those losses, and then when, you know, you get better at it over time, you know, good things happen, you find areas to scale up, and then good things work, right? So just keep that in mind. Hopefully that's like kind of confidence booster going into the weekend. And yeah, enough with that. Looking back to some of these trades here, Microsoft still no fill. I'm kind of glancing over Meta. Yeah, I might as well just cancel that Meta. Probably not getting back there. Google. Oh, I actually wonder where is Google right now. Yeah, Microsoft. Yeah, I was just a little bit lower, so no fill there. Google, just very quickly. Yeah, rejecting 95. I'm gonna keep that order there because if we get there, I actually like that short. And it's, you know, maybe I'll actually scale into that too. So yeah, we'll see what happens. And XOM slowly, you know what, I'm going to get out of XOM. I said I'm going to give myself a little bit of time. It's working for me. Maybe this is the wrong call, but it kind of feels like, you know, midday, maybe we come back down to here. Then I don't know if we're actually going to go back up. If we do get back to here and then dip through VWAP, I'll just reload this and then watch it and go from there. So maybe this is the wrong call to cover that, but I just kind of feel gut intuition is, you know, cover that 110. I mean, I'm in below 109, so I already had the $1.25 winner. So yeah, whatever. I'll just take that and yeah, we'll go from there. Henry Z saying scared money gets no money. Yeah, absolutely. Scared money gets no money. But also the flip side to that is, you know, too much confidence and aggression loses you a lot of money sometimes. So yeah, there's a healthy balance between the two that you have to figure out there.
Lucas, thank you for everything. This is for your Halloween, my friend. Happy Halloween to you. Not both, bro. Come on, one's for myself.
Yo, this is
this guy's about to jack my candy. What the heck? But no, Luca and Lucas. Lucas was asking for a Kit Kat too, so maybe that's what you guys heard me in the back saying. Get me one more. AMD shorts are working out, guys. We were about 50 cents in the money on AMD. We took some profits on that bad boy, but now only 19 cents in the money. I got back into the SPY shorts and the QQQ shorts, but QQQ right now taking above 11.5K, so might have to jump out of these trades. Just watching if QQQ will trade above 11.5, or will it want to pull back under. If it pulls back under 11.5, then I'm going to hold on to my shorts a little bit longer. But if it stays above 11.5, then we're going to take this quick little loss, move away from these two ETFs, because the market clearly way too strong today. Apple pushing back to 156. Apple not at a new high a day yet, so we're going to have to wait for Apple to see if it wants to pull the Apple or the market more higher than where we are currently. Is exactly what my setup is, my plan. Snapchat at $10 again. Okay, Snapchat, we see you. Snapchat once again pulling back to $10. I think the high day was around 10.02, 10.05 or so, 10.04 or 10.05. Give it some time. I think Snapchat should also pull back over here with the rest of the market. That's if 11.5K breaks to the downside. If 11.5K holds, then everything's a question mark from here on out. We got our scalps to the short side, but maybe the longs are back in play one more time over here because Apple trying to go play with 156 yet again, bouncing off the 100-period EMA. That was a pretty quick dollar per share scalp that we got on that market or that stock earlier, but now we're just going to have to be hands-off on it. Amazon, I know you were talking about it. Hopefully those longs are working out. I'm pretty happy with jumping out of my shorts. Yeah, if we do get pulled back 102s, I will gladly try to get 102 shorts again. But everything depends on what this market wants to do at the moment. Meta also pulling back to the north side slightly, and we could have gotten extra 50 cents on the shorts, but that's fine. I'm not going to cry too much about it. UVXY trying to bounce off the $10 area. UVXY on Amex, here you go. Trying to bounce off of 10 over here. Let's see if we can actually get above the 50-period EMA. If UVXY goes up, then most likely the market pulls back also. Once the dollar just back past 111, the dead end bounce is over. The dead cat bounce, I think, is what you were trying to say. I mean, the market's green right now, man. It's still pushing above 11.5 for the QQQ market, putting us 70 cents out of on the trades over here on the SPYs and SP and QQQ ETFs that were short. Thankfully, once again, like we took less size on these trades from previously taking trades around the board, so we're not really giving back any money on these positions. If in case they do end up being sour for us, right? So just got to manage your risk. It's also that time of the day where I'm not going to be taking the amount of size that I take around 12 o'clock or that I do take around 9:30, right? So 12 o'clock after 12 to 1, I try to take less volume, less size on the market compared to how much I would be looking to trade around 9:30 to 10 or 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock. It's at 226, Luca. Not sure what you're talking about. I think you mean Tesla. That's the only stock I can remember that's around trading that price maybe. So let's pull up Tesla. Here you go, 226, up 0.47% on the day, and trying to clear the high day right now as we're speaking with the help of QQQ going up north. Might be time to actually jump out of our QQQ shorts here and our SPY shorts here because QQQ does not want to come back below 11.5K just yet. Everything for me depends on really the Apple trade over here. If Apple fails 156, the reclaim of 156, then I think these shorts are good to add on to. But if Apple does not reclaim 156 and fails 156, so that's what I meant. If Apple fails 156, these shorts are good to add on to for QQQ and the SPYs. But if it does reclaim 156 and gets ready to show us it wants to go up for another leg up north today, then I don't think adding to the shorts is a good thing. The smartest thing would be to jump out of these trades. Meta platform now pulling back to $99.
Can I just say one thing? XOM was the worst cover ever. I was like, this is probably going to be wrong. Like, I'm just going to cover. As soon as I covered, it's like, boom, like, you know, like just like I covered 110.02 or something like that. And now it's at 110.33. So, yeah, that's the thing. Like, now I just look silly, but whatever, is what it is. You know, well, that was bad. That was bad. But you know what? Amazon is working. It's looking good. And I took an extra long through 100. So long, holding, covered a little bit, then added it back, covering at the 50 period. Sometimes I'm just like, I have to take free money. I'm just like, this is going to be free money through 100, like for an extra 10 cents. So it's like, take it off, add it back, take off a little bit more. Now we got the long-term, the swing position on, and I'm going to try to hold for 101. But if we reject for what, like we're at the 50 period, right? So maybe a little bit of a sideways test and then off to the races. The market's pushing highs. We're still going higher. So kind of feels good. Somebody beat Fanatic saying Amazon 100. And I was like, oh yeah, I know, buddy. I know. We're going to the moon now. But yeah, let's let it run. Let's see what happens there. And that's my only long on the board. No shorts. Tried the one short on Tesla for anybody just tuning in right now. Tried that short, was wrong on it. Now it's through 225. This was my worry, right? I'm like, I'm not going to cover 225 because I'm going to lose even more. I might as well just cover if I'm like wrong right away. So kind of happy with that actually. And yeah, we'll see if now Amazon really starting to work to the upside. Yeah, man, that there was just a huge seller this morning. And if it was like as clean as it is right now this morning, oh my God, I would have printed. But whatever, is what it is. You know, still having a great day. Can't complain. Google now inching back towards 95, going towards my order over there. It is still there to get short in front of 95. And I like the short better here. Maybe okay, whatever. But now if we get to 95, we're probably going to break. So it's something that, like I said, maybe I'm going to scale into it and add to it. But I'm just going to let that one order flick me in, and I'm not going to get out if it breaks above 95. I'm going to give it a little bit more room, more discretionary, and then see where it goes. Yeah, XOM, it's not stopping. It's not stopping. Today's the day where it's like you miss the trade and then it doesn't stop, and you're like, damn it. Or you're in the long, you sell it and it doesn't stop. Man, this is, even when you win, you lose. That's trading for you. But you know, it is what it is. You gotta be transparent, and it's just whatever. You know, it is what it is. I don't know. I don't know what else to say there.
That's fine. We'll carry on from wherever you left off, I guess. Apple still under 156. Apple really struggling to hold 156 on the bids and get above it. So I punched out of my SPY and QQQ shorts, but I got back in at a different price because, you know, with our fee structure, I'm fine with taking that small hit that I took and getting back in at a different price in order to see if we can get a bigger flush to the downside, and I can add on the way down when the trade's working for me. Right now, though, here we go. Apple's actually holding above 156 right now as we're talking about it. So it looks like there are still buyers coming in, getting ready to punch the longs of Apple for a possible move to above 156.50, which I think is the high. 156.48 is the high today. Look at that. We're actually holding 156, which is pretty good, surprisingly enough. Let me filter the size out for 99 shares so we can only see prints of above 100 or more. So that way we're cutting out the noise, all the garbage prints that are coming between 10 to or even 1 to 99 shares. We don't really need to see where they're trading their positions because it doesn't have any significance behind it for ourselves. Anytime anyone's trading more than 100 shares or so on a stock that's worth $156, then we're kind of like, okay, maybe you're a little bit of an interesting party to keep an eye out for. Like, look at that 1,000 shares being punched long, another 1,000 shares being punched long on a liquid gateway T, I believe, if I remember correctly. Is going to be the NASDAQ gateway. Yeah, so the T is the NASDAQ gateway. On liquid gateways, this is not on dark pool at the moment, and Apple keeps on trying to climb up to the north side. Thankfully, our AMD not doing a whole lot of anything in these ranges. We're still 2 cents in the money on our AMD shorts. Pretty happy with this one, but look at the strength that AMD has. It's been bouncing off the 50-period EMA for a good period of the time today. Ever since actually when the show started, the midday show started, we've been holding 50-period EMA pretty strong on AMD.
Is there a fly, or is it just me?
There could be a fly.
So Amazon now testing 100. I think this is the reload. It's lining up with the 50-period. It's lining up with the moving average. It broke through 100. It already gave you the VWAP bounce. Now, if it this is not something that I would have a hard stop through 100. I'm already long, but if I was, should I reload? Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna, maybe it's gonna go. I'm gonna try to reload close to 100 just to make the odds right. And if I get the fill, great. If I don't, I don't. Whatever. But I'm gonna add less size because whatever. I don't want to like add too much size. Then it gets. No. You know what? It's not even gonna happen. Okay, that was too quick. But there's the thing. It's lining up perfectly. It looks like we're gonna get that little bit of consolidation. Then we go up again. This is gonna be my bet on it. And then if we flush through. Again, no hard stop through 100, but if we really sell off back into VWAP, yeah, that's why maybe I shouldn't add. I don't know. We'll see. I'll make this decision in real time, but it kind of feels good for the next leg up there.
Just sending Aaron a screenshot of our viewer Travelry asking who's laughing like that. So that was a good one over there. The boys in the back enjoyed that comment. I for sure did. That's a little Aaron laugh over there. That's the Aaron laugh. But yeah, he's a good kid, man. We love that kid. This market just nonstop ripping to the north side at the moment. Looks like 11.5K did not end up being a barrier the way I wanted it to. At least it was a barrier when we were involved in those trades for the short side. So, Seema's on. Okay, I gotta take a break, guys. You're lying to me. She's not on. You're
I was
an
going to say,
absolute liar.
I'll take over from there. No problem, buddy. No problem.
He's a liar. You said Seema was on TV. I had to look back, and she wasn't. So now I'm upset. Now I'm very upset.
Yeah, and you're not wrong on that call through 156 on Apple. This thing's steamrolling to the upside. I don't even know if steamrolling is the right word because it's going a lot faster than a steamroller. Going towards 157 kind of feels like, I think we're probably going to get a 157 test, but maybe if we dip back down on this, I might try a bit on it, obviously towards higher days, so I'm going to have to take a little bit less. Didn't reload Amazon. I don't think we're getting back down closer to 100. Now it's just kind of trade management going to the upside. I think we're probably going to push through 150, and then you know, maybe get the 101 test there, but probably have my orders scale, see what happens. Charles saying Palantir earnings call November 7th. Palantir, I haven't traded Palantir in so long, but Palantir is definitely a name that I really like to trade off of earnings because it's something that a lot of size on the book, you could definitely scale up, and if it approaches interesting levels, then it gets extra spicy. It's at, you know, it's crazy that Palantir is only worth $8.60. Like, that's crazy, and I know we were lower from before. Bottomed out, this is the daily, guys, bottomed out 750 towards 7. I think the IPO price was $10, or I don't even call it IPO, whatever, was $10. We broke through $10 earlier this year, and then it was just kind of like dead, right? Looking like it's going up, kind of down again. This was probably earnings. You know, looking like we're going up again. What are they going to say? I mean, in terms of what they do as a business, it's pretty interesting, I think. And some of the contracts they have are really, really cool. So I'm surprised that it's not like moving. And maybe it's just a product of, you know, just overall money flow of flowing into assets where value is being protected and being paid. So yeah, maybe that's the reason. Amazon made that push there. Size on the bid, chasing it up here. This is good for 101. I'm going to just make sure I have some of my orders out and hopefully get the fills.
Yeah, I took the Apple short again at the high day, just trying to repeat the same setup that came in earlier on for me, that worked for me. Closer to 156.60, 156.70, but it's pretty strong. Clearly, there's a lot of buying coming in. We're seeing a lot of $1,000 shares, 1,000 share prints pulling the stock up to the north side. So just staying away from it would be probably the better thing to do. Don't want to give money back on a stock that's been very profitable for us on the day that is. And our SPYs and QQQ shorts are still out of the money, but not really too far out of the money. Can be manageable right now on those positions. And AMD in the money while the market's ripping, which is pretty surprising. We're short AMD, but we're actually making money on that trade while this market's taken off to the north side. We're now 27 points above 11,500 on the NASDAQ, which is up 2.6% on the day. And S&P 500 only 6 points away from 3,900 and also up almost 2% on the day over here. So that looks like that idea that Luca and I were talking about earlier. We didn't come this far to not break 3,900 or at least test 3,900, right? Same thing applies for the NASDAQ. We didn't come to 11,500 to not trade at 11,500 or at least test around those levels. Let's see what ends up happening around these areas for the market. We'll keep trying to catch the pullback on the market as long as we can, that is, because that's our setup. That's my setup, and I'm going to continue trying to do that. But obviously, maybe trading the trend is your right direction today. If you were long on apples and were buying on the pullbacks, you're laughing at the moment. The stock is up 8.10% on the day with 98 million shares traded. Imagine Apple having close to 100 million shares on the day. That's pretty insane.
Yeah, Amazon is flying up, so this is solid. I'm loving this. And somebody in the chat is like, Luca looks like he belongs in, or my 14-year-old son said, Luca looks like he should be in the band Weezer. What is Weezer? I've never heard of this. I'm actually Googling it right now. I have no idea what they do or what they sing, but yeah, kind of funny there. I mean, whatever. Yeah, that's pretty funny. But yeah, no, it's definitely a ride the trend kind of day. Like playoff of levels, right? Yeah, my thought. Playoff levels, ride the trend, and don't be greedy. You know, don't be greedy. Things are going to show you the ranges that they're in, and just, you know, take the wins when you get them. Google is 10 cents in the money. Oh, there we go. Okay, so we didn't break 95. So maybe a stop order above 95 is actually the right idea, because it's like it's now showing that it doesn't even want to, like, you know, this is like a hard rejection off 95 actually. I don't know where I'm going to cover this. I kind of got into this with no real idea of where I'm going to cover. Like, it's up on the day, so I don't expect a VWAP test. Maybe this is one that I could probably hold for 2 hours, and if maybe we get to like 94, 93.80, I don't know though. It's like, that's like a lot to ask for this. If we get down to like 94.40, maybe that's a cover. Just kind of like creating this channel I just said don't get greedy. And then I'm like, yeah, let me cover VWAP. No. So yeah, if we get to 94.40 on that, it'll be a nice little scalp. Nothing too crazy there. I'll be happy with that winner. See if we get the fill. And I'm actually going to throw my stop over 95 because it's just respected that level so cleanly. So I think probably makes sense to do that. And guys, keep in mind, as a day trader, pay yourself over and over and over again because here's the thing. And I'm just like talking to a few people in the chat too, saying like I hate when things go against me. I get super tilted. It's like, okay, now it's working for me. Pay myself. Now that it flushes back down, even though I have like less size, I'm like, okay, whatever. I'll just hold this. Even if it loses, no big deal. If I had the full size still, and now we're all the way back here, and I didn't pay myself, I'd be so mad, and then I'll create an even bigger loser. So that's just something that I've learned about myself. If anybody else is having that similar problem, the solution is pay yourself along the way. So yeah, somebody also saying look at Meta. So let's have a look here. We'll bring it up very quickly. Looking at Meta, inching its way back to VWAP. Maybe we get a 100 test. If we do get a 100 test, I'm probably going to take a short there. And this is something that I'll take a little bit of size at 100, and then I'll scale into it with the same logic. So yeah, I'm going to have a reminder order out there as well to see if we get there. And I mean, I don't think we do. But if we do, great. I'll take the short. And yeah, pay yourself in whatever makes sense to you. I'll say that much.
Oh, there we go. QQQ shorts in the money now. Same with Apple. Looks like that trade did work out for us. We're once again rolling in the money on the short side over here. I'm happy with my scalps. I know some of you are cautioning me to be careful on the shorts here. I do appreciate that, guys. But as long as the setup doesn't stop working for me, I'm going to continue trading that one for myself. That is. Guys, you guys are expecting someone who listens to like Louis Armstrong to know Weezer. That's not gonna end up working out that way. And you guys also expect someone to listen to Dalir Mendy, Tunuk Tunuk all day to know some of the random artists that you guys always mention. Maybe not random to you, but they're gonna be random to us. Okay, we're not born in the same time as you guys. We're actually fairly young. Luca and myself we're not even 30 years old yet. Well, Luca, are you 30 yet? No, right? No. Yeah, we're not even 30 yet, but someone's gonna be 30 soon. Someone's gonna be 30 soon over there. But no, we're still babies, man. But we do appreciate all the banter that you guys have. Tunuk Tunuk slaps, yo. Tunuk Tunuk does slap, baby. Dalir Mendy out there with killing it with those beats.
Yeah, it's funny. Zach is like, Luca says, gosh darn it, when he hits his thumb with the hammer. I don't. Okay, I'm not. Yeah, no. It's, I see Blue Skies. Yeah, Mr. Blue Skies. I also like that as well. And I like a whole range of music. And actually, while we're on the topic, and I'm kind of glancing back at this Amazon quickly, again, same plan if we get the VWAP going long again. But speaking on the topic of music, we were talking about this the other day, where what's your theme song? So at the bar yesterday, talking to the OGs, and the go-to theme song, I'm not going to mention any names, Mortal Kombat. Yeah. That's one way to get ready for the day. We are going into digital warfare. Let me get myself ready over here. So guys, in the chat, throw your go-to song. How do you start your day? What's your go-to prep? Call it 9:25. Listen to music. I'm sure some of you are, all of you are watching the show, so maybe you have music in the background. But yeah, for me, I kind of switch it up every single time. But I like the Mortal Kombat idea because get yourself ready for the war. So yeah, if you guys have songs, Eye of the Tiger, that's a great one as well. Final Countdown, exactly. Yeah, all the pump music that you need to get ready. Neil, feel free to throw out some bangers in there. I know you're busy, obviously, talking, but what would you have in your ear maybe back in the day? Let the chat know. I'm sure they're interested in that one. And Fahad, I'm good. Fahad Expenses Studio, no. And Dangerous, yeah, Dangerous. Oh man, Big L has bangers. It's so unfortunate that what happened to him, but he was in my top 10 for sure for rappers. I love 90s rap, and yeah, he's in my top 10 for sure.
Someone in the chat said Yeet. I mean, okay, I'm not really sure I can vibe with that. I'm not against Yeet, but that music just sounds a little too much for me. It's just ADD'd out the mind. But not bad music. He does have good songs here and there, so not gonna deny that one. Market's still above 11.5K, so waiting for 11.5K to break in order for me to add to my Apple shorts. Until that, I'm just going to patiently wait and hold on to my positions. AMD 35 cents, 30 cents, QQQ 30 cents, and Apple 17 cents in the money for all of these. And I'm just patiently waiting for the NASDAQ futures to get below 11,500. And if it does, the second it does, just like that, we're going to head over to Apple and add some more to our position over here. I don't want to add that much. You know, it's that time of the day where things might not actually work out the way you're planning it to. So I'll add slightly, and look at that. Just like that, we're back above 11.5K on the NASDAQ futures. So it's a good thing that I only added very slightly on my Apple shorts. And my risk is the high of day. If the high of day breaks around 156.60, 156.70, we jump out for a quick little loss and not really give back our whole day on it anyway. So we're just chilling, enjoying the day as the market keeps on providing us. You think Drake know how to day trade? I don't think he needs to, because he's dropping another album today. He's dropping an album with 21 Savage. And I can't wait to see how the whole album plays out. Might be a pretty good album, and you know, 21 Savage don't miss, and Drake obviously hasn't missed in a while for a good while now. I think we were also talking about who put the Toronto on the map, and was it Brankles who was saying it was Vince Carter, because Vince Carter, the Carter effect was real, and then obviously for a while Drake put it on the map too. Yeah, I think Vince Carter first put Toronto on the map without doubt.
Yeah, Vince Carter.
Mighty Mouse, what's that? I don't know what you guys talking about.
That's like, yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Mighty Mouse Stoudemire.
Yeah, that's sick. Somebody in the chat want to comment on this very quickly. Was do you think Drake knows how to day trade?
Sir, who?
Do you think Drake knows how to day trade?
Yeah, that's where I went from. Yeah.
Huh?
I was talking about that.
Oh,
You're
okay. Sorry, I was thinking of it. No, because I just saw that. I'm like, no, there's no way. It'll be like remember when Dave Portnoy was day trading and the video of him, and he's like going hard, and he's down like 18 million on like one of his positions, but he's like up almost a mil on another one, and he's like, here we go, up almost a million. Don't mind the 18 mil that I'm down. That was funny, but that was short-lived. I don't think he's day trading anymore, you know? So for actual day trading, you know, just, you know, make sure things that are making sense. Don't take big losers unless you got the funds for it. You don't want to just kind of die, you know, after like a couple bad trades, right? So that's like actual, not so much advice, but that's actual kind of wisdom, I think. Like, don't, you know, it's a lot of fun to watch, but yeah, he's not day trading anymore, right? But no, he doesn't care. He's loaded. And somebody's saying, wake up, Luca. Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty awake right now, but I could use another espresso, actually. Amazon back above 100, still holding. It's now testing the 50 period again. I really thought we were going to go to 101. But yeah, no, now we're back at 100. But again, I'm just going to recycle this level over and over again. I'm going to give it a little bit of a time. Maybe it wants to dip below 100, play a little bit of games around that level, and then make a decision of where it's going to go. So I am already long. If it gets away from me, whatever, I'm still long. But if it like dips back below and then comes back above, I'm gonna try to get a little bit more long there, and just use the same logic, right? Long, 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 out, long, 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 out, long, 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 and hopefully out, 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 not out down there for a loser. So yeah, we'll see what happens.
Chat goes, bro does not need another espresso. He's loaded up on energy as it is.
Like, it's funny because I had one coffee today, and I just had a coffee from Tim
you
Hortons.
have way too many coffees.
No, but I only have like maybe two or three coffees a day.
You start your day with the coffee from the office. Sorry, no, you start a day with Tim Hortons coffee, and then you grab another one from the office, then you go back to Timmy's, and you go to an espresso store, and you buy a Spro from there, and then you go back home and you have another coffee, then you go to gym, you take another coffee, you go to bed, you're having another coffee. How many coffees are you having in a day?
It's fine, though. It's fine. I built up the tolerance for the Spro, man. Too much coffee is bad. You want to stay under 400. It's not so much the coffee, it's the caffeine. You want to stay under 400 milligrams. So just make sure if that works out to 3 espressos a day, then 2-3 espressos is like 400
one
milligrams.
espresso like
120 maybe?
That's already the daily limit.
No, daily limit 400 milligrams.
Yeah, the daily limit was like 150, bro.
Yeah, but they don't know what they're talking about. This is actual science. I tested it on myself.
They don't
400
know what
milligrams,
they're
don't
talking
go
about.
over that. You can have 2-3 Spros. If you have 4, then you're having 7. Not good for you. Yeah, coffee is not good for your stomach lining, but here's the thing. If you coat it with bananas to start your day and have lots of water, then you're
all
good
the peanut
to
butter.
go. And peanut butter bagels, baby. Peanut butter bagels. Luca's coffee budget is large. Yeah, exactly. It's large and in charge. And yeah, I actually just got a new Spro machine, so pretty happy about that. Really
coffee
good.
budget is like my green budget.
I was saying this yesterday, and guys, Amazon's now ripping back to the upside. I'm just going to talk about this very quickly. It's kind of funny. We're talking about this yesterday. Imagine at the end of your life, somebody comes to you with a stat sheet, and they go, all right, Luca, good job. You did well. You know, you were pretty funny, made some people laugh. And you had like 46 or 487,000 espressos. You had this many peanut butter bagels, and they just like give you the rundown of like what you did. That would be pretty cool, to see that. But yeah, anyways, that's kind of a little bit off topic. Obviously, you know, looking at the markets here, Amazon's ripping back to the upside. Man, that was a reload if I've ever seen one. Kind of sad that I didn't reload, but it's you know what it is? I'm having a great day. I started off very poorly, and now I'm having a really good day. And it's like it's tough for me to continue to, you know, I don't want to, you know, size up now and then ruin what I've done, right? Ruin what I've done. So that's why I'm like, I'm reluctant to reload here. I don't know if it's the right idea, but I still have the long, so it's like it's gonna work and whatever. But that was a reload, man. That was a reload. It was bad. That was a bad call by me not reloading. Hopefully somebody got that bounce around 100 because very textbook, right? Breaks up above 100, comes back down. You know, fills the size, doesn't really go lower, doesn't even touch VWAP. And now look at this sharp up move. We're probably going straight to 101. I think, do I even have orders out? I don't. So let me get some out at 101 if we get there. I think that's the right idea. We're probably going to print 101 and then make decisions. I don't actually think it's going to go straight to 102, but this velocity of the move is a very, very, very sharp move. And people are actually offering out in front, like at this level over here. So you know what, actually? I'm going to, instead of 101, because maybe we don't get there, I'm going to try to get out right over here. Let's see if we get the wick out just above the 60s area. That would be great, get the fill over there. But yeah, it's showing us maybe this is top-ish. I don't want to be too greedy and say 101 if I could just, it's like 40 cents. I don't even care too much. And then there was size there, and it didn't fill right away. So it's not too much size, but only like 10,000 shares. And then I'll just like let the 101, I'll make a decision, and then we'll go from there. But yeah, no, this was a pretty clean up move. My worry is that, like, you know, it didn't go this time. It went this time. If I don't take the profits, this is going to go against me again, and then maybe I could just get the reload there. So yeah, no big deal. We'll look at that one. Someone's saying buy McDonald's for long-term, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. We're looking at McDonald's today. I don't know if you were watching from before or if you're just bringing that up now. Look at how McDonald's right now is doing this little bit of a channel right under 275. And 275 on the daily is actually a 52-week high and an all-time high. McDonald's is not something that I would buy the breakout on per se, but from a swing trade perspective, it's like, you know, maybe it actually breaks 275, creates a new range, and then runs to 300. Then, you know, you get a 25-point win, but that's never going to happen in a day trade. So, you know, even right now, I'm not really interested in buying right here and then selling over here because there's other names that are just going to, you know, give a better range there. But yeah, it'll be interesting to keep eyes on, you know, McDonald's, Coca-Cola, XOM, like obviously XOM increasing their dividend today. Like these names are the value plays. They're providing good yield. They're trying to compete with fixed income. And investors, I think, are liking what they see. So it'll be interesting to see kind of where those things go. But for the most part, yeah, obviously just manage your expectations on that.
Yes, sir. Managing your expectations. Currently looking at AMC up 0.61 on the day. But more importantly, let's head over to cryptocurrencies. Because Dogecoin absolutely taken off today with the help of the Twitter deal finally closing. We know that Dogecoin is going to be the official coin for Twitter and maybe the official coin for Tesla also. There was actually something interesting that I found out on, oh, look at Apple real quick. Apple is close to 157 now and trying to take out 157. I had to punch out on my shorts. I got back in closer to 157.70s or so. Was my fill? Yeah, 156.70 or 69 is my average. But Apple's now at 157 with about 1,000 lots or a little bit slightly higher than 1,000 lots on Apple on the ask over here. So let's see if we can actually break past that level and continue go higher. Luca's a little upset, I guess, for the longs that he was looking for at 150 today. But yeah, I mean, I understand the pain. When do you get days like this where Apple goes up 10%? Right, so yeah, it's almost like never, and this is the stock that everyone has a little bit of a regret today. It's sadly that's just the way it goes, right? You're in disbelief that the stock is up so far. Part of me actually wants to go cover some of my position on the long-term account, but I'm not going to do that. Makes me
Never
happy.
cover.
It makes
Never
me
quit.
happy though. Never quit, never
You're
cover.
you're in at 135.
Yeah, look
close?
at that loser who quit recently, right? I'm sorry, I call him a loser, but you are a loser. I know it's been a hard year. I'm trying to find this tweet from last night that I sent out to the boys in the chat. Let me just quickly scroll up over here. It should be coming up very soon. This was a fun picture too. This was a picture of the boys making it yesterday. They showed up on the stream. You guys know who this is. That's Ian. That's Spencer.
That's such a legendary
That's such a legendary
man.
picture.
I love
indeed.
that. I love that.
Popping up in the stream. The boys went back to the stream and clip shot that or screenshot that. But this guy over here, like, I'm sorry, like, you've only been trading for 4 years, and this last year has been so stressful for you that you're quitting at the top. Like, you don't know what a flag pattern is. That looks like a breakout pattern to the north side, my guy. Like, if this was your chart, I'm buying call options on your chart, because even with the tough market that the market's been this year, looks like you just went sideways. You didn't really get hurt too much. You got hurt more over here. That could have been like the COVID drop or something that kind of dropped you too, but you took off. And you're quitting. So my point over here is, like, 4 years is nothing in the game. 4 years is basically your tuition, your university time period, right? Basically, you did 4 years of university, and then you're deciding that it's not for you, and you're gonna drop out before your final exam, which is absolutely insane to me. I would urge people to apply proper risk management at all times. That way, things like that doesn't happen. Obviously your mental is a very big thing. You got to manage your mental. You got to manage your psychology, or sadly that could very easily happen. But how do you quit on the highs when you're on the upper spectrum of the game? I just don't understand that. But I'm just saying that out to, like, encourage some of you guys in there who are somewhat struggling this year and are thinking about quitting. It's all about longevity, guys. If you stay here long enough, you will learn every single way of how the market goes, the different cycles of it. My expectation is that's his first bear cycle in the last 4 years to be a part of, and he's upset of not being able to trade the bear cycle properly. So I would say, just think about managing your risk properly and just outlasting the wave, outlasting the struggle period, because after every single struggle period comes a good period to have some fun in. This market has been a little hard for sure, though.
So I'm going to comment on that, but Talon's saying this year makes us stronger. Exactly. It's like you struggle so much that when the wins come through, and we were saying this last night, it was kind of funny. I think Sean was like, I don't know if you said it on stream. Did you say that on stream with Brankos?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay. He's like, okay, Brankos, act like you made some money here. But this is the thing. This is the thing, though. And this is actually a really good point.
Come on,
and
you didn't say that.
This came from Brankos. He said the losses are so painful that when the wins roll around, you have to celebrate them. You have to, because you're going to have so many lows that, it's fun to celebrate the highs. So that was yesterday. We're all celebrating. It was a lot of fun. People are talking about GME, but there's one more quick comment that I want to comment on. Human Nature was like, did he really call him a loser, like referring to the guy who's like quitting trading? He's just, it's a joke, it's a joke in terms of like don't quit while you're ahead. Like, what are you pulling a Seinfeld over here? Like, come on, things are going well, but the thing with trading is mental stress is real, right? So protect your confidence, protect your mental capital. It goes such a long way. If you die out, it's a mental thing. It has nothing to do with P&L, right? Like, if you blow up and you have no more money, that's one thing. But a lot of the times it might just be mental. You just can't bring yourself to like keep doing it over and over and over again. It's not easy, right? But to quickly talk about GME, because everybody's saying GME's popping off here. It's up 10%. A lot of other things are. This is actually pushing 28.50, and maybe 30 is like the target, right? It's been in this range. And it kind of like the high was like that 27.70 to 28. Now it looks like it's giving a little bit of a breakout. I'm just going to say I'm not going to trade GME today. If it gets to 30 and if it goes crazy, I'll make a decision. But I tend not to really do well on these names unless I find like a very specific thing that's kind of moving on it. I'm not really sure. It's at the high of day. This is the 1 minute. It's at the high of day. I don't really know if I should buy it. But this is not a name that I want to short because it could be at 30 in like the next 20 minutes. So I'll watch. If we get to 30, there's like a little bit of a gap to fill, like 30 to 31, which is nothing crazy. But maybe real resistance comes in at 30. And then obviously, this was the split. This was split day, so this is not actually a gap down. But just looking how it traded on split, I'm trying to get it perfectly. There we go. The high being 48, right? So GME, one of those names that if we run, maybe you get multi-day runs. But if we fail right away, then it's just dead back into the range. So yeah, it's Friday. It'll be interesting to see like where it is on Monday and where it is next week. I mean, if we do get multi-day runs, then we're probably trading this next week. So yeah, the higher the better for me. Hopefully it doesn't go back down because then it's a no trade for me. Today, probably going to stay away from it. But yeah, maybe next week something gets going there. I mean, in terms of where it's going, see, you look at Apple and you're like, well, Apple's strong. You know, investors are looking where to put their money. The earnings came out. The overall market's pushing high. Like, I like Apple. It makes sense to the upside. Then you look at something like GME, and it's like, well, I don't know if there's a catalyst. I don't know what's going on. I don't know where this is going. It's so hard to kind of gauge it and be like, oh, it's going up, it's going down. So that's why I'm staying away, just because I'm not 100% sure. And man, Amazon is now through 101 and ripping to the north side. I got out at 101. Where are we here? I got out at 101. So got myself out over here at the top of the range, got myself out at 101 because we were stalling. Then we flushed. I was like, oh, that was a great call. But imagine now we're going to go to 103. If we're at 103 by the end of the day, oh my God, man. Today is a day full of what could have beens. Because like, man, like I'm just like, I'm having a great day, but it's like, I should be up way more. I should be doing way more. Google should break 95 soon. Yeah, I see that too. I'm in this position. My stop order is now, I know I said no stop above 95, but my stop is above 95. And I don't even care. If I get wicked out of this position, is what it is. It's a 6-cent risk. I was going for the 40s, but we didn't get there. We got to like 50s and then bounced. So, I mean, maybe it just wants to break 95, and then, I don't know, like, can this get to 96? Maybe. So, yeah, we'll have to see what happens. And just want to quickly say we're at 2,700 likes for the day. If you guys are enjoying the show, if you're making money, if things are good, if you're looking forward to the weekend, I've never heard of Weezer, absolutely not, but I guess I'll go give them a listen right after this. No, somebody, I don't know if you're here, somebody's like, my 14-year-old kid thinks you look like you belong in Weezer. Yeah, the Buddy Holly one? And yeah, I'm like, I don't know what Weezer is, but okay, whatever. And then I think someone's like, it's a compliment, so I'll take it, but yeah, hopefully you guys are enjoying the show. Please hit the like button. We got 4,600 people watching, 2,700 likes. I think we could get that to 3K easily. So yeah, hit the like button if if you laughed today, if you made money today, if you're enjoying the show, looking forward to the weekend. Always a good time. All it takes is the click of a button. Similar to trading, click of the button, boom, you're in a position. Click of the button, boom, that's a like. And Tesla moving back. I'm just looking back. Oh, back below 225 here. I don't know if Ian is working into a banger on this one, but yeah, we'll see where that one goes.
Yeah, Ian has $1 million buying power short on that right now.
I know. I looked at GME. I already said, I gave the disclaimer. I'm like, I'm not touching GME. It's I don't know. I just feel like I'm gonna short. This is gonna be at 30, and I'll make a decision if we get to 30. We're like holding trend right at. This is like pretty clean to the upside. And when we do look at GME, let's look at AMC. I mean, AMC is dead now. The thing with AMC that now that it's below 10, there's going to be so much liquidity on this name that it's not really going to give you any type of range. If for whatever reason AMC jumps to like $10, $11, $12, like that's going to be a huge short for myself. But it's so far away, and we're probably just going to channel for such a long period of time. Made 2% on Apple. Thanks, bro. I think that's to Prad because I didn't trade Apple today. Yeah, see, now Amazon's 101.50. Like, yeah, now it's just going to go to the moon. Okay, sick. Good stuff. Good stuff.
82% on Apple. Let's go. That's what I like to see. Long or shorts, either way, whatever direction did it on. We finally got some news about GME. S3 partner CEO Bob Sloan made comments on Yahoo Finance suggesting it could squeeze again. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the apes are still holding, and the squeeze hasn't happened yet, so according to them at least. And if that's the case, if the shorts haven't closed their position and the longs are still holding their positions, eventually when the shorts need to start giving their shares back, failure to deliveries and so on, you might actually see another squeeze coming into play. And if GME squeezes, maybe AMC squeezes along with them, and a couple of other short baskets also squeezes along with them. That's the hope, at least for some of these meme stock baskets, if that rally does come into play for us to take advantage of. Our Apple shorts, once again, in the money, 26 cents at the moment, and AMD shorts, 50 cents in the money. So going to take some more size out over here as the money is being offered on the short side yet again for ourselves. Thank you, Marky. I know it's been a little hard to short stocks, But if you were timing them properly with the right areas and the right levels, it did pay you at the end of the day. So here's Amazon now at 101.50. I'm waiting for it to get above 102 for me to short it. We know Amazon has had a negative catalyst behind it. Want to quickly take a look at the watch list while we're at it, because I do know that, not watch list, sorry, on the super chats, because I do know someone was talking about Amazon on there. So here we go. We got a couple super chats. Dominic, wow, Dominic talking about Boeing and not about a low clap. That's going to be a first time, I'll be honest. I usually never see Dominic talking about large cap stocks. It's usually small cap stocks that are going pretty crazy. So good change over there on Dominic. BA obviously was going pretty insane. The longs on that were coming in clean. I did have BA on my watch list for the green side scanner, but it's not there anymore because other stocks have come in and have won more races compared to Boeing, that is. So BA, pretty strong day on that side. Shock industry, look at Amazon, $97.11. Yeah, it's now at 101.50. Imagine that. We were at 97 at one point, were we? Or was that the pre-market low or something? Looks like that was somewhere in the pre-market ranges, and afterwards we did manage to turn that around and go all the way up to 102 almost for AMZN. Thank you for the $2 super chat there, Shock industry. Microsoft coming in from Rainer Banderas. Asking for Microsoft. We'll take a look at that. Another Amazon thing. Can Amazon reach 120 again anytime soon? 120 could be a little far ways out, but the price target for Amazon, I believe, is 175. From 200, they dropped it to 175. Let me quickly show you on our watch list, on Trader TV Live watch list. Oh, okay, I am signed in. Okay, we're good. Amazon, here we go. So who was the one who cut? Piper Sandler's cut them down from 175 to 125. Sorry. Yeah, from 125 from 175. So I thought it was from 200 to 175. I was wrong. From 175 to 125, and you're expecting 120 to come in, so maybe that's a little ways out. But look at NASDAQ right now making a new high day, S&P 500 making a new high day, and Amazon going and playing with 500 lots of share size on the 102 level with the high day off Amazon at 102.46. So if we do break 102 over here, I'd much rather short above 102. Looks like we have a little bit of a front running action coming in around this 102 too. People front running the size around those levels, as Apple also pulls back up to 157, which we have yet to break on Apple. Apple did have some size on 157. Let's scroll down and see if that size is still there. That size is still actually there, but if Apple is not able to break out above that size, and if Amazon's not able to get above 102, I think this pop in the market that we're seeing could just be a little fugazi of a pop. Apple giving me an option to load more size closer to 156, so I'm going to do that right now. Looking back at the NASDAQ market, though, up 2.6% today, and the S&P 500 only 4 points away from 3,900. Maybe this is where the SPYs actually start cooling down their jets. They've been on an absolute tear today, up 2% on the day, and moving from what, below 3,800 to 3,900, 76 points up on the day today for the market. Looks like we opened above 3,800 slightly, but below 3,800 from the pre-market all the way to 3,900 coming into play. I see someone in the chat talking about the Fed rate tool and the Fed pivoting. We could for sure go take a look at that. Yesterday, I think the high was around 11%. Now we're at 16%. So it looks like the Fed is for sure considering the 0.5 basis rate hike instead of a 0.75 more and more as we get closer to November 2nd, which would be the day of FOMC. 2 o'clock will be FOMC day time, and then 2:30 we'll have the Fed conference that will be coming on, and luckily for you guys, the show will be or the closing show will be like 5 minutes earlier, I believe. Yeah, it'll be 5 minutes, 1:15. 15 minutes earlier, sorry, not 5 minutes. That show will be on at 1:45 on November 2nd, where Neil, Sean, and Brendo will be back on 15 minutes earlier to cover the FOMC move and so on. Also, I made a mistake in regards to in regards to the trade ideas discount. I said only 15% because I thought it was only 15%. Better, it's actually 25%. Yeah, it's 25% right now and is all the way until November 6th. So until next Sunday, November 6th, you will be able to get your Trade Ideas partnership, or sorry, Trade Ideas member account for 25% off. The biggest sale that they've ever had was 30%. So now basically 25%, only 5% difference from that. If you've missed out on the chance to get the scanners that Neil, Sean, myself, and Brenda over there use, such as this one over here. Where's the for future billionaire Prad, right? So scanners like these where you can put stocks on a race view based on whatever parameters you want to give it, or even create scanners where stocks are pulling back to resistance or pulling back to supports or something like that, and have them linked to each other, where if you just click on the ticker, notice how these charts change, and along with this little dialog box over here that shows me what relative volume is. I use relative volume a lot when I'm trading a stock. For example, Apple today. Apple very rarely shows up on these large cap stock scanners, but you know, Apple showing up on those scanners, and today with the relative volume of 2.26, trading 107 million shares. Monster volume being traded on Apple today. Market still moving to the north side slightly, but S&P 500 has yet to break that 3,900 level. So until S&P 500 doesn't break that 3,900 and rips to the north side, I have no real reason to jump out of my Apple shorts. So I'm just going to hold on to my Apple shorts here until I see what the market wants to do with 3,900. Actually, I'm going to jump into a SPY short over here because we are close to that 3,900 level on the SPYs where I've been waiting for it to pull up to so I can short the market. Uber shorts nightmare chart right now. Let's go to Uber. Uber pulling back pretty well, man. Yeah, wow. Uber now only down 1.8% on the day and trading near 27.50 almost. Monster reversal coming in and a W pattern, I guess. Not sure what the W pattern entails, but a little bit of a W pattern coming in. W for the win, for the W. To the north side we go over here for UBER. Get 20%. Yeah, that's basically the 25% off Trader TV one. 300 billion added to Apple since last night. The 300 billion, well, market cap, I guess is what you're talking about. I'm guessing that's what you're talking about. I mean, look, Apple is up 9% almost, which is pretty insane for today. People in the chat also want us to take a look at DKNG and Amazon. Let's actually head over to Amazon because I think that's going to be more of an interesting trade. Amazon didn't really get above 102 like I wanted it to, so no fill for me. The only way I'm shorting the stock is closer to 102.40s. That way I can take the most size I want and not give it too much of a risk to the north side. So I'm just going to wait for Amazon to see if it wants to pull up above 102. If it doesn't, then I'm not really worried about even trading that position for myself. Let's have lunch. Well, lunchtime sadly has come to an end. It's 1:13 Eastern Standard Time. I think you should have had lunch already and been ready for these type of moves to come into play, because now the market most likely will start having some volume coming back in all the way from 1 o'clock going into 3 o'clock and 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock, where the power hour might come in, and we might look at new all-time highs coming in, all-time high, new intraday highs coming into the market, or maybe these intraday highs that we're creating right now hold as a resistance, and we pull back to the south side. QQQ apparently near that resistance, as the scanners told us earlier, and SPYs near 3,900 is what we're looking forward for. Michelle Herbert in chat. Let's go, Michelle. I know you're happy with GME. GME, apparently the squeeze might not have happened yet. So GME over here taking off 9%, 10% to the north side today, and I'm sure you smoked it on your call options or even stocks if you trade stocks, whatever it is. It just matters that you're smoking it. I'm pretty happy for you. Always happy when our viewers are killing it, and all we want in return is you guys to smash that like button, which is currently only at 2.8, 2.7K likes. Let's quickly go check where that one's at. 2.8K likes, so 200 more with 4.4K of you watching will help us get to that 3K marker. Keep in mind also for the closing show needs 2K likes if you want to hear what Neil has in store for you for wrap. So hit that 2K likes on the closing show, hit that 3K likes for this show.
I'm just looking back. Google broke that 95, so I guess hard stop was the right idea. Just getting back to my desk here, 90. short, didn't work, cover through. Maybe, you know, the long, I mean, maybe you could have taken, I did not expect this move, but I'm like, I'm happy that I actually covered here because now we're at 95.35 there. So yeah, not too bad there. I think I'm done with Google. I'm not really sure where, I guess you could say some resistance from the daily approaching like 96. Actually, you know what? Let me quickly pull up the 15-minute to see, is there some type of range set in here? Because maybe there's a short to be had if we get there, but I almost want to say it's 96. Maybe like 96.50. It's too far away. I don't know. I'm going to stay away. I'm done. One and done with Google. I'm done with that trade. Let's glance back. Yeah, so there we go. Amazon now at 102. I was just talking to Max in the back, and he had these same trades as well, these long. It was just so clean, right? Like the long at 100. All these are the money fills. And I'm like, okay, we're going to 102. Then we drop down. Then I get out. Then we go to 102. I don't know if there's like size at 102. Why did it reject super clean? I don't think that broke 102. Maybe, oh, wow, okay, that was pretty, that was actually pretty interesting. When you see this pattern, it did not break 102. I didn't actually see it, but maybe there is some size there at 102. If we get back there, I'll figure out what I'm gonna do there. But yeah, 102 level of interest on Amazon right now. If we can get back there. The high just over 102, but then when we got over 102, the sell-off was really, really like sharp, right? So I had the short here, and I didn't know if we were going to wick back, so this was just a scalp short. But I think I'm going to do the same thing. If we get back to 102, like look at that flush. That's a crazy like 50-cent flush back to the downside. So I'm going to watch that, and we'll see. Maybe it'll happen in the next few moments, or else maybe it'll just kind of run away, and yeah, we just missed the fill there, which won't be a big deal. Let's look back at AMD quickly to see where this one is. No trades on it, but yeah, not really doing much. All right, chill with that one.
Oh, 64 cents in the money on that, baby.
Which?
On AMD shorts.
Oh, you're short AMD?
Yeah.
Nice.
AMD pulling back to the south side, 60 cents in the money on that AMD side. SPY 11 cents, Apple 5 cents, and I just now punched into a Meta platform short because as the market kept going higher, Meta was not able to get above 99. So maybe 99 is now going to be like the 100 area from the open and fail 99 and push down. So I'm sure just also playing the same idea on the markets, right? If NASDAQ if SPYs don't get above 3,900, I want to be in the shorts that have been working out for me all day. That's going to be my Metas, my Apples, and my Netflixes. So Netflix over here sadly did not pull up at all. I did not have the chance to load up shorts on Netflix, but Apple did pull up to 157, and 157 is the exact high a day. Not able to get past 157 for Apple, hence we're short. Not able to get past the double top that AMD created, hence we are short. And SPYs short because of the fail of 3,900, not able to get above 3,900 right now for the SPY futures. So just trying to see if we can capitalize on these moves to the south side for the market shorts that we do have. Pretty scary, though, to have shorts on the day where the markets are on an absolute tear to the north side, up 2% for S&P 500 futures and up 2.6% on the NASDAQ, while UVXY is making a new low a day, down 4.18% on UVXY. So got to be very careful. Make sure you're applying proper risk management methods and not get blown out, because the name of the game is to stay long enough while it's staying irrational. If you get blown out and you don't have the chance to play the next card or the next hand, and the next hand happens to be that trade that you were looking for, then it was all for nothing at the end of the day. So you got to make sure that you're able to play the next hand.
Somebody's asking PayPal short, what do you think? I don't know. Somebody made a good point. Today's just like long, like have the longs and hold them. The thing is when you get days like today where it's like really, really strong and, you know, these names reported, you know, Twitter, the entire data. Oh, wow. So this just in, the entire Twitter data engineer team let go. CEO, gone. CFO, gone. One of the other O's, gone. Entire data engineer team, adios, amigo. Elon is cleaning house. I'm sure you guys all saw the video of him walking into headquarters with a sink in his hand. He's ready to go. And I read the letter that he released yesterday. And he seems genuine, right? He wants to create a nice, nice space for everybody. Cleaning up house. I don't know how that's going to go. I honestly don't really know, but yeah, time will tell. Tesla engineers were there yesterday. I mean, why wouldn't he bring in people that he trusts, right? It makes sense. But yeah, drain the sink. Yeah, cleaning house, exactly. it's we'll see how it plays out. It's and there was actually news from today. I want to bring this up. It's probably not doing much right now, but Trump was on Fox News, and I guess DWAC had a spike, which is this spike here. The thing with DWAC is, I guess like it's just in this range. It's not really moving. It had like that like up day and then just back into the range. This is the thing, right? When you have like maybe like a breakout of some sort, and then it's like back into the range, like it's just dead, right? So like don't get involved until it actually does stuff. I just wanted to bring it up because I didn't look at it today, and I was just like, oh, like I wonder where it is. But yeah, whatever. Plate maker, drain the swamp. Yeah, exactly. And I removed my Metafill from 100 because I don't know if we're gonna get there, and I'm just like watching on the back burner as well. But yeah, kind of good rule of thumb for the day is like, you know, Apple finally reported. You know, Amazon was bad, but Apple was good. Now that everything is kind of out there, I think investors can sleep at night, and that's kind of the justification for the long right now. But yeah, I think we're gonna pass it. Are we going now? Or in 10 minutes? Wait, was that a?
Yeah, we're gonna go.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna pass it over for Sector Watch, and I love the way that just played itself out. You know, so we're gonna pass it to Brendan real quick, and with Sector Watch.
Hey guys, positive afternoon. Here comes the S&P 500 for you. Very, very green board to show you. 2.02 right now. Right across the board, we're seeing gains outside of the healthcare group right now. That's an earnings name, that's an earnings name, and that's an earnings name. So is Gilead. 12% for GILD. Not necessarily something you see every day. AbbVie downside, meanwhile, 4.5. Bio there, 7.8% downside. But all the big boxes here in the healthcare group are all earnings reports, including DXCM, 16.5% to the upside. Makes Apple's 8% seem a little small at this point this afternoon. But wow, what a good day for Apple. Just a monster today, up 8%. 10%, meanwhile, for Intel to the upside. This entire group, though, not a single stock in the tech sector downside at this point this afternoon. Banks very strong as well, right across the entire board. Industrials as well leading the way, or helping to lead the way. Nothing really jumping off the page here. Lockheed Martin having a good day. Boeing there as well, 3.3%. A few people were mentioning Boeing right out of the gate today. Look at Amazon, 8% downside, easily offset by the rest, though, including the travel names here. All the hotels and casinos having pretty big days. 3 to 4.5% back to the upside for most of the casinos today, helping to offset some weakness in the retail group. Pretty good way to end the week, guys. 2% day for the S&P right now.
Yeah, the whole Elon thing is pretty crazy. How much do you think he's going to have to pay in severance packages now?
Oh, I have no idea. Somebody was mentioning 200 million. I don't know if that sounds, I don't know. Is that right? Does that sound right? 200 million severance package to these CEO, CFO and stuff? Yeah.
Wait, don't only the CFOs and CEOs get severances? Don't like the devs and everyone get severance too if you're fired?
Probably, but like way less.
They don't have like employment insurance like we do over here?
You get 2 weeks pay for every year you're there.
2 weeks of pay for every year you're there.
I don't know what
Okay. That's how that works.
3 execs. That's huge. Holy.
So yeah, that's
CEO, CFO, and lower get 200 mil total. Yeah, that does sound like right, but that's like yeah, exactly, golden parachutes. Like they're not upset. Let's just put it this way: they're not upset for being like, you know, yeah, not everybody has that option of, you know, yeah, we're gonna let you go, and you know, here's 50 million, by the way. Enjoy your life, and yeah, go from there. But yeah, no, hopefully we got the lottery coming up tonight in Canada.
Yeah, everybody the tickets for that.
Oh, we should play.
Yeah, we gotta walk around and start asking for a pool of money. Yo, you guys want to be in that pool, lottery pool? Yeah, $6 per. We got 5 people in it so far. Yeah, we got 5 people. Yeah, we're gonna add to the
55,
pot.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're in. All right, sweet. Brendo, we'll ask you to.
The lottery is like you ask somebody, hey, do you want to be on the lottery? You can't say no. You can't say no. So yeah, guys, if you're at work and you have lottery pools, just ask everyone, because you know, who says no to that? Imagine missing. Imagine saying no and then we win the lottery and you weren't a part of that. Terrible vibes, right? But yeah, no, it's anyways, back to trading here. Amazon, oh man, rejected 102. Oh, I missed that again. No way. 102, did it break though? Oh, it broke. Yeah, for sure it did break. Okay, that's kind of, yeah. Okay, that's actually surprising. But 102 rejection here, like we didn't break, then we ran back to 102. We actually, looks like it triggered. Did it trigger? Let me just see. Yeah, it did trigger 01s and then like reverse. That's like not what I wanted to see there. But maybe the short is still good. I'm gonna throw an order out to short. I don't love this short. It's way less size than I was taking at the bottom because I love the long, and now I'm like I don't like the short, so I shouldn't take like huge size there. So I'm just telling myself that. FOMO on the lottery, exactly. It's like FOMO doesn't really kick in until it's like for myself at least until it's like big numbers, and then it's like I'm like, oh man, like I can't miss this, you know. Or it's like if it's like, oh, I missed out on like, oh, you missed out on, you know, like a small amount. I'm like, okay, whatever. There's no FOMO there. Sky Fairy saying Luca is triggered. I got it at 102. No, I'm not. I don't care. I'm probably gonna get the fill. You know, I'll probably get the fill. But yeah, no, I think the short could be sick. The short could be sick here. Not like crazy, but it's like even if we pull back like 50 cents a dollar, like that could be good, right? So I'm gonna try that there, and I'll probably get the fill right now. So hopefully that just wicks me in there. And yeah, Meta still below 100. Somebody before was actually, they sent a super chat and they said something else was moving. I don't know if Brad discussed it. Oh, it's up here. Hertz Scrambler? Hertz Scrambler. BHSE. I think this might be a small cap, if I'm not mistaken. BHSE, 625,000 shares traded. The spread is nasty. The liquidity looks disgusting. This thing, I think, halted. Oh, is that 21? Okay, I see what you're saying. Up 100% right now, up a little bit more. Okay. It's one of these. Halt all the way up, halt all the way down, do a bunch of things. Is this an IPO? Maybe this is an IPO or a SPAC. I'm looking at the daily here. If it has prior data, maybe it's a SPAC that does a lot of volume. I have no idea what company this is. I'm not going to get involved. I'll just be honest with you. Like, this is like kind of crazy. I don't really know what's going to happen next. Volume is like way too light on this one. But yeah, thanks for the calling it out. It's definitely interesting. You know, sometimes from time to time you see these where it's like halt. I think the trade on these is in the retracement. It's you get the long early, okay, sick, hold for it, whatever. But then once it starts to show you that it's going back down, like the retracement, so it's like you got the extension, you got the 50% retracement. You know, now the trade is dead. I don't see a trade here. Even if we get back up, you know, it's not really a high day clear out when this thing's halting and there's so much risk. The only thing I'll say here is just make sure you're watching the halt prices, right? Make sure you're watching the halt prices. So like, for example, 1650 is like significant because it halted here, it halted here, it halted here, halted here. So it's been halting around 1650, right? Now looking like it's pushing back up. So watch how it trades at like 1750, right? And then if we get above 1750, maybe watch it at 20 and then watch it at 21. So that would be my approach. But again, full disclaimer, I'm not trading this. No plans to trade it. I don't really care where it goes. And yeah, we'll see what happens. I think it's SSR just for a little bit more information there. Never hurts to have too much information. Glancing back at Apple, did it test 157? Oh, it didn't break 157. That's actually pretty interesting. Got a double top there at 157. And it probably will break. It probably wants to go back there and break. It's too high to buy for me right now. But Apple today is the one that could have been, the one that got away. I think some people in the back will agree with me on that one, but it's okay. All good. And the Eight Fathers Man-Child. That's a pretty interesting name there. Riot Squeeze if Bitcoin runs. Yeah, make sure you guys are watching Raya, Marit. These names, obviously, Bitcoin sympathy plays. I think I like Mara a little bit better. I was looking at this, and so I'm thinking retracement. If Bitcoin can continue to pop and get a little bit higher, I would love a short near 20. We're not close to there. We discussed this the other day when we were talking about crypto, and I think you know, it rejected near 20 before, and you have like the bounce, and then I'm expecting if we get to 20, you maybe get some rejection. If it breaks over 20, then maybe it's going to be now back into, you know, this was the run, obviously. It went over 20, held, and then it just held 20, right? Now we're at the bottom end, so if we break back above 20, you know, the sky is the limit. Maybe it goes to 40, maybe it goes to 80 again. These are just kind of the general levels. But if it can't get above 20 and then Bitcoin is kind of lackluster and goes back down for the short term, then, you know, maybe Mara is just going to drop back into the range. So for myself, it's the short in front of 20, and then it's the cover and go long above 20. Obviously, we're not there. The only reason I'm bringing up these long-term levels is because for today, it's a no trade. Like, I'm not trading Mara. It's not really doing anything. So I don't really care too much. But yeah, if it gets there, it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see.
There's an interesting debate going on in the chat about degrees and whatnot. So I just want to show you guys a picture over here, a quote from Jim Rohn. You know, formal education will make you a living. Self-education will make you a fortune. So always be focused on growing and self-improving yourself, no matter what it is. Let it be formal education. Let it be educating it through yourself. The combination of both will get you even further than just one alone, right? In my opinion, degrees are kind of useless these days. I know people talking about how many people might have the degree over there and whatnot. And I don't think it matters unless you want to be a doctor or an engineer or a lawyer, which I call the brown occupations. You know, when you're Indian, your parents only give you 3 options: either a doctor, a lawyer, or engineer, or get out of my house, basically. Thankfully, I got lucky on that side where you know, I still get to live in the house, but I don't have to be any of those 3 options. I did have to be one of those options through one part of my life too. So the point I'm trying to get to, guys, is I can't let someone who's a doctor through Google do some surgery on me, right? The same way I can't trust like a civil engineer from Google to build a building for me. So for certain jobs, yeah, degrees will be useful. They kind of show, they have proof of concept behind it. They have proof that the person knows exactly what they're talking about, and they spend years and years behind it. But most jobs, like for example, trading, what degrees are you going to get to trade? And just because you have that degree doesn't mean you know how to trade. Just because you have a CFA doesn't mean you know how to trade. Not every trader is a CFA holder, and not every CFA holder is a trader. So a lot of things over here are you know, there's so many jobs out there that you just don't need a degree for. Like even being a programmer, I know a lot of people getting into programming jobs without having a degree, learning from Google directly, learning from websites like Coursera, and practice makes you perfect. Just practicing again and again and again, you'll be able to get into a programming job without a degree. Trust me, I've done it. Multiple people I know have done it in their life too. It's not that hard. So that debate that people are having in the chat over there, that degrees are important and other people saying degrees are not important, you're entitled to your opinion at the end of the day, but that's my opinion on it. Pretty interesting conversation, though. I like seeing those conversations come into the chat. Gets your thought process going a little bit, gets you wondering what's going on and what's not going on. I know a lot of people. Yeah, what's up, brother?
I was going to say, I love this debate, actually, and I wanted to say something the way that I kind of, you know, not really talk about it, whatever, but it's like, you know, business owners, celebrities, professionals, right? In the rank of, call it, and you made a good point. It's like, you know, you go to school, you want to be a doctor, you want to be a lawyer, you want to be a professional, you know, all the power to you. Like I think that's the only way to do it, right? That's the only way to do it, and you will make money, you will get paid for it. There's a lot of jobs out there. If, you know, you go to school for something else, and there's no like kind of direct path of this is kind of the way that you're going, it gets tough because, you know, it's you go for like a vague study, and then it's like, where are you going with this? What's it going to lead you into? It's not really good to be broad when you're studying. I think it's you either be very specific in where you want to go. So I want to be a doctor, therefore this is the path to do it. Or I want to be a lawyer, so this is the path to do it. But if you're like, I think I'm going to just do business in general and then kind of go from there, it's like just open a business and get punched in the face like 20 times, and then you'll learn a lot more, or the same amount as if you went to school. Like I went to school, I studied business, I majored in finance, and I'm the first one to tell you, no, just go get punched in the face and you'll learn the same things, right? So it's so expensive, right? So it's great if you have the money and you want to spend the time and you want to learn, it's great, all the power to you, but I just think that either you're going to become a professional or you're not, right? And if you're not, then you might be spending a lot of money and it's very, very expensive. And now with the internet, you can learn all of these things for so much less, right? So that's just kind of my 2 cents on it. And I went and I studied, right? I went through the thing. You know, that's kind of my take there. But yeah, you also made a really good point saying, what was it about like the, because this was what sparked my idea. You're like, to become, so super wealthy are owners, and professional
self-education will make you.
I was like trying to think. I'm like, what did you say?
Formal education will make you a living. Self-education will make you a fortune.
Exactly.
But like if you combine both of them, then you're ahead of the game. Then you're the hardest worker who's like doing the best of both worlds, kind of, right?
Exactly, exactly. So going back to that comment, I love that comment. That's why I just wanted to reiterate that. And then it made me think about like the kind of, the structure, right? You got, again, professionals, celebrities, business owners. That's how I structure it. Richest, mid, and then you know the rest, right? So yeah, but lots of fun there. Anyways, back to the market here. Amazon short is working out here. Short in front of 102. We're getting the flush. There's a little bit of size here. There's 20,000 shares just sitting at 101.70. I'm trying to get the fill. That's going to get the fill. I mean, it's just been filling over and over again. So probably fill that 101.70. There you go. Filled it. And now back down. I think responsible to cover at the 50 period. We could easily get a bounce. And it's the same thing with Apple there. See, Apple back at 157 now. It's going to take 157. I don't know if
Shush.
Why?
Don't say that.
Oh yeah. No, well, I mean, I'm just like...
it's going to take it.
Yeah, see,
it's taking it.
Exactly. Now it's gone. So this is the thing, right? It's like on days like today, and again, it's like, obviously trade your own book, but it's days like today, things are up.
That's a fail break. We're getting back in.
I'm not going long here. Yeah, exactly. Maybe it is a fail, but I'm not going long here because, like, where's my upside? I'm going to go short, but the thing is like, if it keeps popping, like, I got to cover. So it's unfortunate that I have to take, like, I'm 30 cents in the money right now, and I want to cover closer to 101.50, but maybe the right idea is to cover now, like some, because we could just wick back to 102, and then it's like, am I going to get stopped out anyways? So I'm going to try and wait for 101.50, but I don't even know if that's the right idea to wait. But maybe we get that fill 101.50 to cover some, and then I'm just going to try to hold the rest for a move back down to 100. I think it's showing you that it wants to stop at 102, but I'm going to respect the level. If we go above, I'll stop myself out. If we go to 101.50, I'll cover some, and then I'll hold the rest for the 100 test, which will be a $2 winner if we get there. So it's definitely nothing to complain about. But we'll keep you posted, see how that one goes. Mohammed in the chat saying Bitcoin 300K 6 months after next halving. Trust, capital letters. I'm going to be honest with you. Anytime someone says, trust me, bro, I do the opposite because I don't trust you at all. But maybe it will, maybe it won't. I don't know. I do like the long. I don't know in terms of like timing when it's going to happen. And I would really like a flush. Like I'm not buying like, 20,000, 21, 22, 23. I would love to buy like, 15, 14, 13, 12. And like risk off of like 8, like that's kind of my logic there. So I don't know, but yeah, no, it's like Mohammed. Just if you're watching this again, it's nothing against you. It's like, trust me. I go, nah, I don't know, So yeah, I don't know. So just maybe phrase it differently next time. Say like, I don't know though, and then I'll be like, I like this guy. I think he knows what he's talking about. I agree with that. The way you phrase it is everything. Yeah, exactly. And. Shiba moving to, Shiba is like, no. And no comment there. Bitcoin to 1 million. Yeah, no, maybe.
Coming back to the...
That's kind of crazy. I'm just trying to go through these comments and see if there's anything, any questions or anything.
While you're doing that, coming back to the whole PhD conversation real quick, I remember posting this clip on my Instagram, Flex Friedman, when he was getting his black belt for jiu-jitsu. He was basically saying, I'm a nerd, I'm a PhD, and the best thing that I got to take away from this is the fact that, humility and being humble, the fact that I'm not really good at anything I do, but if I set my mind to it and I keep working hard, that's what it takes to really achieve anything that you have your mindset to, your goals set out to. I say that almost every single day. I'm the worst trader on the floor, but one thing that I want to keep doing is keep working hard, never give up, and always keep striving to get better and better than I was yesterday, even by 1%. I'm on the right path, but sometimes I fail to even get better than 1%, which is the sad thing, right? So not giving up when that failure happens, and just continuously looking for methods to grow and get better. The S&P 500 futures are now above 3,900. They did break 3,900 slightly. Sorry, wrong market. There we go. They did break 3,900 slightly and pulled back, and that's why I'm still holding my SPY futures. The SPY shorts on the ETF are 26 cents out of the money for me, but we're holding on to it a little bit longer to see if the market does pull back back under 3,900, or does it actually go up to 39.20 that Blind Jedi, our Discord moderator, keeps calling out? I keep telling him, shush, you naysayer, be gone, you naysayer, be gone. But no, you might not be wrong about that, Blind Jedi. This market clearly wants to keep ripping to the north side, does not want to stop. Look at Apple above 157, 157.50, the high day on Apple today, and even Meta Platforms trying to go back towards the $100 area. Oops, sorry, I typed it in our private chat between Blind Jedi and myself. That's not what I wanted to do. But you can look at Meta Platforms getting ready to go to 99.50 at the moment, and then soon enough, maybe we do see that 100 level come into play for these guys. People in the chat saying bang, bang, bang. Here you go. We'll throw the bang out there for you. I'm guessing you're talking about the bang for Palantir, Henry Z, Henry Z. Let's go check out what Palantir is doing. No, you're not talking about the bangs for Palantir. You're just talking about bang, bang, bangs and more bangs, baby. MBLY apparently ripping. Mobile Eye. Let's go check this one out. It's not yet at $30. I think that's the level that all of us are waiting for $30 to come into play. Still stuck in the same IPO ranges, 26 to the downside and 30 to the upside.
Yeah, good call on MBLY, because I didn't even actually have it on my chart today, but that 30 level is probably worth a shot if we get there. And I was just quickly talking to Sean, he's like, I think this is probably the best day in Apple's history. And I kind of want to say yes, because it's up like 8-9%. Like, that's crazy for like Apple. Yeah, everything is just wild today. This market is insane.
This was March 2nd,
9.3. So this is
2020 though.
Okay, so 2020, 9.3. Now we're looking at like 8.7 since yesterday. Yeah, it's close. So this is definitely like, this is top 3 for sure. Yeah, that's kind of crazy, man. That's crazy. Like this, if you don't enjoy this market, like I'm sorry, like this is the market to be in. This is insane. Like the names like these giving you this type of range, like I don't even know what to say. This is wild. This is insane. Somebody asking me before, Luca, where did you learn to trade? So it's a work in progress. I'm continuing to learn how to trade, and I'm trying to get better every day. And it's kind of fun that you guys are watching me do this live. This is why I'm in a position. I go like this a lot. I'm just like, I don't know though. Like what's going to happen here? Like it's a work in progress, trying to get better every single day. But going back to getting punched in the face, the only way to learn how to trade is to get punched in the face over and over again. So it's taking the trades, trade a lot, trade very actively, get the reps in. And then like you'll remember it because it's like there's an emotion tied to it. So I'm going to short 102 on Amazon, every day for 40 days in a row. Like this is just an arbitrary example. And if I lose all 40 days, then hopefully on the 41st day, well, hopefully after like the 3rd day, I know, but like maybe me a little bit more stubborn. After a while, I say, you know what, this doesn't work. So it's basically trial and error, right? Trial and error. Like get the reps in, you're going to lose a lot. So trade very small, trade very actively, and you just get better and better. You can sit down and, look at a chart and like draw lines. I rarely do I draw lines. Sometimes I give visuals with, kind of giving the little snippet tool here. Like, oh, where's Amazon going today? Maybe, it bounced here. Maybe we go back, then do this, then go down, and then I'll cover at 99. Yeah, no, but basically, you could sit there, you could watch things over and over and over again, but unless you're sitting there in the trade, getting that experience in, feeling that pain, that's how you learn, that's how you get better. It's very difficult to size up for traders, right? Because most people by nature are loss averse. They don't want to take big losers. They don't want to take big size. And so, from my experience, it was just a product of continuing to add size more and more and more, no matter what. Keep losses small. Continue to add size more and more and more, trade very actively, get the reps in. Now, when I sit down and I'm doing a show, as an example, I can be confident. I'm like, oh, I'll just add to this XOM, even though it's going against me, because I've seen this before, and I'm confident to hold it, and I don't really think, all these factors are telling me this is what I should be doing. So, oh, yeah, go against me? Okay, whatever. You're not going to stop me out of this one. You're not. But me 1 year ago, like I would have been stopped out of this trade. So it's just a product of trying to get better over and over again, continue to get punched in the face, and then after that, eventually you start dodging punches and throwing back punches, and then that's where the paychecks come in, I think. So yeah, just make sure you're working towards that, work towards something, as Brankos always say. Don't just do stuff for no reason. And yeah, MBLY ripping, had a nice move up, but yeah, 30 is the level, right? So this thing is the Intel spinoff, for anybody who doesn't know that. This Intel spun this off at the price they paid for it. So they were not willing to make any money on this. They're just like, we just want it off our hands in a very, very tight range. Volume obviously dying. 30 is the high, 26 is the low. I think those are the levels that you should be trading at. Anywhere in the middle is a chop fest, so just be careful for that one. Don't diddle in the middle, exactly.
Yeah, just a question from a viewer over here, and coming in from Instagram. I don't have any mentor, but are you guys doing options when it comes to long or shorts? No, we don't do options over here. You know, you don't need to do options for a long or a short, because when an option writer writes a call or a put, they are in return buying the shares or selling the shares of the stock on the stock market. So you can trade directly the stock market itself. The options market's a little bit more complicated than directly the stock market, which is buying and selling or selling and buying back. The options market involves, like, you know, time decay, theta, delta, alpha, gamma, a bunch of Greek letters and names and like said things in there to kind of just make your life harder. So obviously, I would urge people to read a lot of books around there. Go pick up textbooks, go pick up books, and that kind of bleeds back into that conversation earlier, right? A lot of when it comes to trading, you have to self-educate yourself about it, because you can't just randomly go find a mentor. Like, I was lucky enough to join the floor and have you know, mentors like Brendo, Neil, Greg, Sean, all of these guys, even Luca, to bug around and ask questions and just leech all the information from them. Sometimes you have to do it on your own. Pick up books after books, audiobooks, textbooks, you know, books written by other people. Some of the unknown market wizards by Jack Schwager's out there. And sadly, the best teacher is going to be yourself going into the market, and what Luca was saying, actually going in there and getting slapped. Have a plan, but then know that you're going to get punched in your face, even though you have a plan, like Tyson said it, right? Everyone has a plan, but until they get punched in the face. But make sure that when you do get punched in the face, you have a plan for that too. Always have a plan for everything. Have a plan for the trade. Have a plan for when you're going to get punched in the face. Have a plan for after you get punched in the face. What are you going to do? Are you going to stay on the ground, or are you going to get back up and look for another trade at a different spot, at a different price, in a different market environment, the one that's not working for you? So always got to look for chances, always got to keep learning and self-educating your way to the top of the game. That's where we all want to be at the end of the day. AMD over here now 57 cents in the money, but Meta Platforms and SPY shorts are both 30 cents out of the money. So just waiting patiently to see what the S&P 500 futures want to do. We're still hanging out at the 3,900 level on the SPYs. We're not able to get above it, but we're also not really flushing below it. That's a problem for myself.
Yeah, great points there. And somebody's saying options will kill you. Laugh out loud. And I'm like, oh yeah, they will. You know, it's very lucrative. You can make a lot of money, but just make sure, I think, you know, this is a good rule of thumb. It's like, why do you think that you're just going to like press buttons and make millions of dollars, right? It's actually digital warfare, and most likely the opposite is going to happen. So, you know, just make sure, make sure you're trading actively and small to get the reps in. That's the last time I'm going to, you know, kind of drive that point home. And people asking, how are you shorting only with options? No, we actually short over here. We have market-making capabilities at Day Trade the World. It's awesome. We can route to multiple venues, making those decisions. Where is the order flow going? I don't know, but we'll find out. And yeah, Amazon took some off over here just below the 50-period moving average. This was my worry. It's like the grind lower and then the sharp pop back up. So took some off. That was a nice 60-cent winner. Locked that one in. And I'm holding the rest for 100. Like, I am holding the rest. Pretty light on the position, so it's if I get stopped out, it's no big deal. Don't love the short, so when I don't love something, smaller size, going for the bigger move. If I get stopped out, it's no big deal. I don't really care. Just kind of glancing back at everything over here. Meta still not back above 100. Okay, interesting. Tesla kind of floating around. Microsoft didn't dip back. Microsoft just not really, you know, doing too much, but I guess that dip buy was not wrong. You maybe made a point on that one. Someone saying, let's go Tesla. Yeah, no, hopefully it works out for you. I don't see anything on Tesla. Maybe you get a rejection at 230 if we get there. We got 12 minutes left here, so time flies when you're having fun. The market tested 3,900. I'm going to be honest. When we came on the show, I was like, maybe but I even said it with like not that much confidence. I was like, I don't know, like maybe. But here we are at 3,900. I don't know. This has to be resistance, if any, right? It's 3,900. Maybe we do get a pullback for like an hour. And this is definitely the day that it's like you're going to get a pullback, and then it's just going to probably go back and then test 3,900 again. Like this is not a day that like we get back down to VWAP and sell off. It's just probably not going to happen. So for myself, it's going to be, you know, I'm in this Amazon short. If it works, great. If I get stopped out, whatever. Probably not going to take any more trades for the rest of the afternoon. It's Friday, you know, lock in the winning day. Really good, really strong into the week for myself. And yeah, just kind of chill and whatever. If something comes up later, maybe. But yeah, keep it stress-free. Came into today, I'm like, I don't really know. I want to keep it stress-free. I want to lock things in. Had a really good day. Hopefully you guys did too. And you know, if you have the money, keep the money. And somebody's saying human nature, paper trade the options. You know what? That's actually a great point, because paper trade them to then see how fast and how much you lose. And then you'll be like, wait a second.
I'll never want to do this again.
I don't know about these options here. It's very tough, because maybe back in the day, like call it 2016, you know, the implied volatility on some of these contracts was a little bit less. So maybe you're like, you know, swinging Apple options, and then you make, you know, 4 to 1s, maybe 8 to 1, 10 to 1, sometimes 15. And it makes sense. But now, because there's so much volume and so much interest in it, so many people are doing it. I think it was Goldman Sachs who reported the daily volume that they're trading for their clients on options is just insanely high. And retail across the board is trading options. It's very lucrative because it's cheap. You're like, oh, well, I'm only going to risk 200 on this, and I can actually potentially make 1,000, because they're obviously leveraged 100 to 1, right? So, but the thing is because the implied volatility, because of that, the implied volatility is so high, so you just burn your money away. Like it's like, oh, I'm going to go for this long shot because maybe it works. You just burn your money away every time.
Did you hear about that girl on Twitter? She's like a stock trader, right? And then she was like diving into options because of what everyone on Twitter is like an options expert, yeah, right? And she dives into options, and without learning a single thing about options, she starts trading it. She gets exercised, right? A lot of people don't even know what that means. So on options market, well, as Lucas said, it's 100 times leveraged, which means every contract means 100 shares. She's out there taking infinite big positions and actually gets exercised on that trade somehow, because she didn't understand how that works. And now she has to go out there, find more money to actually go be able to pay for that stock times contract size times 100 shares. So you really need to know everything about it. My first entry to the stock market was obviously my grandpa, but my second entry to the stock market was me doing options by myself. I have like notes and notes of all of the butterflies, the iron condors, yeah, the spread options and everything, notes for it. But my first $1,000 account that I created from a severance package of being let go, blew that account up very quick.
I blew so many accounts. Like, I'll be honest, I blew so many accounts. And I've had like sick runs too. And I was like, all right, I'm going to be a multi-millionaire in like 3 months. And then no, I just like blew everything. And I was like, all right, as fast as you make it, you lose it. So let me just write this down. And then if anybody asks me, oh, how's that options trading going? I will say, yeah, it's you know, it's a work in progress. We're seeing where we go. Jason, thank you for the super chat. I traded options profitably for 3 years. It's very hard. You need to know. This is great. I think there's going to be. You need to know and calculate your risk to reward. The Greeks know that, of course, and majority of money was made using spreads. Go read a lot. Yeah, exactly. So the thing with options is don't get into the fool's gold of like just buying calls out of the money and YOLO, and maybe this is going to give me like a 10 to 1. Like rarely does that come through. When you put on spread trades, it makes a lot of sense a lot of the times, or maybe straddles sometimes, but or you just kind of take the backwards approach, and instead of just buying stock, you kind of structure it differently in the option market. You know, get paid and then buy it anyways. So yeah, there's just a lot of flexibility there, but obviously do your own due diligence, make sure it makes sense to you. Again, we don't trade options here. You know, I'm not hedging with options. I'm just kind of scalping, trading in and out. In my personal, maybe I put on trades here and there, but for the most part, obviously implied volatility is high. So, you know, you got to find, you know, areas that it really makes sense to put on certain trades and then kind of roll with it. And yeah, just make sure it's a part of your playbook. And Comp, thank you for the super chat as well. And Philip owns shout on Cat peak level to short. Nice work. People kept calling out Cat, and we were talking about it before. I'll pull it up again here. This thing's extra strong, 3% to the upside. Value play, all these names really moving. I think it was earnings yesterday that made the run here. But multi-day mover, I think I remember trading CAT a couple times, and it's a tough trade, but when volume comes in at a specific level, like as a day trade for myself, I really, really like the trade. So maybe there's a level approaching here, but I'm just trying to see here. Probably run into a little bit of resistance at maybe like the 230 area. I would expect like some sideways days. It's like, how many times does CAT have 3 or 4 green days in a row? Like, I'm just looking back at the daily, and it doesn't seem to show that kind of crazy move. It's like you have the strong move, then it just like fades to the upside, a little bit of pullback, then it goes, right? And I'm just going to pull this back even further here. You know, very clean move to the upside, strong 2 days, then like fade to the upside, little pullback, then continuation. So looking now, like this looks relatively stronger. That 200 break was actually clean. Was that yesterday? I just want to look at this very quickly because that 200 from yesterday was actually, that's something that you don't sleep on. If you, oh no, but that was in the pre-market at like 6:30. Okay, that's unfortunate, whatever. But yeah, you know, I would expect these are the 2 strong days. Volume drops a little bit. Then maybe we just like fade up, right? Maybe we fade into the 230, then we get a pullback. I wouldn't expect anything too crazy on CAT. It's not a day trading stock, but it is definitely a good value play, and I'm sure their yield is competitive. I'm not really sure what they said on earnings there, but yeah, definitely interesting. Someone's saying YOLing my ex-wife's 401k. You know, do whatever.
Do what you gotta do.
Do whatever you gotta do. You know, it's not my call. It's not that. That's funny. That's making me laugh. Just shave your head, bro. The hair is thinning out. It's, you know what it is? It's the white in the back. It's actually not, you know, not that bad. But yeah, no, it's I guess like the stress with day trading, you know. But yeah, no, whatever. It's I mean, obviously, like it doesn't matter too much. Luca, did you play the new COD? I'll probably try it. Like I'll probably play like here and there. I haven't bought it or anything, but I'm sure like my friends are gonna call me and be like, "Yo, let's get a couple games going." So yeah, it'll be fun. I think that just came out today. Do you know?
Nah, a long time ago. Like not a long time, like 2-3 weeks ago almost.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought it just came out this weekend.
2 weeks probably. 2 weeks or a week ago. It doesn't matter. The game's trash anyways.
I don't know.
Who cares? It's Call of Duty. Call of Duty's trash. The most boring franchise ever created in the history of video games. Coming back to a couple super chats over here. We got some super chats that we need to address. Let's go. Oh, by the way, we did hit 3K likes. Thank you guys and the girls, thank you for helping us achieve that 3K number yet again. We appreciate that every single time we do get that. A couple super chats to go look at real quick. It looks like you talked about the CAT level, but we got one over here. I tried options profitably for about 3 years. Very hard. You need to know your calcs, know your risk to reward, Greeks, and majority money I made with using spreads. So yeah, you got to read a lot. You got to learn a lot, and that just applies to anything in life. You want to be good at something, you got to like be ready to learn non-stop and constantly just keep on soaking information up. Looks like Apple is going to reject the 157.50 area and pull back south. So if the market's pulling back south, the whole idea of 3,900 holding on the S&P 500 as a resistance might just come out to be true. So the short over here on the futures, well, at least I'm short on the SPYs, but the short on the futures might also be something to consider if Apple, which has been the ringleader today for the most part, is pulling back right now. People talking about Overwatch. Overwatch is also another boring game out there, man. But that's just my opinion. Look, you don't have to agree with my opinions about gaming. You know, everyone's entitled to their own opinions. And whatever gives you enjoyment at the end of the day. If it's Overwatch, if it's the stock market, if it's you know, neither of them, and going out for a run or going out to the gym, whatever brings you joy, whatever brings you happiness enough to be able to come back tomorrow, slap some trades. Obviously tomorrow's a Saturday, but by tomorrow I mean come back the next business day, look for opportunities, not get tilted. Go do that. Don't listen to anybody who's knocking you down, telling you this game sucks, that game sucks. If you're having fun with it, go have fun. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, and I love how everybody's throwing in games. You know, Call of Duty's great, this game's great, and then, oh, that game's trash. I love the competition. You know, people are passionate about the games that they play, and you know, if no passion, what are you doing? You know, what are you doing? Got to have passion in whatever you're doing. Hopefully you guys have passion there. I think 102 is reserving on Amazon there, so it's a pretty solid short in my books. I'm obviously still short here, but the longer that this holds, maybe I might add some size there. And it just becomes, because now it's showing that it's reserving and holding, it just becomes a little bit less of a risk. So yeah, if you have that short, probably just hold on to that one. And then if 102 breaks, you're out of the trade, right? You're out of the trade. So yeah, that one's a banger. We got 1 minute left here. I'm holding this Amazon short. No more positions for the rest of the day. Gonna get myself a nice espresso. You know, locking in the gains here. I went over in the back and I was like, yeah, let me just get some food because I'm starving. And Brankos was like, bro, don't ruin this day, man. You're doing well. And I'm like laughing. I'm like, yeah, okay, I'll keep it going, whatever. And yeah, somebody's saying hardest game to play GameStop on Legend mode 24/7. Yeah, some of these like super hard modes on these games I can imagine are like really, really intense there. And yeah, hopefully you guys enjoy the show. Thank you so much for the likes. We're over 3K now. You know, in the next 30 seconds, we're probably not going to get to 4K, so I won't even ask for that. And yeah, you know, hopefully, again, you guys have a great weekend. You know, spend time with the people that care about you most. And stay healthy, do things that you love. I'll preach that as well, like Brad was mentioning before. And yeah, lock in the days. Lock in the day if you have the win. You know, never a bad idea to do that for sure.
Before we send it off to the close, I just want to remind you guys that the UFC nights are going to be heating up a little bit. We have 2 fight cards coming up, normal fight cards. But after that, we got the Israel Adesanya card. We got a bunch of cards coming up that are going to be exciting. But more importantly, before we send it off, who do you got, Jake Paul or Anderson Spider Silva?
So I got Jake Paul at -125.
You actually put money down on Jake Paul?
Yeah. And now
you're going to catch that L, bro.
Yeah, I could because now he's -250.
Jake is now -2. All right, yo, more money for me when Silva whoops his butt. Yo, Neil, who do you got, Anderson Silva or Jake Paul? He's unmuted. You ain't watching it? All right,
I don't know if I want to say this, but it's not a real fight.
It's not. Well, it's a real fight this time. It's a real fight. It's not.
Watch Tyson. That's real fighting.
Is it like a real fight?
It counts as a real fight. It doesn't count as a normal exhibition match. It counts as a real fight. Anderson Silva's gonna whoop his butt. That's my bet right there. I'm gonna put some money on Anderson Silva. Guys, it's obviously way past 2 o'clock. We will see you guys tomorrow. Go have a great weekend and make sure to hit the like button on the closing show, please and thank you. Adios.
Ciao for now.
Hey guys, welcome in. Happy Friday afternoon. As we head towards the weekend, we head towards the close of, man, what a week. We got all the mega cap tech earnings digested at this point. We get more inflation data digested at this point, and then the Fed is set to come by Wednesday of next week. For the main event, well, we'll probably get a 75 basis point increase, but still lots of excitement to come.